now YouTube should be good. Should be good. Now YouTube should be good. Yep, there we go. There we go. Got it. Got it. Got it. I always gotta like reset the stream key and whatnot. But that is a W from Shawway. That is W from Shawway. That is a W. I'm very excited for that scrim. I think it'll be one of the best scrims we've seen recently. Only thing that's gonna be shitty about it is Legend on EU ping, but he's used to it by now. I'm sure he knows how to work around it. Bro, I didn't even realize this bitch gave me 3 MG Zins. Oh my god, slow ass bitch. I said 6 MG. Oh my goodness, dude. I'm actually pissed. I got 3 MGs now. Maybe that's good for me. Maybe that's good. Slow ass bitch yesterday. She couldn't even find the gens. I'm actually pissed. I'm actually real pissed. I got 3 MGs, but probably better for me. We'll see. Maybe I stay on 3s. Maybe I stay on 3s. Not too bad. I was wondering why I'm not nauseous out of my gourd. That's what I like. I like the nauseousness that I'm supposed to have in the mornings. But it's okay. Maybe I'll do a double lipper. It'll be good enough. 3 MG is good enough. But I'll probably be fucking doing them consistently now. That just makes me do them more. And thank you, Paz, for the 205 stream streak. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love, Betty. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Pabs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A fuck ton of streams. Always in APG. Welcome back to APGville. You are a loyal member, Pabs. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I need to give some VIPs away because there's some very, very loyal people in here, and I need to get them VIP because they are deserving of it. Very deserving of it. So I will make sure I do that for you, Pabs, because you deserve that. Show enough does. Not everybody does that. That's always in here. What's going on, Zemo? I am not Jake. I am not Jake. Don't be starting that bullshit. Don't be starting that bullshit. They have stopped actually calling me and texting me from the debt collector people, because that is not me. That was a funny little moment. I need to find that and put it on TikTok. I got some good TikTok moments. I wish I had somebody to just take control of my TikTok and they just upload everything. Like I can't. I'm just too lazy. By the time I get back from the gym, it's like fucking. I mean, I could get off and then start working on it. And then by the time I get back, it's like 9, 10 p.m. and then I just go right to bed. Basically, I've been exhausted lately. I've been exhausted. I didn't get too much sleep the past. Like yesterday, I did get a decent amount, but the nights before, I was just falling asleep on the couch watching Batman. But I got back last night. Am I gonna compete in Gears? No. I'm not gonna compete in Gears. That's too late for me. That's too late. What's going on, Alex? What's popping, homie? Top of the morning. That's way too late. That's way too late. That's what it is, sure enough. But you gotta get past the nauseousness, and then it's good. But I have to have my Zins because I fast, and that helps with appetite suppression. And then nicotine and caffeine in the morning is like a tweaker's best breakfast. That makes sense. Am I done with Halo? Like done competing? I'm expected to be done competing. I don't want to say just yet because if somebody offers me the bag in the new Halo, then I would be right back like on the front lines. But I don't have any plans to compete. I stopped competing last year. And that's when that's when I got back in Optic as a content creator. Shout out to Nick, and we were doing the watch parties and everything. But I don't have any plans to compete anymore. Any plans at all. I think that my time as a competitor is done. I don't I've played for so long. I played for so damn long that I don't want to play for the wrong reasons, and I'm happy with the lane of content that I have in the Halo community. So I don't really want to anymore. Like at least definitely not in this time period. I'd rather be a coach. You don't have passion unless it's for money anymore. No. I'll tell you. I know the stream might be annoyed of me saying it a lot, but the reason why I stopped competing is at the end of the 2024 season, my mom was diagnosed with colon cancer, or stage 3 colon cancer, and I took a few months off from just streaming and everything. I got like from November to March, I think. Yeah, or no, like early April, end of March, early April, and I was taking her to and from her chemo appointments. And while I was doing that, that's when I just was able to get back in Optic as a content creator. I was at the gym one day, Maniac texted me. I did not want to compete with all that stuff going on in my personal life, and Maniac texted me, asked me if I wanted to do the watch parties with him at the first 2 tournaments. I said, hell yeah, I'm down. The watch parties went great, and then I was able to get on the drop pod, and then also just continue doing the watch parties with him for the online tournaments and everything. No, it's okay. It's okay. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. A lot of people don't know. I need to make a YouTube video and just explain it. That's what I plan to do, like a Q&A YouTube video, because I want to start a new series. But that's the reason why I've stopped competing. And I was gonna announce my retirement at Worlds last year, but unfortunately we weren't able to go. We weren't able to get a spot, watch party. So I'm waiting for the right opportunity to just like actually announce my retirement, because I want it to be the right way. You know what I'm saying? I think that I have to send my career off in the proper way, especially since I've been competing for so long. But that's the reason. That's the reason why I have stopped competing. It's not because I'm washed or can't get a team or anything like that. It's just family overtakes everything to me. I'm an only child, and I was the only person to take her to her appointments, and that's why I'm in Florida right now with my family. I just enjoy being with them. Excuse me. Because you just never know what's going to happen in the future when you get some news like that. And I've had another family member passed from brain cancer, like in 2022, like my mom's sister, my aunt. So things like that just take precedence over competing to me, especially since I've had a very long and fruitful career. So I'm in a position right now where I think I'm okay with passing the torch to newer players and giving them the opportunity, as opposed to me still trying to chase that dragon. Now, if I didn't have the success I did in Infinite, then I'd be in a different place. You know what I'm saying? I'd be in a much different place. But I've done everything there is to do as a competitor. You know what I'm saying? I've won a ring, which is something I never thought that I would get. To be honest, I never thought that I would be able to get a ring. But that just is a testament to my maturity and me growing as a player and person, because you learn a lot about yourself as you're competing. And I was watching Maniac's vlog this morning when I was getting ready, and he had a Q&A with Formal, and Formal is Matt is, I don't know what it is, but he's just come into like his own like incredibly, and the answers that he gives, it's just very, very insightful, especially from a person that's like a true winner, not just a veteran, but a true winner. And everything he was saying about the mental aspect and the mental part of like getting ready to go into battle at a tournament, like when you step on stage for a finals. And that's how I felt when I was playing with Matt. I think that's why we have such great chemistry in game and out of game when we're competing together. But I'm okay with like trying to instill that type of shit in other new players and just helping them, you know, get into the I guess pro rankings. What's going on, Jay? What's popping? Home girl? What's popping? What's going on, Natalie? What's popping? Home girl? I haven't changed the title. That's from yesterday, but that's a better intro for you than your little emotes. I appreciate that. I still need to talk to you, Natalie. I'm upset with you. To be fair, I'm always upset with you. What's going on, Manny? What's popping? Top of the morning, man. What's going on, JB? Top of the morning. Top of the morning. But thank you, Snicks. I appreciate that. But that's the reason. That's the reason why I am not a competitor anymore. But I want to try and dive into gym content. I've been thinking about like preparing for a physique show. It wouldn't be for like 6 months, but you guys could follow along my journey. I think I have a great foundation and great genetics, and I think I would be able to win. I just need to gain. Like, I'm trying to cut another like 5 to 10 pounds, and then I'm trying to probably gain like another 20, like lean muscle mass. But we'll see. But I'm really trying to just like, now my body, after the cheat weekend I just had a whole bunch of bullshit food too yesterday. Like I had, not bullshit, but I had like Chipotle chips and a bagel from Panera, like a blueberry bagel, which is only like 290 calories, not too bad. But the chips are a lot of sodium, so I did 20 minutes in the sauna. But my body has finally snapped back after the cheat weekend I had for my birthday, so I'm actually back to regularly scheduled programming. Now I got the veins still in my abs, I got the striations and everything, so I'm in a good spot now. What's this AM League? It is something that I want to do, Jay. I'm going to try and talk to Tashi later today. And then at the top of the morning, good grief as well. Wood Reef, what's popping, man? Top of the morning. I'm trying to do an AM League similar to the Pro League. I don't know if it's going to be possible. It's just it's a long shot, and everything starts as an idea. And I think somebody in Shyway's chat said it yesterday, and I think it's an incredible quote. Every fire starts with a spark, or spark in the wood starts a fire, something like that. So I can at least try, but I want to do an AM League, and at the very least, if I'm not able to do an entire league, I know we will be able to do a tournament for a decent prize pool. I was trying to talk to Retrizi yesterday, but he was streaming. I did not want to take away from him streaming, so I'm going to be speaking to him later today. Whenever he's available. I don't ever want to cut somebody off from streaming or anything like that, especially if it's a conversation that we can have in another time. But I want to at least do a tournament. We already like figured out the structure and the distribution for the prize money and everything. But I was going to ask HCS, since they have been providing prize pools for tournaments. It's a long shot because I'm not a partner team. Obviously, I'm just one nigga. So I want to try and get them or ask them for 10 bands, and which is like, it's a long shot, but it's at least those mouths don't get fed, so at least I can try. And at the very least, I know we would be able to crowdfund and raise like towards 5K. I think that we would be able to do that in here. I know Shotway just raised 1,500 in a day, like on short notice, and that was for a scrim. So I think that if I'm able to like actually have a structure and a plan, I think, and like do a marathon stream or something like that and raise money for it, and then we can see how far or how high it can go. But I do want to do something like that, because there's no open tournaments as of right now outside of the LVT ones just that they're planning. But I think that's just still in the production phase or development phase. And they talked about like their structure, how they tweeted about how the structure they want to do it in, or how they want to do it. So I'm trying to make sure we get the dates lined up. I would just message HCS at get drops and make sure that there's nothing else going on. But at the very least, we would be able to do an AM tournament. At the very least, I know we would be able to do that, and I think that would be still very good for the community, and then see what we can do. But it's very expensive for like the amount of money per match that I want to do and everything. It's very expensive. It would be like 16,000 in total. But it's just I'm one nigga, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to do the most I can, and obviously I would have help from the community and trying to structure it and plan it and mods, admins, whatever you want to call it. So that's my goal. That's my next venture, is I want to do either an AM tournament or an AM league. And even if we're not able to do a whole entire league, at least I have the plan for the future. And then when Halo's back up and running, I know that everybody's going to be eating more when the new Halo comes, and at least I have the structure. So hopefully in the future, or I know in the future, I'd be able to just expend that money myself and be able to put it into the community. And then obviously I get an ROI, but I really want to do something for the community. I think that I am the person to do that. It'd be like an extension of the BTH tryouts. So we'll see what we can do. We'll see. You rewatched the Worlds win last night. That's an incredible win. One of the best wins of Halo Infinite, if I do say myself, or if I do say so myself. Might be a little bit biased, but I do think that is an incredible win. It said, I never paid much attention to Halo. From Call of Duty since Ghost. Who is your favorite teammate of all time? Formal is my favorite teammate of all time. I love teaming with Matt. We've won many tournaments together. We've had a lot of success, and we've won tournaments in different games. And there's just a certain type of chemistry that I have with Matt. Like out of game, in game, like even when I wasn't on Optic after I got let go, I was still hanging out with Matt consistently at tournaments. Like, that's one of my best friends and my favorite teammate of all time, without a doubt. And then it goes like Matt, and then no order. It's like Snakebite, Lethal. Those are my top teammates of all time. And then obviously Trippy and Lucid are in there too. I just haven't teamed with them as long as I have the other players. But Trippy, Lucid, Snakebite, Lethal, and then Formal's my top pick. I just have incredible chemistry with Matt. We view Halo the same way. We view just the mental aspect of competitive video gaming the same way, and like we're always ready to go into battle together. So that was one of my my favorite part of my career, is just being able to team with Matt again and just be able to get him his second ring in Halo, especially after he spoke it into existence. And obviously doing that under Optic is a blessing. That's the only standard in Optic, is to bring home trophies, and we brought home many trophies, and it was a great storyline. The process was incredible. Like, we would have been technically a dynasty team if we would have got that second ring. It was very close. It was a shoulda, coulda, woulda type event, but we just unfortunately fell a little bit flat in the finals. I never played with Shotzi. I never played with the Ogre Twins. I ain't that old. I ain't that old. Ogre Twins is that's some OG shit. But no, I ain't that old. The Ogre Twins were winning tournaments when I was in Pampers, and when I was like 12 years old. You know that, PJ. You know that. I always give you your flowers in here, and I always give you credit for everything that you have taught me, especially on talks. You know this. You talk about, hell yeah, I made it. You knew that was the case. And top of the morning as well, PJ. Top of the morning. The Formal scout to pick you up? No, I've been Matt's friend for years. I've been Matt's friend. I teamed with him in 2012. It wasn't a scouting to pick him up. Matt was picked up on our team. But I've teamed with Matt since, like, I've teamed with him. First time I teamed with him was 2012, 2011, and I've known him since 2010. We became friends with him sending me an Xbox friend request, and then getting into a video call and him showing me his trophies from him playing sports as a young kid. But I've known Matt forever. You know what I'm saying? I've known that's a good friend of mine. Not even just that. Not even just like him picking me up and that's random. But I've been competing for 18 years. If you don't know that, Snicks, I've been competing in Halo for 18 years. You know, longer than some people have been alive. You know what I'm saying? So I've I've been around for quite some time. That's why I just don't have too much want to compete anymore right now, because I've been here for a minute. You know, it's just if I wanted to still compete, I could, but I have my own role in Halo, and it's a blessing to have that role, because you don't have many exit opportunities in Halo to try and transition into different things. So I'm okay with doing what I do now. That was before all the big checks of Infinite. Yeah, that was what we were doing. Like, that's when we were grinding. We were grinding during that time period. You know, we were blessed to get Sen and everything. We were doing our thing. Those are some of my favorite event wins too. In Halo 3, I wouldn't be where I'm at today, or would not have had the success I had in Infinite, or should have even gotten on the team I did in Infinite, if it wasn't for you guys giving me that opportunity at the end of Halo 5 and going into Halo 3. That's why I give you guys massive amount of credit. Like, that was a blessing. Like, my last two teams, like, obviously outside of Native, my last two teams were like prestigious teams. You know, I think a lot of people forget that. Is like, I've been blessed to be on those teams because the pros and my teammates have recognized what I bring to the table, and that's more appreciative than you know. Trust me, PJ, more appreciative than you know. I was actually doing a lesson the other night, and I was talking about how you instilled one of the, like, in my opinion, I say, like, the 5 commandments of winning, and one of them is just being the hardest kill possible, and just making somebody waste a nade on you if you're behind a wall, and like, just trying to force them out of their position to come kill you. Like, all those things are things that have stuck with me, because they're so important and very key into, like, to winning. Very, very key in winning. I said, let me see what's going on, Gerald. Top of the morning, White. And what's going on, Verb? The JW wouldn't let you have it. That's true. We just blew it. Not just JW, it's the whole entire team. That's a team that is able to flip the switch, and you can never count them out. And we knew that going into it. You know what I'm saying? That's just this just wasn't our time. It wasn't our time. But going back-to-back Worlds Finals is an accomplishment in itself too. Like, even that's something a lot of people don't think about, is it's very, very difficult to just make it to the finals that many times, and be that consistent over the course of 2 years. It's not easy at all. That's why you got to give credit to Shopify, the Tox team, us, like, any team that's able to do what they do after 1 year going into the next year is not easy at all, because after that first year, everybody's aiming to take you down. If you're that team that wins at the end, they're aiming to make team changes to take you down. Like, they're doing their absolute best, making any roster moves, period, or any roster moves possible to try and win. That's part of the game. Wasting snipe ammo, that's another thing too. You know what's crazy though, DJ, is like, people will see, like, people wasting ammo, and I see the sentiment a lot of people saying, like, why are they wasting the ammo? They could have just saved it. I'm like, bro, you have no idea how important and crucial, like, I forgot about that, PJ, because people will try and say that, like, you should not be wasting the snipe, and I'm like, bro, it's always better to just have it being an even playing field, and not have that weapon be in anybody's hands if you can't have it. That's massive, bro. Like, that's very, very key. That's something I need to talk about more, is wasting ammo. That's very, very key. I forgot about that, but that's another point I'm gonna consistently make whenever I do free lessons and whatnot. What's going on, Epic? What's poppin', main? We'll see what we get into in the news. We're gonna be reviewing some scrims, and then we'll see if we can get some games in, because I do have a little itch to play. And thank you, PJ. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think that I've changed as a person a tremendous amount. I've matured, and it was about time. You know what I'm saying? It's just, everybody has that point where they just kind of focus on or they realize what their priorities are, and realize what's most important. And, you know, I was trying to be an e-boy and be e-boy of the year, and try to do all the things that is like viewed as cool instead of just trying to win tournaments and then have everything else fall in place. And then I realized that in 2018, and I think that's what not only I realized, but you guys too, and like the rest of the community. And that's why I was blessed to kind of get into the top rankings as opposed to just being in the top 4 or top 6. You know, like that's what I'm most proud about myself, is just changing in a positive light, opposed to just thinking about the wrong things. And I think that's something that people could take from nowadays, is you just work hard and then everything else can fall in place. You just got to put in the work, whether as a person, because I was listening to Matt, like I said earlier, I was listening to Matt in Maniac's vlog, and he was talking about just like you learn a lot about yourself when competing. You learn a lot about the mental aspect, and you have to have a certain mindset when you're going into finals, when you're going into a tournament. Like you're generally going to war. You have to think about it. You got to think about going to war. It's not like anything. It's not like you can just be like, all right, let's go play. You got to actually be ready to fucking do or die when you're going up there. Not really do or die. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to die, but you know what I'm trying to say. What's going on, Two Shakes? It was fun for you and Tommy when I saw that live back then. It was a great win. Great win. I mean, that whole like year was incredible. You know, from us like making a team change for Matt, and then being a completely new team when Matt came on, like, and getting Tommy and Joey their first event wins. That was incredible. Absolutely incredible. That was one of my favorite years of Halo. Is absolutely one of my favorite years of Halo. He said, I did not know that. That's freaking awesome. You're learning now, though, Snicks. You're learning now. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to give you any info that you need. I love questions. I love Q&As and everything. Thomas, at least he plays not to lose while JW plays to win the game. That's not it, Verb. You can't say that, because you can't say that when we were literally winning tournaments. So you can't try and discredit Tommy for his playstyle, because Tommy knows how to win as well. You can't say that. No, I can't say that, Ant. That's a YouTube video. That's some shit you got to pay for. That's some shit you gotta pay for. The game is to be sold, not told. So you gotta wait for that. Yeah, especially in Infinite, bro. Especially in Infinite. Like, Infinite wasting ammo is probably the most important game, to be honest with you. Like, it's by far the most important. I don't know why people think that you should not be wasting ammo. I don't know why people ever think that you should not be doing that. I would say that aPG AM League has a ring to it. What would be called the aPG-League. Like G League in basketball, that's like it's Ant's name, and I love that. So it'd be aPG-League, like G League in basketball, minor league. So that's what I would call it. But we're gonna try and at least do a tournament. I know that we would be able to do a tournament, and that's to support the AM players that are not able to compete in the pro league. That way they have something, you know what I'm saying? Because there's not much going on for the AM community. That we obviously have the pro league starting back up. And the pro league is going to be great content, and we've seen like a resurgence of the community since the pro league has started back up. You know, see a lot of new players coming back and everything. What was teaming with Ninja like? I enjoyed teaming with Ninja, but it was only for a small period of time, because when we teamed with Ninja, like Ninja picked me up on that team. It was Luminosity at the time. It was Ninja, Lucid. It was Saiyan at the time, but Lucid, Trippy, and I. And that was Ninja's last Halo 5 tournament. So they were teaming with Victory X. And he randomly called me, and that's God's timing, trust me, because I was on Shirt Riphead, and we were about to get relegated because we were teaming with Denoxide, and Denoxide was very, very, what's the word I'm looking for? He was all show, you know what I'm saying? He was like one of those players that would be looking great in matchmaking, look like they have great movement and everything else, but like look like they have the full package, but when they actually get into a scrim and get into a competitive game, they are just average. And that was like a terrible pickup. And we were doing terribly in the pro league. Like I said, we were about to get relegated. We were like in the 7th and 8th spot. I randomly got a call from Ninja, and he said that he wanted to pick me up for Victory X. And that was only because Victory X was a great player, but he also was an IRL person, had a job the entire time, sort of like Lunchbox. But he wanted to leave Tommy and Joey with somebody that could help them keep going up in the Halo community, or competitive Halo community, because that was going to be his last Halo 5 tournament, which was DreamHack Atlanta, I think 2017. And then after that, we picked up Rain. So that was a great team with Ninja. I really appreciate him. I mean, he got me a pair of shoes. He gave me a shout out on sneaker shopping, on Complex Sneaker Shopping, and got me a pair of Travis Scott Air Force Ones. So shout out to Tyler. He never forgot his roots. No, Verb. No, you gotta wait. My body is back to normal though. I do got the veins in my abs and everything. I'm back to like my body's back snapping back to normal because of all the cheat days I had this weekend. But I afforded it. Still still 9% body fat, but the goal now is to get to 7%. So hopefully I'm gonna do a DEXA scan. I'm gonna try and just keep cutting to 130. It's not gonna be easy. Like this will probably be the most difficult part of the cut, but probably gonna go to Costco with my parents either today or tomorrow, or not today, but tomorrow or Friday. So I'm probably gonna take like a off day or two. We'll see. But I just want to get my other shit in order. So I need to go to Costco because it's like a 30-minute drive, and then Costco just takes a minute to go through and whatnot. But I want to get my groceries and then start back eating Whole Foods and whatnot. But yesterday was the start of it. The only thing I eat out is just let me turn the brightness up. It's just like Chipotle, like a Chipotle protein cup, honey chicken, and then I just added anything else. But I'm at 9% right now, Jay. I'm at 9%. I tested my body fat on my birthday, but I'm at 9% body fat. My goal was 10%. My goal has been 10%, but now I am at 9, which I'm very blessed about. I probably was at 8, but I was just eating a lot of processed foods, a lot of processed Italian meats. But now I'm back on track, and I'm back, being consistent in the gym. I've actually seen more progress not being in the gym as much and just recovering more, like going 4 days a week opposed to 6 days. But I still like to go 6 days because I just love working out. But goal is 7%. The goal is 7%, and I do want to start my high and healthy series. That way you can see like what I'm eating, and now I can actually just put the caption of this is what I'm eating to maintain single-digit body fat. So and then you can see my diet, my workouts, because I'd have to do it with my homies because I can't record technically in my gym with a tripod. I think I might be able to just because they know me. But it depends who's working, because there's a lady there at night who's very, very anal and very, very strict about certain shit. Like I've seen her turn away people because they're wearing Birkenstocks when they come into the gym. So we'll see. But that is my next venture on YouTube. I really just want to get YouTube started, and also TikTok. I really want to get that started. I think I'd be great for that. Does Halo have an active site where you can play wagers regularly like CMG or per COD? No, we don't actually, Snicks. There is no wager website like that, but people do money eights. They do money eights and they just bet within each other. But I think Halo might have been on one of those websites beforehand, but it's just not too active. But everybody that does bet or do things like that, they do it within themselves, or they do it amongst themselves. There's not an S&D community in Halo or anything like that, which is mainly what people do wagers on, like opposed to like Hardpoint and whatnot. There's nothing like that in Halo. He said, it seems especially important in Infinite because sniping is oppressive here. It's very important, bro. Very, very important. A lot of people forget that. But I see people that try to, if you're talking about, which I think you are, I think you're talking about sniping and wasting the sniper ammo. It's just like you got to think about if you're playing Stellar, or Frosty and all these other top players, like you don't want to just give them a sniper rifle. You're gonna waste that ammo if you ever feel like you're shit out of luck or things are gonna go wrong. Waste that ammo. It's much better if you feel like you are the better team, which you should. It's better to play on an even playing field of just bandits or precision rifles opposed to trying to play with power weapons or trying to make it even with power weapons or get that advantage. Trust me, it's much, much easier, much better. Ninja carried Halo for years on his fucking back. And I mean, Ninja was like one of the first top streamers in Halo, and I also will give credit to Nated for that, because Nated was one of the first streamers back in the day in Halo, like along with like Silverson, Ninja. Like this is back on Justin.tv, and Justin TV was a thing before Twitch was. That's when it transitioned into Twitch. He said Legion disappointed you. I think they disappointed me too, Verb. I'm not gonna lie, they did disappoint me a little bit. I feel like Legion have had a lot of opportunities to make the Pro League. You know what I'm saying? They have had more opportunities than everybody else, to keep it real with you. Their best opportunity was that Friday night show match, but I think they just kind of came into it a little bit unprepared, and maybe underestimating AB because they have beaten them in scrims before. But I think that they just kind of didn't perform, to put it lightly. They just didn't perform. I think that I think they have a lot of things to work on. I don't know if their relationship with Weeman started to hold them back, because I think that when they weren't communicating with him as much, that's when they were playing better. But I think they just gotta, if I were them, I would cut ties with the person that kind of ruined their Worlds tournament, and then I would just focus on the team you have now, because this is still the best iteration of Legion that we've seen, period. But throughout the year, the team with Common and Gators, that was like a very lackluster team, because they had been together for at least 6 months, I think. They were together since last November or December, but they just weren't focusing on the right things in their practice or trying to improve upon the right things. And I think that's what held them back. It's just they don't play like bitches enough. And when I say that, that's like hiding in a corner, waiting for people to pass you, getting the drop on them. They just try to play like Shopify, but they don't have the same game sense as Shopify. But still, Morgan and Lido definitely improved their team tenfold. Like Lido was performing incredibly. Lido really has stepped it up in my eyes. I never really knew too much about him, but he's been playing really well. I'm surprised Kid Nasty's not on the team either. Like he used to be one of the top AMP prospects. And let me see what else I missed. What's going on, playlist plant? You nummy nut. You nummy nut. Well, they would be able to play in the AM League, Verb. They would be able to play in the AM League. Halo's been prize picks before, but he's talking about like wagers. Good grief. So he's talking about like when you like money eights. It's like money eights. That's what he's talking about. But Halo is on prize picks. Halo's on prize picks for HCS tournaments, but he's talking about like money eights. So like UMG and CMG, it would be like you go on there, you would like post for a match, or if you want to play against somebody, then you would go send them the link. They would agree to it. The money that you're betting against each other is already set there right there. And then when you win, then you get the payout on the website, and it shows your earnings, etc. Because prize picks is different. That's like sports. I don't want to say gambling, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's different. It's different. That's betting. That's betting on who's going to perform, opposed to betting against each other. That's the best way to put it. Anyone that thinks that, just show them someone on their team dying with the snipe and not wasting ammo throwing it off, other team getting it and going on a run. Happens in Infinite 24/7, so it's easy to show off. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, PJ. But people, like when I do watch parties and they'll see somebody wasting snipe, they'll be like, why did they do that? Why did they do that? They could not, they didn't need to do that. Their teammate could have got it, or they could have hit the snipe. I'm like, bro, it's so much better. Like every pro knows this. Every pro knows this, and it's not even arguable in my opinion. It's not arguable at all. If you feel like you're going to die with that weapon, waste the ammo or throw it off. There's no gray area. It is very black and white. If you are going to die with it, throw that shit off the map. Do not let your teammates or do not let your team be in a detrimental position because of that one weapon. And it could be even just one bullet, two bullets. If you see somebody like Stellar, like even you, PJ, if you see anybody that just gonna get it, if you get one or two bullets, that can change the whole landscape of the game. Those two bullets can be used for 2 body shots or 2 kills, and that can help the team get in the lead or get the advantage on you. There's no debating it. There's no debating it at all. I always tell people this. There's no debate. There's no debate. You have to do it. You have to do it. And if you don't, you're just putting yourself in a shitty position. He said, damn bro, on that grind, my diet always holds me back. I mean, the diet is the most important part, JB. The by far the most important part. You can't outwork a bad diet. You cannot outwork a bad diet at all. You have to focus on just eating whole foods and then slowly cutting out certain things like sugars, seed oils if you can, like just like certain like gums, food dyes. It's just anything. Like I focus on certain things for inflammation so I can have a lean face, and that's why I always go in the sauna for a long period of time, just so I can not have like water retention, like unnecessary water retention, better yet. But it's very, very important. You can't not focus on your diet. Like you can't go in the gym, work hard, and then do cardio, and then go eat like just candy or just some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? You have to focus on your diet no matter what. And then if you don't, then you're going to be in the gym for months on end to maybe even years on end, and you're going to be seeing the same exact results. That's why you'll see people saying, oh, why am I not seeing any results? I've been working out for 6 months. I'm like, well, it's probably your diet is shit, and you probably go and eat maybe for the first like 4 days of the week, and then have like 3 days of eating bullshit, fried foods, and like just processed foods, whatever it may be. But that's what holds people back. Also, alcohol does hold you back. I think alcohol is one of the biggest detriments in trying to gain muscle, because you cannot just be drinking consistently and also be in the gym. You have to pick one or the other. It's not to say you can't drink or just can't have fun, but you don't want to do that consistently. You have to do it every so often. But if you're really locked in, you know that alcohol is something that you have to really cut out, especially beers and whatnot. Like there's some, like it'll dry you out. Like if you drink alcohol and the next day you'll see yourself very lean and dry, but it's still not going to be, it's going to hold you back from putting on muscle. And I'm not even trying to get that big. I just have good genetics, and I just naturally have gotten bigger. But I think it's just I look bigger because I'm leaner. Like I was in Panera yesterday. I had like a free bagel for my birthday, and then I went and got that free bagel. And then the guy that was preparing, he's like, "Damn man, I gotta get like you. Like how do I get that physique?" And I'm like, it's just consistency and diet and just over time. Time's gonna pass anyways. You gotta if you're gonna put in work in the gym and just wait a little bit. And also seeing results is something that's going to help you want to keep going. Like that's like if you're playing Halo and you see yourself getting better, you're going to be more motivated to keep getting on the game and keep making progress. So that's like my biggest motivator is just looking in the mirror, seeing how far I've come, and then just wanting to keep going, and then setting micro goals for yourself too. That's why I said I was aiming for 10%. I got to 9%. Now my goal is going to be 7%, which is going to be hard as fuck, because 7% is like around where bodybuilders are on prep. And then I've been dieting as if I'm on prep for a show. That's why I'm thinking about doing one just in general, because I already had like the basics of the foundation already laid out. So I think I want to do that and just have you guys follow along my journey on YouTube or TikTok. And TikTok, not just and/or. Especially with the smaller sandbox nowadays, we got to waste power up and ammo. I fully agree with you, Two Shakes. Fully agree with you. Fully agree. Is Denoxide banned from competing? No, he's not banned from competing, Verb. People just aren't gonna want to team with him because he's a piece of shit. I'll put it like that. People aren't gonna want to team with him because he's just a piece of shit. One of the biggest pieces of shit in Halo. We talked about this, Verb. You asked me who I think the pieces of shit are, and Denoxide's up there definitely. And no argument for it. He said even you. I mean, PJ, you've been sniping like a motherfucker. I told you you've been doing some shit. You've been doing some shit. You said that the hands still say 18, and it's very apparent. It's very, very apparent. Trust me. You've been having some crazy shots. He said my SN up there with the grace I just have always given to others, but they know when. If I can get it, I always pop off. That's because you're unselfish, which is a good thing. That's because you're unselfish, and it's still good to have that quality or that characteristic in your gameplay. It's very, very good, because you still you could be the sniper and do all the other like flashy shit if you wanted, but that's just not what you are wanting to do. But if the sniper's in your hands, then you're gonna put it to use. But I fully agree with you, PJ. Like, trust me, I've been giving you massive flowers ever since you took that break and you came back. You've been on your shit. Not to say you weren't before, but this is like new and improved, PJ. Like this is some incredible gameplay. Decision making, skill set, everything. And I ain't saying that just because you in here. I say that just in general. Even watching the tournaments. And if I can see it, I know everybody else is able to see it too. He said 8% diet, 20% gym. I think it's probably like, I'd say like 70% diet and then 30% gym, because a lot of niggas go into the gym and they don't put in work. So that's why I say that too. A lot of people will go and they will take pictures and they just want to be in the gym to have it look good for social media and Instagram, but they won't actually want to look good for themselves. They'll be in the gym posing and looking in the mirror, and I'll be seeing people pose in the mirror instead of like actually working, and I'll be like, you still got work to do. And that's not my ego, but you need to get on the machine and work. Don't be taking 5-minute breaks, or don't take too long of breaks unless you're putting up some heavy ass weight. But for me, I'm not working out for strength. I'm working out for hypertrophy and to have more toned muscles opposed to just getting big. But I just naturally will get big just because of my genetics. Is Renegade playing Halo again? He is, Shadow. He is on phase. He's on phase. It is Renegade, Legend, Bound, and Stellar. They're on phase now. Said Legion up, but I saw that, Verb. You can't say that, Verb. You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that Gators lost to a girl. You gotta stop saying that. You being a horn dog like you are, you can't be sexist saying that shit. They did lose to Pink Sequoia and Drift, which they should not have lost to. I do agree with you. They should not have lost to that team, especially on paper. If you have a team of top AM players that have been making pool play, Common, Gators, Looney, Ice Kid, there's no reason why they should be losing to Drift's team. No reason at all. V-Man got banned. Gators lost. Guys, stop saying that, Verb. Stop saying that. Stop saying that. Stop saying that. But Sirion is the best hope. He is the best hope. You ain't lying. Like, I said, have you seen the base? What do you mean? What's the base? What's the base playlist plan? What's that? It's not even 70 here. I'm always on this early, Sherman. This is actually late for me. I got on late, but I was just getting ready this morning. But I'm always on this early. Come on, man. You gotta get with the program. You gotta get with the program. I'm always on at this time. My normal time that I get on is about 9 a.m. Eastern. Always, always. I ain't on West Coast. I'm on West Coast, but I'm always on at this time. This is regularly scheduled programming. It takes about 30 to 45 minutes to burn 160 calories. I don't think it takes that long. They don't take that long. You know what I'm saying? That don't take that long. If you're walking with no incline or anything like that, yeah, but it don't take that long. It don't take that long. Trust me. You can burn 100 calories in a mile if you're on the treadmill, and that can take like probably 15 minutes. So it don't take 30 to 45 minutes. That's too damn much. 30 to 45 minutes, I'm burning at least 3 to 400. That's too. You gotta, like, if you walking like normally, yeah, like if you walking outside or some shit like that. But I would prefer, or I would suggest to go in the gym and be on the treadmill or bike or something like that, and then or Stairmaster is the best in my opinion. That shit is hard. Stairmaster is the hardest workout I've ever done, by far the hardest workout I've ever done. But that's like that is not that's not good. That's not good if you're doing that. Like, trust me, Zyper, trust me. It's very easy to burn calories. It's just the method in which you burn calories. But the granola bars aren't going to be good because I see what you're saying, but you can still burn calories. I know, I see what you're saying. You're saying it's easier to eat calories than work them off, but it's still easy to burn calories too. You can burn 600 calories in an hour to an hour and a half. That's why. So if you eat like some bullshit, you can still burn it off. I see what you're saying. Like, it's easier to eat calories than burn them, but you can still burn them off pretty easy. Trust me, I know, Zyper. I know what you're saying, but I'm not missing the point. But I'm saying that it's not, the math ain't mathing. The math ain't adding up correctly. That's why I'm saying that. Your gangster team makes it easy. You guys have a great. I love your guys' team. What's the word? It's like the chemical makeup of your team. I love the chemical makeup of your team because that I love, like, you guys' play styles all fit in together perfectly. Like, I think you guys are like the perfect makeup of a team, especially going against Shopify and whatnot. Said, what was your breakfast? I don't eat breakfast, Sherman. I fast until the afternoon. I don't ever eat breakfast. I fast until about 2 to 3 p.m. every day. Every day. Not everyone is in the same shape as you. I mean, but it's still, everybody can still go on the treadmill, Zyper. It doesn't matter about being in my shape. Everybody can still go on the treadmill and put it to a 7 incline and 3.5 speed and still have a good little walk, a brisk walk, and still burn a decent amount of calories. Because I'm not running a 15-minute mile. That's not a lot. But if you're running, it should be around like 7 to 10 minutes if you're starting off. But you could still get on the treadmill, still put it at a decent incline. That's why it's better to do like treadmill workouts instead of just walking outside, because walking outside is still good to get your steps, but if you really want to burn calories, you got to get on the treadmill and put it to a decent incline, decent speed, not too fast, and then you can still burn a lot of calories. It doesn't matter about my shape. It could be anybody, because when I go on the treadmill, it's probably about 15 minutes for for a mile with my speed and whatnot, 15 to 16 minutes. But in that mile, I will burn at least 100 calories. Every like 0.1 mile is like 10 calories. It's very easy, very easy. For the teams needing org representation, I gotta look. I gotta make a Reddit account because I can't even view Reddit no more. But the only teams that need org representation are Four of a Kind, Mercenaries, and Vitality, because there is Shopify, Cloud9, Setting Baseline, FaZe, and SSG. So there's 3 teams that need org representation in the Pro League. That's it. Not too many. But if you are a team that is needing org representation and you're in the Pro League, you are definitely going to want a salary because you don't need travel coverage to the next 2 tournaments, and it's better to have that travel budget allocated to you in salary opposed to opposed to just giving free representation, unless the org has a lot of resources, like FaZe has a lot of resources. So I can understand why they want to be under FaZe, because you have the HQ, you can go there early, they'll help you with any peripherals and whatnot. But like, say for instance Cloud9, I don't think Cloud9 is going to be offering anything opposed to merch. And Cloud9 doesn't have the best PR right now at all. Did you mean please don't slime it? Wait, what did you say, Playlist Plant? What'd you say? What's going on, Emperor? What's popping, homie? Top of the morning. SSG after the scrims. I did not see it, Gerald. That was late. I did not see it. I'm gonna look at the data hive and see if I can watch some games or broadcast. But I did not see it because that was a late scrim. That was a very late scrim. And what's going on, John? Top of the morning, man. Top of the morning. Hope you have a great day as well. Let me see what else I missed. I think if Snakebite was 6 foot, he would have more of an impact on the map. Then why aren't you having more of an impact, Gators? How did you lose to that team this past weekend, Gators? I need to ask you that question. I need to ask you that. How did that happen? But no, Sherman, I fast every day. I think fasting is very important. I think that a lot of people need to block out food noise if they're trying to lose weight, because people will just be thinking about food consistently, and they will always be thinking that just because they have food in their mind that they need to eat, but food is fuel. That's how you have to view it. You don't need to be eating just to eat. You need to eat when your body actually is hungry, and you need that to refuel you for the day. I think that's the right word, refuel. Let's play. It's still Verb's disappointed in y'all, and I expected more from y'all at the very least. Excuse me. You guys gotta step it up, Gators. You gotta step it up, because you 6 foot, but you guys losing the Pink Sequoia and Drift, and they ain't even 5'10". You gotta be stepping it up. You can't be. You're a BTH alumni. I'm expecting more from you. You gotta do BTH right. Come on now. You see Siren's video on X? I think you're talking about yesterday's emo. Yeah, we watched it yesterday. If you're talking about Minas, yeah, we watched that one. If that's what you're talking about. I think that's what you're talking about. Not entirely sure. So what's good, bro? You spoke to Niak recently? I have not, Lee. I have not. But I watched his. I've been watching his vlogs like all the time. Whenever he releases them, I watched it this morning. I was getting ready. I always watch them when I'm like wake up and I'm getting ready for the day. It's like a good little get out of bed vlog. Motivates me to get ready and get on my own shit. But I have not spoken to him. I hope he's doing well. I know he's doing well. But I have not talked to him in recent times. Not too recently. Are you gonna watch Party of the Scrim? Probably not, Dev. Probably not, because that will be later on in the day, and I will be probably at the gym. I will not. I probably will not be watching the Scrim. I saw the Rebels perform yesterday. I think they will fuck FaZe today, 12-1. I mean, if I'll be honest with you, Dad, that's not going to be the score of the scrim. That's not going to be the score of the scrim. That's not. The FaZe is going to win more than one game. No disrespect to Shopify, the FaZe is going to win more than one game. You are just underrating FaZe. What? Why are you just basically saying that FaZe is going to get shit on? Why would you think that a team of that caliber is just going to get shit on? Like that's not going to be the case. These teams are very close, and like the gap between Shopify and these teams is not too wide. I mean, Shopify beat 4 of a Kind yesterday, and 4 of a Kind has been closing that gap as well. But you didn't see Shopify shit on 4 of a Kind yesterday, so why would you think that FaZe is going to get shit on today? That's why I'm confused. That doesn't make any sense. The motherfuckers will fuck Snake's team. Wait, what? Why? Wait. What? They didn't fuck Snake's team. It was 8-5, Dad. That's not fucking a team. What are you talking about? That's not the truth. What are you saying, bro? You've been off the shits lately. You've been off the shits. You saying that the team gets shit on because they lost 8-5. That's not getting shit on. Mind you, they just went to game 7 in the last tournament that they played, and that's just a scrim. The tournament is more so what you got to be looking at, and they lost game 7. I feel like game 7 is always Origin Slayer, or yeah, Origin Slayer 2. I feel like I've seen that consistently. It can't be 12-1 because they're playing 15 games. That is true, Zypher. That is true. I don't think he took that in, or put that in perspective. Rebels were dominating the games. They're not dominating. Dab. They beat them 8-5. That's not dominating. That's a good scrim. What do you mean? I'm confused on what you're trying to say. You don't have ball knowledge like you think you do, Dav. You really got to start to actually watch the games, because 8-5 is not fucking the other team and dominating the other team. It's literally not possible to be dominating a team and be beating them 8-5. That's a good scrim. If you dominating a team, I did watch a little bit of it, Dad, but I'm looking at the score. That's not dominating the scrim. Like, if you dominate the scrim, you're winning like 12-1, or the other team only wins 2 games. That's it. Like if you're dominating, the other team only wins 2 games. They won 5. That's not dominating, Dab. So how is that? How are you saying that? I'm confused on how you're saying that. There's some games that they probably won by a large margin, yes, like the recharge strongholds. But you can't say that. You're just disrespecting the other team, and you're just showing that you don't have the ball knowledge. Live Fire Strongholds isn't showing a data hype. Thank you, Slow Dive. So it's even better than that. It's even better than 8.5. It's 8.6. Let me see. Live Fire Strongholds, you said? Let me see. Yeah, I think you're correct. I think you're correct, Slow Dive. On top of the morning as well, Slow Dive. Yeah, you're right, because I don't see Live Fire. I don't see Live Fire Strongholds on here. Yeah, that's Live Fire Ball. Live Fire King, yeah, it's not showing it. So you're correct, it's 8-6. So it was a 2-game scrim, Dev, or 2-game discrepancy in the scrim score. And then you're saying that they got dominated? But that's you're not answering the question, Dev. You're saying, you do not realize that you cannot say it's objectively false what you are saying. If there is a scrim where there's a 2-game discrepancy on who's won and who lost, you're saying that they got dominated? You're just disrespecting the other team, bro. Like, I guarantee if Descendants team lost 8-6, you're not going to say they got dominated. It was definitely 8-6, so that's a great scrim. That's a great scrim. Those teams have been very close, especially now. The gap has been closed between them and 4 of a Kind. 4 of a Kind is starting to play to their full potential. It ain't about the score. It is about the score, Dav, because you can't say that a team is getting dominated if they are losing by 2 games. That doesn't make any sense, Dav. If they're winning games, how are they getting dominated? I will wait for your response. That's probably it, Zypher as well. Invariably said Dav fell off ever since the accident. I don't. He did fall off since then. I don't know what has been on with him or going on with him. And I got you, Jay. No problem, homegirl. No problem. Mr. BTH watch parties. I do miss them too, Lee. Just unfortunately, Halo's not in the best spot. So I know that when the new Halo comes back, I'm sure there will be an Optic team, and I'm sure we will be able to get those things or get the watch party start back up and drop pods and whatnot. But it's just there's no Optic presence in Halo obviously right now outside of me, and then obviously the old Optic players. But it's just nothing really to invest in, if that makes sense. But Dav, what are you saying? He's not rage baiting battle. That's the thing. On top of the Monin battle, on top of the Monin veggies, it's not him rage baiting. It's just him showing that he does not have knowledge. And that's like, Dav, that's not possible. It's if they are only losing by 2 games, how is that possible? Like, if they're literally winning games, then how are they getting dominated most of the game? That doesn't make any sense. There's going to be time periods where the other team has control and you have control. It's just about being able to take back the control and take back map presence or map control. Yes, exactly, Dougie. And it's a scrim as well. But Dav is saying that they're just getting dominated when the score is 8-6. That doesn't make any sense. I just don't understand where you come from, Dav. You've just been having awful takes lately. Awful takes. And you're trying to disrespect a team that literally lost by 2 games. That doesn't make any damn sense. The score doesn't show the reality? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. The score does show the reality if they're winning games. What are you saying? What you saying? How is that possible? How is that possible, Dav? How is that possible if the score doesn't show the reality if they're winning games? How is that possible? That doesn't make any damn sense. You're gonna piss me off this early in the morning. What was the score in the last LAN? That is not really a factor right now, Dab. That was 4 months ago. That was 4 months ago. You don't think a team can improve in 4 months? That does not matter. We'll talk about the last tournament that they played, which was a game 7. So now you're trying to you're moving the goalposts. Do you see what you're doing? You're going from they got dominated in the scrim, and now you don't have any defense on why they got dominated. So you're going all the way back 4 months to try and prove your point. That's not even relevant at this point. That's not relevant. That's not relevant. If they go to the next Pro League LAN and then they start getting dominated, then yeah, you can say that. But that's not the case. I didn't see it, Gators. I didn't see it. I'm probably gonna rewatch it. I think Tommy streamed. I think he streamed it. So I'll watch it. I'll rewatch it. It is the same case because I think Four of a Kind has won scrims from the Rebels before. They're not winning the scrim, Dab. That's not my point. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah, he did scream it. But that's not, you can't, Dav, your takes are just terrible right now, bro. I for lack of a better phrase, what you're saying is just absolutely asinine. You're trying to literally move the goalposts to 4 months before, and you're not talking about the actual scrim last night. We're not talking about the scrim last night, or we're not talking about the tournament from before. We're talking about the scrim last night, and you said, quote, they got dominated. The scrim score was by 2. It was, they lost by 2. What do you mean? I do understand, Dab. You don't get it. How are you going to tell me I don't get it? You don't know what you're fucking saying, dog. You don't know what you're saying. And I'm trying to actually educate you. I'm trying to educate you. I don't know how it's either, Zyper. It's just, it's raising my cortisol, which is affecting my physique. I don't need, that's the bad thing. That's the thing. I'm just raising my cortisol with this nigga, bro. I'm just raising my cortisol. I get what he's saying. It just doesn't make any sense. And that's true, Gators. You do own it. That's respectful. That's respectful. You just got to make sure you come back better next time in the aPG League. And what's going on, Victor? What's popping? Top of the morning, main. Top of the morning. Like, what I'm trying to say, you didn't get it? No, Dav. What do you mean I'm done? What do you mean? This is a debate. And why are you just pussying out? Why are you pussing out of the debate? He's not negative vibes. He's not negative vibes. Dav is just not knowing what he's saying. So what are you saying, Dad? How do I not get it? And Four of a Kind, it's not about winning scrims. It's the fact that they are keeping up in the scrim. But you're trying to say that they got dominated when it was a 2-game scrim. That doesn't make any sense. The scrims does not matter. But that's true. The scrims don't matter. But if you want to talk about the most recent tournament, they went to Game 7. They went to Game 7. So how are you going to say that? If you're looking at the most recent online tournament, DreamHack Atlanta was 4 months ago. That does not factor in right now because teams are going to improve by this point. That was 4 months ago. If we were having LAN tournaments more consistently, then you could use that. But that last tournament was literally in May, I think. Yeah, May, a very long time ago. But what are you saying, Dav? You just the topic of this is the scrim. So why are you trying to move the goalpost? Do you know what that means? If you are moving the goalpost, if you are saying, if you go from they got dominated in the scrim to and they had no control throughout the games, do you see how you are incorrect? If they are winning the games, they do obviously have control and they are playing very well. They lost 2 games, or they only lost by 2 games. That doesn't make any sense what you're saying. There's some games where there's a large discrepancy, yes, but they're literally at 50-48. There's games where Four of a Kind have won. Like, what are you saying, bro? The Rebels were in control of the game most of the time, but that's not possible, Dav. If they are winning, the other team's winning the game. Do you see how that's not possible? Regardless of if they have control most of the game, they don't have control at the most important time, which is to win the game. I'm just confused on what you're trying to say. You don't know what you're saying. You can't try to disrespect this team and say that they have no they had no chance in the scrim when they lost by 2 games. It was 8-6. Now you won't say that if Descendants team lost. You won't say that if Descendants team lost 8-6, would you? You would not say that. You would not say that. You're just being rude. Respectfully, you're being rude towards the other team. You can have control most of the game and still lose. Yes. But you're obviously not controlling it at the right times. Dab, you're not going to keep control of the entire game unless you're absolutely dominating the game. There's going to be time periods where you're going to lose control. You have to gain back control, and you're not giving Four of a Kind any credit on gaining back that control and winning the game. The score doesn't reflect the outcome. Sometimes it is key moments, right? Not really, because the score has to reflect the outcome. The score has to reflect the outcome. And having some ice, it's a good question. Having some ice and being able to clutch up in the end games is very important, because you got to think about at tournaments. You know, if you're getting dominated, say if you're in Dav's perspective, like if you're down 0-3 in a King of the Hill and you come back and you win, that's still a testament to how good you were doing. It's just you have more control through the second half and you weren't starting off very well. You see what I'm saying? But having that ice in your, like that ice quality and being able to clutch up is very, very important. So it goes both ways. If you're not able to close out a game and you have control the entire time, then that's a problem, because you're not able to close out the game and you don't have that ice. That's what I'm trying to say. Not say that 4 of a kind or Shopify don't, but I'm just giving you an example. I hope that makes sense. Shopify or Snakes team. It was Shopify 8-6. It was 8-6. No, that was a very good question, Tabby. Very, very good question. Very good question. It was 8-6. It says 8-5, but it was 8-6. One of the games is not showing up. No problem, Vaulted. I said that properly. Hope I said that properly. No problem, man. No problem. No, I have not yet, Gators. I have a Google Doc for it. I'm not going to do a tier list. That's too much work because I got to download the logos and whatnot. And I'm sure the LVT already has those downloaded for the graphics and whatnot. So it'd be better for me to just do a Google Doc. But the predictions for next week are going to be pretty expected, in my opinion. I think I can, like, it wouldn't even take me long. That's a great question. Great question, Tappy. I love questions like that. Keep it up. Keep it up. Fantastic question. Fantastic questions. I hope I didn't miss anything. If you missed anything, you guys always feel free to type it again. Always feel free to type it again. I think Dav is insinuating that they were lucky to get 6 wins and shouldn't have gotten them, only to get through by luck. I think that is what he's saying, Smileyus. That's a great point. That's a great point. That is what he's saying. That is what he's saying. But still, you can't get lucky when winning a game. You have to be able to do something in that game to have that spark to get you back in and win the game. Even if you, that's like saying you're down 0-2 in a series and you didn't have control most of the series because you won in a reverse sweep. And that's why you were able to win just in the last 3 games. But you didn't have any control in the beginning of the series. But you still have to have that mental and that that mental part and that quality to be able to come back, because that's a testament to how great a team is. If a team is able to not have control in the first half of the game and still be able to regroup and get that control back and keep control to win the game, then you have to give them credit. Dav is trying to say that they got dominated when that's Dav's exact statement, is they got dominated and the scrim score was 8-6. 1-3 to SSG losers finals, 1-4-3. The SR sent to game 7 and effort. They're getting better. Exactly, Zyper. 4 of a kind is getting better. 4 of a kind is getting better. What does the damage have to do with anything, Dav? Why its damage is always heavy. Like it's always a lot. That's why its specialty is being most efficient and being able to be everywhere and nowhere at the same time, because he's able to just put damage on multiple people and also advance on the map and create space, and also what's it called, like force the other team into a certain spawn point so they can get their consistent spawn kills and then just run up the score. But what are you saying, Dab? You can't just move the goalposts. Like you said, I'm not saying 4 of a kind is a bad team. They're amazing. That's why they're the second team. But I'm saying is that Shopify played amazing. I think the Rebels are much better. That's not what you said, Dav. That's not what you said. Your exact words were Shopify dominated 4 of a kind in that scrim. That's what your exact words were. Is that Shopify got dominated, or Shopify dominated them. 4 of a kind got dominated, and that's just not true. You can't get dominated if you win 6 games. This is not possible. Being dominated is losing, or losing every game besides like 1 or 2. That's not possible. The Rebels just happen to be way better. I mean, obviously they're better, Dav. You're not saying anything that's not apparent to everybody. Everybody knows that Shopify is the best team. That's why what you're saying blanket statements over what you said before. I'm still on the point of you saying that they got dominated because they lost 2 games, or they lost by 2 games. It's the only team that BSR is made of 4 descendants. That's true, Epic. That's true. That's very true. That's why I said they're gonna fuck face today. But that's not what you said, Dav. You said 4 of a kind got dominated last night. That's what you said, and that's why you think FaZe would be losing 12-1. You said FaZe is gonna lose today 12-1. You said they're only gonna win 1 game because of the way that Shopify played last night, and you don't have any reason on why you're saying that. That makes no sense, bro. That makes no sense. You think that FaZe is genuinely going to win 1 fucking game? Do you want to place a bet on that, Dav? If you're so confident in what you're saying, let's place a bet. Let's place a bet. Let's place a bet. If you're confident in that shit, let's place a bet. You think Renegade goes back to COD, or does he hang around in Halo? I think he's going to be in Halo for the time being. MW4 comes out after the Pro League is done, like the Pro League matches. So I think he is going to be playing Halo up until then, and then he'll have to make the decision of if he's going back to the Huntsman or if he's going to be going to Halo Fest as well. That's the main thing. It's Halo Fest. If he wants to compete in Halo Fest, it's going to be difficult because that's when the COD season is really going to start. Like usually the game comes out and then a couple months later is when the season actually starts. So I think that that's going to be like a tough decision for him to make. But if he's doing well in Halo, like say he'd be starting to get paid because his stream and everything is doing very well, that's going to be a decision he has to make. But I think he'll stay in Halo for now, and then we have to wait and see what the future of Halo looks like. That's the only thing, is that COD does have a sustainable scene and they're going to always have tournaments. But Halo, we just don't know what's going to happen next year. That's the shitty part. But I think that he'll be staying in Halo for now. Optic boys have gone to phase. Was there no way Optic re-enters? There's just no reason for Optic to be in right now, Gib. The reason that they are not in, or excuse me, what was I gonna say? Trying to make sure I say this correctly. The reason why FaZe and these other organizations like FaZe, Cloud9, SSG, and Shopify, yes, Shopify, Cloud9, FaZe, and SSG, they are all technically still partnered in the Halo ecosystem, or a part of the Halo ecosystem, and so they were always going to be getting an invite to Halo Fest. Like these organizations are going to be 100% getting an invite to Halo Fest, and they were just waiting until there was a team that was worthy of them to pick up, because it wouldn't have made sense. They're not also getting salary. That's another part, but they're just not. They've been waiting to get teams to go to Halo Fest, and then since the teams that, or the players that have come back have made great teams, that's when they're picking them up ahead of Pro League or during the Pro League. But there's just no reason. There's no reason for Optic to be in right now. You got to think about it. There's just Halo's got more of a resurgence right now, but there is still not ATS sanctioned tournaments. There's no worlds. There's no like $250,000 events. It just doesn't make any sense, because Optic is a business at the end of the day. Now they're signed, but they're just not getting salary. They're signed, but they're not getting salary. I think that's the case. The only person that's paying salary right now is Shopify. Shopify and Luminon was, but they were the second best team, or like they were with 4 of a kind, and then they had a falling out. So those are the only teams that were getting salary. But I don't believe that SSG, FaZe, none of these teams, I don't think Ascending Baseline is either. If they are, it's probably something very small. But Ascending Baseline is like a tier 2, tier 3 org. But yeah, they're just playing. They're just basically playing, and then they can get the the resources and everything that the org provides, like a that they play, or that they get, like they can play at their facility. They can have like maybe a pre-LAN, because FaZe does have the Dallas facility now. So that's what the benefits are to sign to FaZe. Sign without salary. What's the point exactly? Just everything I said, like the peripherals. Like peripherals are like keyboards, controllers, mouses, equipment, essentially, and then also just any resources like the facility, being able to get flown out early to go practice with your team, things like that. But like certain orgs, like say it's not SSG, but Cloud9, I don't think Cloud9 is providing anything besides jerseys and merch, to my knowledge. And Havens, thank you so much for the 6 months in advance. Damn, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love, Betty. Appreciated as always. Thank you so much. Welcome, homie. Welcome, welcome, welcome to APG Bill. Thank you so much. Thank you. 6 months in advance. I will make sure it is worth your while. I promise. Pinky promise. Pinky promise. I will make sure it's worth your while. Thank you so much, homie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, homie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sorry I was yapping when you said. I apologize. I'm just trying to make sure I get my train of thought out, because I got streamer brain, so I be all over the place with what I say. Thank you so much, Havens. Thank you, thank you, thank you, homie. Very, very appreciated. Much love. Renegade also said he doesn't know if he will like the new COD. I mean, that's also another factor. That's probably another factor. What's going on, Goofball? Let me see what you said. You said something else. I'll put 100 on SR. And what do you think the result will be? I don't know how many game types they're playing, Dav, so I don't know. But I can tell you that FaZe is going to win more than one game. If you genuinely think that FaZe is going to win one game, then put a bet on it. If you are that confident in the statements that you say, let's put a bet on it. What would you like the bet to be? And if it was tied 6-6, that's even more testament to how great 4 of a kind was playing. If Dav is saying, because Dav was saying that 4 of a kind got dominated, but the score was 8-6. 8-6. The score is not one of the games not on here, but 8-6. That's not to say Shopify didn't play better. But to say that another team got dominated when they lost the scrim by 2 games is just not the case. And he's thinking that because Four of a Kind lost by 2 games, that FaZe is going to win 1. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Snakebyte's team went 8-6. We all saw Shopify dominate teams, but before it was Snakebyte's team actually brought it, and every game was close. Exactly, Balti. That's what I'm saying. It's just Four of a Kind has been closing the gap between them and Shopify. Before, like at DreamHack Atlanta, the gap was widening, but they have been improving. They've been practicing. They're going to get better over time. It's these teams are not going to be able to beat Shopify just off the very rip. Like, I don't even think FaZe is going to beat Shopify off the rip, but they're going to grind. They're going to put in the time. They're going to go over things, and they're going to be better each day. They're going to keep getting better. That's exactly, Hef. Exactly. Any watch parties for the Halo League? I mean, I'll be watch party, but Nick is very busy with just his IRL content. You know what I'm saying? He's doing his IRL content, and he's killing it. So that's also like content that I want to dive into, but I don't think Nick's going to be interested in watching any Halo right now. I highly doubt it. If he wants to, then I'm always here, and he knows that. But I don't think that he's going to want to. Do the orgs have any PR teams or anything that can aid players with content or exposure? That's not like a part of orgs. You know what I'm saying, Gladiator? It's just that the players have to make their own PR and get their own exposure. But I mean, the only thing that they could, like the orgs that aid, like they aid in that way is through content and through videos and stuff like that. But I don't think any of the orgs right now are doing that besides Shopify, to my knowledge. But no, it's just I don't think there's going to be any exposure like that for them unless they are starting to champion them or put them in videos or content like that. But to do content, you need a team that's in the same area. So it's mainly just exposure for them, like for the like organization. But these orgs are already going to be, they were already going to be picking up teams like since the like end of last year. They were just waiting for a team to be like worthy for them to pick up and try and build around. But there's no like PR teams or anything like that. It's just you have to make your own PR and content and streaming and YouTube and anything like that. That's like the best way. I hope I explained that decently for you. That's actually a good question. That's a very good question. But there's no PR teams for orgs. It's just like, say for Optic, like obviously when you join Optic, then you have the green wall behind you, but it's up to you to make sure that you produce content and help the green wall support you in your own content. Hope that makes sense. See, anything else I missed? What's going on? Skate was popping on me. $1,500 said $100 per match. I'm guessing 15. I think I did see that. And that's a W from Chadway in his community. That is a W. And Tappy, you said, what's your thoughts on Precision and Talik? I've watched them for a while, but don't have much of an opinion on them. Precision is one of the best slayers in the game. Like, doesn't miss at all. Talik is a very good versatile player. He's just he's in the right place at the right time, similar to Trippy. And he's just that glue player, I think, to that team. It's like hard to explain his playstyle, but Talik has a lot of skill. He has a very good game sense too. Very good game sense. He's one of the players that you always have to check your corners for and make sure that they're not flanking you or they're not going to be catching you off guard when you walk into a different area. But that's like, in Precision is like one of the main slayers, like I said, one of the best main slayers in the game. So I think that's the best way I can put it. But Precision came from Gears of War. He was one of the top players in Gears, or like he was on a top team in Gears, winning one of the, like some of the most tournaments in Gears. Same with Mental. He was teaming with Mental in Gears. And Talik this is his first opportunity being on a top team, opposed to, or just different players and on a top team, because he was teaming with the Native Red / TSM players for the majority of his career, which was Brux, Soul Snipe, Manny. And now he's being able to showcase his full potential, I think, just because he's kind of out of his comfort zone on a new roster. But ever since he got on this team, he's been hitting the ground running, and he's been showing that he's got what it takes. Rebels are dominating. I'm referring to the control of the game mainly, but that doesn't make any sense, Lav. You can't be dominating if the other team's winning the game. That's just objectively wrong. It's objectively wrong. Exactly what Hef said. 8-6 is objectively not domination. That's what he's saying. He said, need you in Optic content more? Always jokes. I will be when I get to Dallas, Gib. I'm just in Florida right now visiting my family, just because Halo's not in the best spot. So I'm just doing me, stacking my bread, getting on a good routine with the gym and streaming. And that's, I've been doing very well for myself, I'd say, like in gym and streaming. That's literally just all I've been doing is gym stream. But I will be back in Dallas in due time. We'll just hopefully Halo is in a better spot in the future. by your logic, they could have lost 6-8 and still dominated. But that's not possible, Dav. You can't be dominating if you're not winning every single game. If you have the other team winning the game, then how is that possible? I thought Forward kind of looked better this week than prior scrims. They have been looking much better, Havens. They've been looking much better. They've been improving. It's like like I said earlier, the gap between them and Shopify was widening at DreamHack Atlanta, but they've been putting in the time, they've been putting in the work, and that's why they went to Game 7. Before DreamHack Atlanta, they were going to Game 7s basically every time they played, you know what I'm saying? But now they're going back to those Game 7s, and it's just about closing those last games out or edging them out in the Slayers. Pause. But that's the main thing. Like they've been putting in the time. But to Dav's point, you can't be. Oh, can you hear me now, Gib? Let me know if you can hear me. I did just answer it, but I have no problem answering it again, homie. Just let me know if you're out of the ad. I appreciate you watching it too. And let me know if you're out of the ad. I got you. Okay, I was saying that I will be in Optic content in due time when I go back to Dallas. I'm just in Florida. That's why you see that house phone and whatnot, because I'm in my dad's office. But I'm just in Florida right now, just stacking my bread, getting on a good routine with the gym, and just streaming. And I think I've been doing pretty well for myself thus far, just being consistent. And I will be in Dallas like in due time, but just waiting for Halo to be in a better spot. Because in the beginning of this year, there was like, and end of last year, there was just nothing that was going on with Halo. But now we have more of a resurgence, so it's better now in Halo. But I can just make more bread here. I've been selling old shoes, just side hustling and just keeping afloat, because I can do more here than I could in Dallas. Because when I get to Dallas, it's just straight streaming and then working that way. Because last year that's what I did, just keep streaming nonstop, and that was straight. But now that Halo's in a weird spot, now it's better now. But now that Halo's in a weird spot, it's just better for me to be here. Because I got a lot of old shoes and shit like that, like from back in the day, that I can just sell off now because of the market. And I can make a lot of bread. Hope that makes sense. So that makes sense. But in due time, I will be back in Dallas. I'm trying to work on being the best model, like being the best looking streamer, so I can be in modeling content with Nick. What are your thoughts on how long it takes for a team to click? SSG is going to need more scrims or VOD review. I'd say you can give a team. That's a great question too, Havens. Fantastic question. I'd say you can give a team a month for them to show signs of promise, or to show that they are improving. Because for instance, the SSG team last year at the start of the year, the Lucid Eco Snakebite, or not Snake, oh yeah, Lucid Eco Snakebite Stellar team, that team was like, people were saying to give them time, they're going to figure it out. But then a month came by, they weren't showing improvement, and 2 months came by, they weren't showing improvement. So I'd say a month. You got to see if there's signs of them getting better and getting more acclimated with each other within a month. If not, then that's when things are going to be a little bit rough. And another example is Legion. Legion had been together for 6 months, and they were only getting worse, in my opinion. They went from getting top 8, and then they went to top 12, and then they were still trying to make it work after that top 12, and then they were like, all right, we're just getting shit on now, because they lost like 3 scrims where they just weren't winning more than 3 games, and then they made a team change for Morgan and Lido, and that was the team change they should have made well before that. Because if they made the team change beforehand, they might have been able to make a lot more improvements and then have better, like just better team chemistry. But I think they made that team change a little bit too late, and it was just too little too late. Still was a better team change, like a better team, and a team change that was necessary. But it was a team change they should have made months and months ago, so they could have had more practice, because they're still going to be playing from the back foot against these other top teams. SR was running it down as usual, trying to keep pressure on spawners, but Forkan was finding it was not Sagger life on 3x1 have advantage on SR. I probably will, Goofball. I want to see the. I saw some of it. But I want to see the SSG Cloud9 scrim, because I did not see this at all. Because this was late, and this is while I was at the gym. So I want to see a little bit of this. And I'll look at the Halo data high for this as well. But I probably will. That's a good suggestion, Goofball. Very good suggestion. But I probably will definitely watch some. What's going on? Theory? What's popping? Main? What's popping? Yeah, it does. Just wondered. I remember back in the day when SSG did that, did like that vlog where they interviewed the players in the team house and showed their routines. That's what made me think of it. Yeah, that's only with some orgs. Like Optic does the best at that. You know what I'm saying? And then Shopify does a great job of that whenever they're in the same area. But it's not. It just all depends on if the team is all together. You know what I'm saying? If the team is all in the same area, that's the most important thing. Because if they're not, then it's going to be difficult to make content. But when Shopify gets flown out to a pre-LAN or they go to the HQ, that's when they're able to make the podcasts or make their little like guess your rank videos and other things like that. They were at the Shopify Summit, and those things also do build team chemistry. They build a lot of team chemistry, and those things help you become a better championship roster. Excuse me, and they help you being a much better championship roster. I think so, Dav. I think so. That's how it's gonna work. Dav, are you gonna make the bet on how many on how many games FaZe win? And thank you, Havens. I saw your message. Thank you for keeping us up to date. I appreciate you, homie. That's what I'm here for. I'm here. That's exactly what I'm here for. I'm Halo's Zuma, Takrab, and Breaking Point. Ronnie Intel all in one. That is my goal, and that's been my lane, thankfully. I'm very blessed for that. Very, very blessed. Yeah. But I think that is how it works, Dav. Whoever wins this scrim will be winning the cash prize. And it's just going to be split between all the players on the team. No, Finners, that's going to be it. I mean, there's going to be global LVT tourneys, like global LVT open tourneys. That's what they said recently, but they don't have any dates planned yet. But I can probably predict the dates because there's certain weekends that Pro League is not going to go on. So I think that's when they're going to be holding their open tournaments, and then my tournament. But I don't know if that's going to be global. It was like 9-7 4 of a kind, or SR. I think it was 9-7 because people were saying that it was at least 8-6. So it was 9-7. That's even better. I mean, it's still 2-game discrepancy, but that's even better of a score because Dav was saying that he got dominated. I've been listening to this. I think that what Dav is getting at, that you can all control within the game, however it swings and roundabouts for the other team to capitalize on the right moments. There's a team wins 30 wins. But you have capitalized, so you haven't made the killer blow. That's how I've read it. But that's different. I think I see what you're saying, Callie, but it's still different in Halo. It's different in Halo because in sports, like say soccer, you could be on the aggressor part, and then you could have many more shots, but then that other team can win with one shot when they get over to the, like you could miss a whole bunch of your possessions, and then you get to the other side of the field and you win, or you shoot once and you score and you win the game from that. But that's not how, in my opinion, Halo will work, because Halo is going to be a game of you always have to take back control. Even if you're dominating in the beginning, you could have spawn traps, but it's going to be up to you to break out of that spawn trap, and then whoever can gain control and keep it for the longest is going to be the team that wins. That's what I'm trying to say. I can understand what you're saying 100%, but what Dav is saying, that they're getting dominated, and that's just not how it works, Dav. That's not how it works at all. Because you're thinking that just because the other team doesn't have control for the beginning of the half of the game, that the other team is getting dominated. That's just them having control for that moment in the game, and then the other team is going to regain control. That's literally how competitive Halo works. If you could be down 30-15 in a game in a Slayer, but if you're able to regain that control and you keep it to win the game towards the end of the game, that is still you playing better than the enemy team. They just have the better start. That's all it is. But the other team still is going to be playing better overall if they're winning the game. It just takes that one spark for you to get back in the game. It's the same thing if you're down 0-3 in the King of the Hill. You can't say that the other team was dominating the majority of the game if they were still up by 3. They were just doing better in the beginning, but they were not able to regain or to keep that control throughout the rest. That doesn't make any sense, Dav. That doesn't make any sense. And it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. That doesn't make any sense still. You're looking at it completely the wrong way. You're just incorrect, Dav. Completely incorrect. And I don't like what you're saying. You don't have good ball knowledge, and you're showing that consistently throughout these chats the past few days. You're not able to actually explain what you're saying, or you don't understand what you're saying, because you cannot say Shopify was dominating them when this team lost by 2 games. Because in that case, that means that Shopify was getting dominated in the other games that they lost, which is not the case. It's just 2 close teams playing against each other. But that's not football, Dav. It's not football. It's not football, and it's not possible. It's not possible because this is Halo. You don't just have one opportunity to shoot. It's not football. You can't compare them. You can't compare them. Like, you can't say that another team got dominated when they lost by 2 games. It's just objectively wrong, and that's what you have to realize. It was close, Dav. It just... How is it not close if the score is by 2 games? How is that not possible? You're just trying to be an asshole towards 4 of a kind. I'm going to keep it real with you. You're trying to be an asshole towards them. If the result says that the score was by 2 games, then yes, it was close, dog. He's just being a nummy nut, PJ. Being a nummy nut, raising my cortisol, trying to explain this to him. How is it not close, even if the result says otherwise? How is it not possible? The result is literally what that shows the score. What do you mean? That don't make no damn sense, nigga. That's an unfair bet because that shit is very difficult to predict the exact score, but I do bet you Shopify will dominate them. But Dav, your definition of dominating is a team losing by 2 games. But you said that the score is going to be 12-1. If you're that confident that the score is going to be 12-1 or that FaZe is only going to win 1 game in that scrim, then bet on it. Because nobody in here is going to think that FaZe is just winning 1 game. Nobody's thinking that. Nobody's thinking FaZe is going to get dominated in this scrim 12-1. AM teams get dominated 12-1. Not a team of world champions. A world champion team versus world champions. Thank you, Mac. Thank you, MVP Mac, for the 120 stream streak, homegirl. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love, very appreciated, as always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very appreciated. Thank you so much, Mac. Welcome back to aPGville. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And don't say that, Slow Dive. He's going to get mad. He's going to get mad. He's going to get mad if you say that because he's going to think that he has no grudge against them. They say he has no grudge against them. You said, all right. All right. You don't know what you're saying. I'm gonna find it. Hold on. And then you said, how I saw the Rebels perform yesterday, I think they will fuck FaZe today. 12-1 IMO. Because what I saw yesterday. That's exactly what you said. How are you gonna say I didn't say they were gonna win only 1 game? You literally said 12-1 IMO. That's your exact wording. It's 12-1. That's your exact wording. That's what you're saying. That don't make no damn sense. That don't make no damn sense. You literally said, but that wasn't an example. That wasn't an example, Dad. That was your prediction. You said, how I saw the Rebels perform yesterday, I think they will fuck FaZe today. 12-1 IMO. That means you think that FaZe will win 1 game. That's exactly your thoughts. If we can't get past 7-9 being close, then we're eons away from Dav understanding the concept of a close 3-0. That's exactly, Noodle. Because there could be a team. That's a very good point, Noodle. Very good point. Because you could win, like you could have a King of the Hill game, right? Rather, let's say that King of the Hill, where every hill is close. Every hill is close, but the other team edges out the win in those hills. Like it could be, both teams could be 3/4 of the way tapping the hill, but then the other team could just get that last bit of control and win the hill. And that could be for every single game. For every single hill, excuse me. So that's a very good point. Fantastic point. Take a map or 2 off SR recently? I'm not sure, Goofball. I'm not sure. You think AM teams get 1 on shop? It depends on the AM team, but probably not. I mean, it just depends. It depends on the AM team. So you can tell just by looking at the players' KDs in this case that neither team was getting dominated. Exactly. But Dav said don't look at the results. That means that Shopify will win most of the games. No, Dav, that's not what you said. You said FaZe is going to win 1 game. If you said that Shopify is going, if you're saying Shopify is going to win more than or majority of the games, then that means that they're going to win by like 5 or 3-5. But that's not what you said. You said FaZe is going to win 1 fucking game today. 1 game. He said FaZe is going to win. Yes, he said your scrim was not close and you guys got dominated, PJ. He said you guys got dominated. Yes, Rick, that is why. But he don't like to hear that. He don't like to hear that. Like, that is exactly, PJ. It's war. It's if 2 top teams going against each other, that's how it's going to be. And every top player knows that. It's going to be back and forth. It's just about who can get that end game situation and win the game. And keep that control and keep possession, basically. Exactly, Baltine. I fully agree with you, but Dab don't understand that. That's what he doesn't understand. He doesn't know what he's seeing. He doesn't know what he's watching. He's just hating. And then that's why he's saying that FaZe is going to win 1 game today. So, Dab, if you are confident in FaZe winning 1 game, let's put a bet on it. Because I don't think anybody in here is thinking FaZe is just going to win 1 game. Not just 1. Especially with money on the line. Let's put it like that, especially with money on the line. That's not to say Shopify aren't going to win or anything like that, but FaZe ain't no slouches. That's not an AM team. AM teams get beat 12-1. AM teams get beat 12-1. Not FaZe or Four of a Kind or just who's another top team for that matter. Probably not even Vitality or SSG. They're more than likely going to win more than one game. But that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense, Dav. You said, I think Shopify will win majority of the games, but that's not what you said. You said that they will win one fucking game. You said they will win one. Like, and I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. You're trying to backtrack on what you said because you're moving the goalposts. You're moving the goalposts. You did say that, Dav. You did say that the score is going to be 12-1. How are you going to say you didn't say that? The score is going to be 12-1. That's literally exactly what you said. What do you mean? That don't make no damn sense. Am I tripping? That's exactly what you typed. That doesn't make any sense, Dav. That doesn't make any sense. If you think that they're going to win majority of the games, then you would say, I think they're going to win majority of the games. Not the score of the scrim is going to be 12-1. That they're getting... Shut up, Chad. Shut up. Shut up. But that's a good scrim. What time is that, PJ? What time is that? That I actually think Snakebite's team is actually a match with Shopify. They have been, Vaulted. Ever since they picked up Snakebite, they have been a whole different tier of a team. And I think that's why Dav be hating a little bit because, and he doesn't like me saying that, but they dropped his favorite player, Descendant, for Snakebite, and they also have been looking at 10 times better than they did with Descendant. It's not even comparable. The old, trying to think what their team name. I think they were they Luminon back then? I don't know if they were Luminon back then. They might have been. I don't know. But the old Luminon team was not looking nearly as good as they do now with Snakebite. Ever since they picked up Snakebite, they have been a contender against Shopify and been giving Shopify a run for their money. Yes, the finals at DreamHack Atlanta wasn't close, but the gap is now closing, and they have been looking tremendously better ever since then. Ever since the Pro League started back up, Scrim started back up, they're improving. And it's going to take time. You're not going to be able to beat Shopify just with a brand new team off the rip. It's going to take time. Because if you're seeing your team progress and keeping the games close, that shows progress. I can see them only taking one realistically. Let me see. I can see them only taking one, but realistically, it should be close. It comes down to the day when you have 8 world champs in the lobby, it will always be war. Yes, I agree, Finners, but I don't think it's going to be just one game out of 12. I think that the only thing that could be holding them back is the legend ping. That's the thing. But that's what I just don't think it's going to be. I just don't think it's going to be 12-1. I don't think it's going to be that. I don't think that's going to be the case. What's going on, Melly? Top of the morning, homegirl. Top of the morning. What's popping? Happy Wednesday. You add Snakebite to any roster and stream, which guaranteed to get better, though. That is true. That is true. But it's apparent. It's apparent. Like when you watch their games and you watch their actual team flow, that it's looking like they're a much better team and looking like they have been improving. That's why I say that. But you're right. You're right. I haven't seen that movie, Evan. I haven't seen that movie. But that's I can understand the analogy. I can understand the analogy. There's no shame in not continuing to try and save face, know when to stop because it's not working. I agree, Evan. I agree. Good point. Good point. 4 p.m. Okay, great. That we got 2 good scrims. I think the Shopify scrims at 4 p.m. too. What's going on? Rocket said we're not actually trying to make sense of Dav's statements in August 2026. I'm trying to help him because he's saying some ridiculous things. That's why I'm just trying to help him. I'm trying to help him because I've been trying to help him explain his takes better instead of just saying nonsense. Because he always just says nonsense. Always. I think they gave SR Helen Beham. Which team, Goofball? So I look for Snakebite's team winning the old tourney. I mean, right now, they are the best chance against Shopify, or they have the best opportunity against Shopify. The only other team, like we haven't seen the other teams play, but the only other team I'd say right now is FaZe, and then possibly SSG. I'd say SSG or Vitality. Vitality was playing very good in the Pro League qualifier this past weekend, but it's just going to take time because most of the teams that played last weekend are all brand new. When you think about it, like Mercenaries was brand new, even though they've been together for a little bit before. FaZe was brand new, first time playing together since they were teaming beforehand. Vitality had 1 scrim under their belt. SSG had a couple scrims under the belt. So I think after this week, that's when you can get more of a feel of how these teams are going to play together. Because Spinners, at least gives me a topic to rant about. That's why he gives me a topic to rant about. What about Merc? What do you mean? Oh, you mean Merc? Whenever I hear Merc, I'm thinking of Merc and COD. You talking about mercenaries? What do you mean about them? Yeah, I say mercenaries. Yeah, I say mercenaries. Merc is Mercules in my eyes. Merc is Mercules. So you can hate a team without making statements that are objectively incorrect. Yes, exactly. Engagement farming to boost this stream to the algorithm so aPGS gets more viewers too. He has too much pride to admit when he's wrong. It's both. It's both. It's both. It's both, Zyper. So you're deliberately you're just purposely rage baiting Dav? But it's both. He does not like to admit when he's wrong. He does not like to admit when he's wrong. And he constantly has bad takes consistently has bad takes because he doesn't understand many things about the world. It's both. It's both. It's not. Nobody said it's pure hate, Dav. Nobody says pure hate. Nobody. Why are you saying pure hate? Nobody said. So you just said that yourself. So you're saying that it's hate? Nobody said that. You ain't wrong, Gib. You ain't wrong. You just gotta be in here more often, and you'll see it. You'll understand. It's just typical. Like that's why Dav has a lot of popularity within the community, but it's because of his takes. It's not his nummy nut takes. That is why. That is why. Wait. Oh, I gotta go back. He's a very big nummy nut. I said yes. You don't think they chalice are? I think they could. I think they could, but it's gonna take some time. I think that the other teams might be more acclimated with how Shopify plays than Mercenaries. I feel like Mercenaries, they do play similar to Shopify. I think Mercenaries, Space, and Shopify play very similar. But I feel like Mercenaries is like at the bottom of those three in terms of their play style. But we just haven't seen them play them. And I don't think that when they played before, granted, I do think Sab is a upgrade for the roster. Not necessarily over Foul, but just an upgrade for the roster because of how well he's been playing. But it's going to take them to actually play Shopify and study them to actually get more of a feel of how they play. Because if they play the same way that they play in the qualifier against Shopify, they won't be too much of a factor, I think. But they have the capability. Don't get me wrong. I forgot about that. They have the capability. I forgot to mention them. But they have definitely the capability to give Shopify a run for their money. I just want to see how they actually play, and they haven't been scrimming. Like they haven't been scrimming since the last Pro League. I think that might have worked and whatnot, but I think that's going to be the most important thing is them actually getting practice in because they need the practice in my opinion. Not to say that other teams don't, but I think they need it as well. But Dav, I didn't say hate. I didn't say hate. Somebody else said that. I was just reading it. But it's both. It's like it's both of what Zyper said. Zyper had a very good explanations on how he like how you are perceived. You're right, Gib. But I do appreciate Dav because he does get the stream talking. That's what I do appreciate him. That's why it's both of what Zyper said. It's about the engagement farming, and it's just sometimes he doesn't like to admit when he's wrong. But objectively, like sometimes like there's an opinion, but objectively you can't say that a team got dominated in that like last night when the scrim was as a 2-game discrepancy of who's going to win and who's going to lose. Granted, scrim's not going to be about who's winning or anything like that. The players don't give a fuck about who wins the scrim. They're going to be trying to just improve. That's the most important thing. And the most important thing to take from that scrim is that 4 of a Kind is improving and that they're keeping the games close for Shopify. That is the best takeaway. That's by far the best takeaway. Because DreamHack Dallas, or not Dallas, DreamHack Atlanta, the score in the finals was different, like a 4-0, a big discrepancy. But online tournament, it was 4-3 scrim. They lost by 2 games. That is a great sign for 4 of a Kind going forward. And they just have to keep studying Shopify. The more they play against each other, the more of a feel they're going to get for Shopify, and it's going to be vice versa too. More Shopify is going to get a feel for 4 of a Kind. I did not say that, Dav. I was reading somebody else's comment. Flowdive said that. Flowdive said that you have hate for 4 of a Kind for them dropping Descendant. I said, yeah, that possibly is the case, but I just don't like to say it because you get upset by that. Because you are now. I just want you to make a bet. I just want to make a bet on. I didn't. That was me reading something else, Dav. But I want to make a bet that FaZe win more than 1 game because you don't even. You are moving the goalposts when you literally say, I didn't say that FaZe is going to win one game, but you literally predicted the score to be them winning one game. So now I'm going to ask you, how are you going to say that? How are you going to type, and we can view your messages that you typed. How are you going to type and say, four of a kind, or excuse me, SSG, excuse me, not SSG, I just saw their name, I said that. You're saying that FaZe is going to win one game, but then you move the goalpost and say, no, I don't mean that. I just think that Shopify is going to win the majority of the games. That's not the majority. That's every damn game besides one. That's literally what you typed. But that doesn't make any sense, Deb. How are you going to say that one team is going to win, like one team is going to win 12-1? That's domination. That's domination. Okay? That's absolute domination. So if you, and then you try to say that you don't say that, but I can bring up your message. If you predict the score to be 12-1, that means you think they're going to win just one game. Mountain is still in an online match. They never cared less. I mean, they're still going to, there's money on the line though, Chad. Regardless if it's online or not, there's some money on the line. And I agree with you, Melly. They are definitely improving. And it's very apparent. It's very apparent. You got to give them the credit. You can't just try and say that they're not doing better. Can't say that. And then now Dab was trying to say, what was the score of the last land? That's just moving the goalpost because he does not like to admit when he is in the wrong, or that when he has been proven wrong. Do you think either have a chance of winning enough to make top 6 and get to the land? That's a great question, Noodle, and I think I fully agree with you about the consensus on the bottom too. They have the potential, like they could cause some upsets, you know what I'm saying? They could cause some upsets, but I think if you're looking on paper at the matches, like first week is going to be Shopify versus SSG, 4 of a kind versus Vitality, Cloud9 versus FaZe, and then AB versus Mercenaries. I don't think that they're going to win that match against Mercenaries. I don't think that necessarily Cloud9 is going to win that match versus FaZe. And I think that now that we have such a competitive pro league, it's going to be even more difficult for them opposed to the LAN tournaments that have happened this year. This is the most competition that we've seen throughout the entire year, with all the other players coming back, the new teams that have formed. I think it's going to be very difficult, especially with King Nick just coming back on Cloud9. But Cloud9 did beat SSG in the scrim last night, so I think it's possible. Granted, scrims are going to be different than the tournament matches. It's going to be a best of 7. So I think that they can do it very even. Like they got outslayed actually. Very even slays, even assists, like basically. So I think it's possible. I think it's possible that Cloud9 get to the top 6, but I don't feel too confident in ascending baseline. Ascending baseline's, I guess, power is going to be in their teamwork. That's going to be the main thing. If they have good teamwork, if they are working together and they're overcompensating for, I guess, the lack of firepower. That's the best way I can put it. They're overcompensating for lack of firepower. I could see them maybe edging out a win against like maybe Mercenaries or maybe SSG or Vitality. But like, I don't think that they're going to be beating Shopify. I don't think they're going to be beating 4 of a kind. I don't think they're going to be beating FaZe. I don't like. There's some teams I think that they're not going to be beating too much. Like they're not going to be having too much of a chance in those matches. Just to clarify, I never said anything negative about team. Also, what I was trying to say to aPGS is that Shopify is far superior in terms of control. I might be right, I might be wrong. That is my opinion for what I saw and what I concluded. But you're just wrong, Dad. But it's okay. But I'm trying to help you with that. I didn't say I make it sound like you're horrible. I never said that, Dad. Did I say that you think that 4 of a kind is horrible? No, that's not what I said. I'm just trying to explain to you about how Halo games work when you're playing it, or when 2 top teams are playing against each other. And this is also just good information for anybody watching to just understand that when you have 2 top 2 or top 3 teams playing, it's going to be war. It's going to be back and forth. It's going to be one team has control for the beginning. They might be getting spawn trapped for a decent amount of time, and then second half of the game, it's the opposite. It just flips. But that's how it is. It's just about being able to have the ice to win the last half of the game, and it's not how you start, it's how you finish. But if you are showing that you are able to keep a setup properly, it's mainly like when you're scrimming, you want to see if your setups are good, see if your aggression is good, recognizing your timings, recognizing your openings, and then being able to keep that control. But Shopify does a great job of spawn trapping. They're very aggressive. They're everywhere on the map. Like I was watching the live fire ball game. Even in the live fire ball game, I think that was one of the first games of the scrim. they looked like they were dominating in the beginning of that. Like there was a time period where last shots at tower, he's rotating from dice to green when they're spawning at green. Four of a Kind pushes 3 big door. They get those kills in A. They have the ball set up in A. He rotates back to tower, gets a spawn kill on the west for the people coming up from tower. But Four of a Kind still win that game because they might be down so much in the score that those spawn kills can only amount to a certain amount of time, and then they're still Four of a Kind is in the lead. But that's how the game goes. But that's how Dab is viewing it, is that if they're getting spawn trapped, then Shopify is just going to be dominating the game. But in reality, when Four of a Kind gets a setup, then it's going to be difficult for Shopify to come back in the game because they're down by so much in the beginning. It could be vice versa too. It goes both ways. It goes both ways. I hope that's like a decent explanation. But I never said that you think they're terrible, Dab. I never said that. And what's going on, Ryan? What's popping, homie? But you did say that FaZe is gonna get dominated 12-1, or you said they're gonna get dominated 12-1. That is exactly what you said. I have the message right here. You said, "I think they will fuck FaZe." Said, I quote, "I think they will fuck FaZe today 12-1," and that's not something you can go and retract. I'll be honest with you. Who's looking dangerous? Caffeine can't really say just yet because we haven't seen these teams play too much. Can't say it. It's too early to say who's looking too dangerous. I mean, I will say, actually, Cloud9 is looking very good. If you guys saw this scrim, what did you guys think about Cloud9? Because I did not see this scrim at all, and I would watch some of the games because I have Lucid's stream right here. But Cloud9 beating SSG, I think this might be the first time they scrimmed. Let me see. Yeah, it's the first time they scrimmed. First time these teams have scrimmed. But Vitality, I think, beat Cloud9 in a scrim before the tournament. Not entirely sure. Let's see if I can find it. It was on the same night as this. Let's see. Yeah, Vitality beat Cloud9 5-1. That was before the tournament. And then this is the first time these teams have scrimmed. But it's looking like Cloud9's showing a lot of signs of promise. If Shopify beats any team 12-1, does that mean they're bad? That's not what I said. You just said they're going to get fucked. You said, quote, they're going to get fucked. But nobody in here is thinking that FaZe is just going to win one game against Shopify. And if you think that, then we can put a bet on it. But now Piggy is never getting picked up. King Nick might be the truth. I mean, King Nick is doing better. He is doing better than I was expecting. He's doing much better than I was expecting. But I would say that this is a good sign for Cloud9, but I would say that SSG do got to start improving a little bit. Like I would expect SSG to be beating Cloud9. Even though they're a new team, I think on paper you would expect them to be beating Cloud9. Let me see the scores of the games. So Cloud9 won 239, 195, 5-1. SSG won 250 178. Recharge strongholds 4-1. Cloud9 on streets. SSG won 161 to 41. That's a big discrepancy. 4-0 Cloud9, 4-2 Cloud9, 250 to 111 Cloud9, and then a tie. What the hell? Hold on, they had a tie on Streets Oddball. Let's see. They had a tie on this game.
3-3-3.
They ended early or something like that. I think they ended it early.
Tired, you can go wherever you want. And go.
Yeah, I think it was I think they ended it early. Yeah, they ended it early. I was about to say, tie and oddball when it was, the score was different. But I will say that looking at these game scores, this does look like these are game scores where 11-11 by the way. These are game scores where Cloud9 is like having control majority of the game. This is a free lesson for you also, Dav, and everybody in here. This is on top of the morning, Resident White Girl. I apologize, I didn't say good morning. But these are scores of games where it's looking like Cloud9 is dominating the entire time. They are winning 239 to 195. Obviously, it's oddball. You got to see the rounds. But 5-1, 4-1, 4-0, 4-2. Like these are games where it's looking like 250 to 111. It's looking like they have the majority of the control the entire time. Now I'm not looking at stats. I'm not looking at the stats. You mean you mean the stats of the game scores, or you mean the stats of their individual performance? Which one do you mean, Rick? I did see one. I did see a crash. This scrim was not closer, Dav. This is not closer. This is the opposite of that. This is what you were saying earlier. This applies to that scrim. This is not closer scrim. I'm literally saying the opposite, bro. This is not closer scrim. You're just saying shit. You're just saying shit like Zyper said. That's just not true. Like that's just not true at all. Those games were as people kept crashing. The results aren't correct. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Rick. I didn't see that message before. Foul lagged out 3 times. They won one, then restarted. Okay. So what was the actual score of the scrim? What was the actual score of the scrim? What's going on? Flowers is popping, main top of the morning. Lucy ain't in championship shape at all yet. He needs a 2-week training camp minimum. I think I agree with you, Verb. I think that they do need just more time. But I will say that they should be doing better, in my opinion. I don't know. They did crash a lot, but I think that they should be doing better. And I just don't know how the crashes worked. I apologize if I'm incorrect. But I do see what you're saying. And thank you, Flowers, for the 25 stream streak, homie. Thank you. Very, very appreciated. But this is not a closer scrim unless like the game scores don't show that or don't reflect that, because it's looking like Cloud9 had majority of control. This is showing that they had majority control. If you're winning 5-1 and you're consistently winning by 2 or more, or even 2 or more in objective games, that's looking like you have dominant control throughout the entire time. You just might have slipped up and the other team got control. But if you're able to keep them pinned for all these games in the objectives, that is a positive, especially if it's 5-1 Origin, 4-1 Streets, 4-0, 4-2, like the 250 to 111. This is looking like Cloud9 was able to keep that control and also be very aggressive on their spawns. Hard to say if Cloud9 was winning. Okay, but I'm not going to look at the individual stats, because even looking at it, it doesn't look like there's too big of a discrepancy. It looks like they were very close in slays, very close in objective. Like it's a 10 kill difference. I don't see any slayers played, so this is all objective based. So it's looking like the slays were basically even, but Cloud9 had better objective efficiency, which is, I think, something that you can say is a positive for them. It was 7-6 or 7 or 6-4. There was a lot of crashes. See, now look really good. Okay, so it was 7-4, not 6-3. But still, look, the games I can see that are recorded, it's looking like Cloud9 was able to have the dominant. This is a dominant scrim from them, in my opinion, in terms of control. That's why when Dav is saying it's closer, it's just not true. That was lagging out during Money 8's last night too. Was he lagging out, or was his game crashing? Was it both? Like, because sometimes if your game crashes, then you're still online, but you might be in the lobby, or if you lag out, then that's like everything's going off. Feel me? Even don't be saying that. Somebody gonna take you serious and then post you on Reddit. You better stop it. King Nick was playing for his career in that scrim last night. I mean, King Nick is playing for his career. To be honest with you, he is playing for his career. Said, you know how many? A little bit of SSG scrims have been weird. It seems like another issue of people wanting to play different games. Ooh, Eva, why you say that? Why you say that? You need to elaborate. Why you say that? So you know how many times I've seen Shopify win scrims 12-1 and 12-1/2, fucking countless. But you have not seen them win those type of scrims really too often, Dab, against top teams. And you say if Shopify beats any team 12-1, does it mean they're bad? I mean, it just means that team got dominated. It means that team got dominated. If I've beaten a lot of teams 12-1, especially on the early days of Optic, we were beating a lot of niggas 12-1, or just winning scrims by a large margin, and the other team on maybe 1 or 2 games, or even 0. You've had a lot of scrims like that. But that's why I say, Dab, there's a difference in what you're saying. There's a difference. So why do you think that this scrim is closer? I don't agree with that personally. I don't think that this scrim is too close. I think that this was SSG kind of lacking, but I mean, those lagouts are gonna affect the team's mental and momentum. Like, as you say, momentum. It's gonna affect your momentum. If say they are starting to get some footing in a game, and they're starting to look like they're about to win by a large margin, and then unfortunately somebody lags out and then they got to restart. Like, that is something that you got to take note of. I will say that Lucid with the oddball, the most oddball team, is not something I would expect, especially with Zane with the least amount. I would not expect that. Have some a lot more flag pools on Cloud9 throughout the scrim. A lot more flag pools opposed to theirs. A lot more. You know, it looks like 3 players in single digits. Z with 31. So it seems like they have a lot of aggression. And they're consistently they're being the aggressors and having SSG have to. I'm trying to make sure I get their team names right. Having SSG have to play defense. That's what it's looking like because it doesn't look like they're at least in the flag games. Then objective of this, I guess, is or King of the Hill. This is right here. Let's see. Penguin with the most time, Boo Boo with the most time. Good spread out, like a good discrepancy between all the players on the oddball games. But obviously they had some crashes. But this is a good scrim from Cloud9. I think this is a scrim. Now, do you think what is a good map to watch in this scrim? What's a good map to watch? Because I like this scrim. I like this scrim. This looks good. This looks good. His PC was shitting the bed. Something about having to revert his drivers. Okay, because I was having that issue, so I was trying to see if maybe it was the same issue, but mine was obviously my OBS. So I was trying to see if there was anything that I could help with or give any advice on. But there was something like was it his drivers? Because that's what it sounds like. But I personally don't like update my drivers that often because I know that can be an issue. Like Aqua from Boo Boo point of view. I want to watch from SSG's point of view. I want to watch from SSG's point of view because they're the ones that are losing these games. And then I'll probably watch some from Boo Boo's point of view. But I want to see Cloud9's comms or SSG's comms.
All right, I'm going P-jump. I'm on. I don't know why, but I'm on 160 ping and it's just fluctuating.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
160 ping? What the fuck? Alright, they are having some issues.
Maybe, I don't know.
They are on like they're everywhere in North America.
Yo, Sticky,
think about it. You got
thank you for the 10
Falcated
gifted memberships
in
on YouTube.
Texas, I believe.
appreciate you. Thank you so
Lucid
much.
in Florida, Collect in Michigan, and then Penguin in Seattle. So they're probably gonna be playing Central
Thank you
server.
so much.
They should be. Maybe North Central. Oh, it's East. It's East. It looks like maybe East or East or Central. He said just seeing them work on the map. I've only caught maybe 5 games of the scrims total so far, but it's like they don't trust each other's callouts or sometimes. Those point of view, and like CTF for example, was looking scrappier than it should be because Listen wouldn't make a call on what to do in the situation and almost got ignored. So that's why that's a great point, Eva. I think that they just come from different backgrounds and different play styles, and that's going to be their biggest adjustment period. Like Penguin's coming from SSG, which is like very, very aggressive. Lucid's coming, he's just getting back into the swing of things, but he's coming from like previous phase roster, which is much more structured. But Lucid and Penguin have teamed together before, you know what I'm saying, and found success. They got top 2 at Charlotte. Falcated's coming from Mercenaries, the old Mercenaries team, and they're very, very aggressive, similar to FaZe and Shopify. And then you have Collect, who's just being able to fit into any roster because he's a very aggressive player and able to just fit into any system, in my opinion, as long as it's an aggressive system. There's going to be a new season of pro players this year. I wouldn't say this year. I mean, there's that's the thing about Halo is there's not like too many top prospects that I think have the mentality and the work ethic to really make it into the top pros. The only person that we have seen is Sirion. There's Sirion, there's Gators, there's the Twins. I think those are the top prospects for the new Halo. Also like Kid Nasty, Lido, Morgan. But it's gonna take that leap of, I guess, just personal improvement because you got to play like you've been there before, act like you've been there before. But teams like it seems like more players need to be molded into the pro players they should be. You know what I'm saying? Because some people have been AMs for 4 years. You know what I'm saying? And Sirion just went to his first tournament and then or first tournament last year and then was able to jump into the pro rankings and make pro league on Cloud9, which was the top 6/top 4 team last season. But there isn't too many that you're going to see this year. There's not going to be too many new pro players that you're going to see right now. I wish we had more of an influx of pro players or new young players on the scene, but there's just not too many. Like there's a lot of top AMs, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of top AMs, but to me, you want to be that type of AM player that's able to take a top 8 or top 6 team into the top 4 and show that you have that potential. And the only one that we've really seen is Sirion thus far. But there's not too many. That's a great question. I wish that we saw more or we would see more, but it's just I don't think that a lot of players before I start playing this, sorry, I'm just yapping. But I don't think we've seen a lot of players just have that capability and know what it really takes. Like a lot of players want to be the king of the AMs instead of being a pro player. And I think that Last Shot is a great example and people should follow follow suit with what he has done and his work ethic and how much time he's put in and just really wanting to make it to being a pro and kind of outshine the people around you and your peers, opposed to just being the king of the AMs and making pool play and thinking that that is your ceiling. You know, that should be just the start. Your start should be just making pool play or trying to get your name out there, streaming, whatever it may be, just getting people to be acclimated with your name. But we just don't see too many of it. We don't see too many. I think that we need to see more of that. I hope we do in the future, and that's like something that I want to do is like help mold those players and giving them the spotlight and passing the torch to them so they can do better. I said Lucid style can't fight its way out of a wet paper bag, not an aggressive bone in his body. Why do you think that, Chad? Why do people think that Lucid is not aggressive? Why do people think that Lucid is not aggressive? He said Lucifer team just needs to work more together. They had so little time together and very different kind of players. I agree with you, Dav. They do need some time. They do need some time, but after like 2 more weeks, 3 more weeks, if they're not showing that they're improving, like I think they should be beating Cloud9 at least. I think they should be beating Cloud9. Like if Vitality's beating Cloud9 like 5-1 or so, I think that Lucid's team should definitely be able to showcase that type of skill and that type of teamwork as well. Because it's the first match is going to be the Sunday. There's only what, yeah, today. And Vorvikhan's going to play SSG. I think that's a great scrim for SSG because they're going to be playing another top, like one of the top two teams. But it's going to be seeing like that's when we're going to see if they really, have what it takes to be a top three roster, because that the top three is not going to be easy to be in, let alone the top two. It's going to be fucking war. Obviously, we know Shopify is the dominant team; they're number one. But being able to break into that top two/top three is going to take a lot of work, a lot of work. So this season was definitely the time to make a name for a lot of people. Now, T, Eva, I agree with you, but I think some people might be thinking that it's not the time because Halo's not in the best space. But it's even though Halo's not in the best space, like there's still a lot of things to play for. There's still the pro league. There's a lot of eyes still on Halo for the pro play, like the pro player eyes and also organization eyes on scouting on who's going to be the next up and comer. That's why Sirion has been able to get his opportunities. I give Z a lot of credit for consistently keeping his head down and just putting in the work. The nigga's streaming every day. He's grinding every day. But you don't see that too much from other AM players. Most spectacular pips sometimes, dare I say, he's more aggressive than Renegade. Nah. Lucid's not more aggressive than Renegade. I'll be honest with you on that. Renegade just got a different type of aggression. Renegade's going to be always in the right place at the right time. He's a really big flanker. He's going to get behind you and know his openings and his timings. But you might know how Renegade plays, but you might have so much chaos in front of you because of the teamwork that you're not able to lay that trap for him. He said, "Who don't go pro is because they have no sports psychology." What do you mean by that, Zyper? Just like the mental game? Is that what you mean? I just remember the 2023 season pit flag. Lucy was up 1-0 phase with a lot of time to play. Kills on their side, not push the map. He's staying on their side. That's him saying that he wants to be aggressive though. Verb, is that not what you're saying? That he's trying to be aggressive? That he's saying for them to be aggressive and keep pushing? I'm trying to make sure I get what you're saying correctly. Last year, you could tell Lucis started making an effort to play more aggressively. Listen to him in scrims and hear how often he says he's just running at people. I think that's how you need to play slow dive, and I think that's just what the meta has evolved into, because we're in that was year 4, but also we're in year 5 now. There's not too many different ways of playing, and if you're playing a team like Mercenaries, FaZe, Shopify, you can't be sitting back too much because they're going to just push your shit in. To say the lack of a better phrase, they're going to push your shit in. You have to be aggressive, and you see Four of a Kind also. I think that's another great point. They're starting to be more aggressive. I think Four of a Kind, especially throughout that qualifier, you start like when they were down 3-1, they started to adjust. They started to be more aggressive. They started to just take more high risk, high reward plays, and you have to do that. He's in his tough spot now. Ember was getting some opportunity that could set him up in the future. I agree, Eva. Fantastic points today, Eva. Fantastic points. But that is true. That's true, because Envor wasn't getting those types of opportunities until this year, really. Until there wasn't too many other players to pick from, but he was able to showcase that he had what it takes, or he does have what it takes. Excuse me. But I think that Envor still has to work on his mental game. I think that's something that I think, from watching him in his stream and in tournaments, I think he does need to work on his mental game and just keeping composure, and also just not averaging himself. I think that's something that is a fault for Envor. Not to say he's not a great player, but he does get averaged a lot. What do you mean by, do people think that guy dragged his name through the mud the last couple of years by being notorious for choking? No, Dad, that's not it. That's not true. That's not true. The only thing that The only thing that would have like that was a fault for Lucid and Slayers is, and this is like early days in my opinion, is like sitting put or staying put too long when it's a close game instead of being the aggressor and trying to make a play on the map. That makes sense. You got to be, even if it's like a 49-49 Slayer, you got to be playing for the win opposed to just playing for the loss and staying and waiting for them to make a play on you. Because the team that's more often to make that play and try to win the game is going to win. I think that's why. I wouldn't say that. But when you say guy dragged his name through the mud last couple of years, who dragged his name through the mud? You saying me? I you saying I dragged Tommy's name through the mud? I hope you're not saying me. I don't think you are, but I'm just trying to make sure. No, that's just how Verb be talking. That's just how Verb be talking. Lucy was saying on their half of the maps to stay playing passive. Okay, I see what you're saying now, bro. I see what you're saying. Playing not to lose instead of pushing to score again. He played to hold the lead. I see what you're saying, bro. I see what you're saying, and that's a negative. That's a negative. You have to be keeping, even if you're up 3-1 in a game, you have to keep being aggressive. You have to, or 2-1. You have to be like, it's much better, especially on pit and other flag maps, to die on their side of the map opposed to dying on yours. Because if you're dying on your side of the map, that's an easy pull for them. They can keep control. They can keep spawn killing you. But if you die on their side and you keep the pressure, then they still have that. You have that window of opportunity to spawn up and still play defense, opposed to them or them being able to just pull the flag right away. Because if you die like on Aquarius and in their base, by the time you spawn up, they might be halfway through the map, and then you can still get back in your flag. You can still OE, play mid, whatever it may be. Lucid dragged his name through the mud himself. That's not true though, Chad. He got second last year, so I don't think that's true. You going at Lucid, but that's not true. Lucid literally got second last year at Charlotte. The SSG team just obviously did not work. That team was not good. Like that team that they just didn't work well together, rather. But they were made of superstar players, but just came from different backgrounds and just did not kind of figure it out. But that's an accomplishment, Chad, because they beat Optic. That's still an accomplishment. That's not saying that that's all the end all be all, but coming from the SSG team that was getting top six and then getting on a new roster and getting top two is still an accomplishment. You can't just be saying that he has to win every tournament. The only teams that won tournaments last year were SSG, or excuse me, Shopify and Optic. But it's still an accomplishment. That was in pool play though, Chad. That was in pool play. That was in pool play, and that did not amount to much for Optic. That's why it's not that big of a deal. Because you just going at Lucid saying that Lucid is as and all this other stuff, and he dragged his name through the mud. That's not true. Because Lucid did do very well last year on that phase roster. They just kind of blew it at Worlds against TSM. TSM was being very aggressive on them. But you saying he's dragged his name through the mud and that he doesn't have an aggressive bone in his body, but I can tell you that's not true. He just has a different play style than the rest of the top players, but it's still a winning play style, and he's adjusting to be more aggressive and trying to fit into that meta that's current right now. What's going on, Love? This is popping home, girl. Oh, I got to use the restroom real quick, and then we go watch this. And yes, this is great combo. Great combo. I love this. I love this. Keep it up. Be right back. And back. All right, Burb, I got to permit that. I got to permit that. Let me see what you guys said. JW won championships with Booba Shooter and Bound, who wasn't sober. Dug him in the Hall of Fame. That was Bound wasn't on that team back in the day. Is that what you're talking about? Verb, that wasn't Bound. That was Wait, what are you talking about? That wasn't JW. That was Shotzi, Boo Boo, Shooter, Foul. Back in Halo 5, that's what you mean? He can try, but it ain't him. It doesn't matter if it's him or not, or Chad. There's a lot of times where things aren't that player, but they have to improve and they have to adjust. It's just growing pains, but it's going to be something that he's going to be. It's you can't say that Lucid's not able to pick up on the meta or change his playstyle for the betterment of the team. The team was good in my opinion. They weren't able to get the results. Maybe too much pressure on the shoulders. Plus Shopify had their number. Which team are you talking about, Dab? Which team? Matter of fact, send Bourbon even. Why are you saying that? Playlist plan, stop it. Armia chose Yak over Piggy. He will pay for this. We'll see. We'll see. Nah, you gotta look at me now, Verb. I think that I'm straight model. But anyways.
Their flag killed me?
Can't try and take away from my jawline. As Bound said, I'm Magi. And you see how let me see this start. They didn't have a good start. But C9 is just already in their base. Already in their base. Boo Boo stayed back, or somebody stayed back. I think it was Boo Boo. They just consistently are getting their base, or what's the word I'm looking for? Not consistently. They just immediately got in their base.
On cam. Dead. Last guy spawner.
That's not true, Chad. That's not true. You're underestimating Lucid.
Just running it. There's two. Get camo, guys.
That was a misplay. That was a misplay right there from Val. But they're going like that's something I noticed too in the tournament is that they go down for dead a lot. It doesn't seem like they're at least on the beginning of here. Their teamwork's not there. Tommy is getting a little bit frustrated.
Yeah.
I will say he's getting a little bit frustrated. FaZe. Okay, I see what you said, Dad. Let me reread what you said. Said team was good. They weren't able to get the results. Made too much pressure. I don't think they had too much pressure on their shoulders, but it's not to Shopify at their number because they lost to TSM also at Worlds, and that was like just an overwhelming amount of pressure from that team because that TSM team is similar to the Mercenaries team that we see this year. That's why I say that.
B2, our wall.
I wouldn't say that. That's not it, Chad. It's just they don't have teamwork right now, and I can see that. Like just from watching that first minute and a half in the game, and also the online tournament, they don't have like too much teamwork. They're just kind of playing solo, and then trying to like force teamwork.
One shot. So.
But they're playing defense a lot.
Three. Okay.
But for who, Dev?
Dude, they're P straight 3 shots.
I don't know if Piggy's gonna change his roster right now.
3 dead.
It's not like they don't have the tools for success.
Two dead.
It's just about making those tools work to get like
you can run it quick and toss
the right way. Behind because of how roster shaped in preseason. Yeah, I agree with you, Ryan. And they also they did do well at Charlotte. They did do well. It's just at Worlds they didn't do very well. These guys need you as a coach. Hoax is a great coach for them. So I don't want to try and take away from Emmanuel. I don't want to do that because Emmanuel was a homie. But they are a great team. They're a great team, and Emmanuel was a great coach. Do you think SSG is a championship team? I'm pretty low on this team. Okay, I gotta be honest. Right now, out of the new like top rosters that have formed, like Mercenaries, Vitality, FaZe, SSG, I'd probably say those. What do you guys think? Like I'm not gonna include Cloud9 in there because they already qualified and they were a team before these teams made changes. I think that they might be looking the worst. I'm not trying to say be rude. It's just unbiased and just trying to keep it real. But I think that they might be looking the worst. Just team wise, not skill wise, and it's similar to that SSG roster at the beginning of last year. But they have a lot of Zeke update. I'm 9% body fat, James. 9% body fat. My goal now is 7% and trying to get to 130. I'm trying to cut to 130. And thank you, Chad, for the 10 months in the prime, homie. Thank you. Much love, very appreciated. Thank you. Very appreciated. Thank you so much, homie. Thank you. And Tommy said, "What's up, Brad? Where do you see this team go? And should the C9 team give them that kind of trouble?" I think the C9 team should give them that type of trouble because they're a good team. They're a very good team. And they just have a lot of aggression. And I think that's what's catching them off guard is that they're playing. they're trying to play aggressive, but if you look at this game thus far, they have not been in the other team's base that much. They have this flag back, but C9 is consistently pushing, consistently getting their kills and then being objective efficient. That's the main thing. I haven't seen them play too much, but also another thing I'm mentioning or seeing that is they are going for dead a lot. They're going for dead a lot, and they're not trying to play their lives together and just buy time for the other team or for the rest of their team to spawn up. Like they're kind of like they pulled that flag in, but they have one person alive. They're spawning in the base, but we'll see if they even get this cap. What was the score of this game, Verb? Is it like 5-1, I think? 5-1, I think. 4-0. It's 5-0 or 5-1 or 4-0.
Dude, one bullet or from base. One bullet.
See, like that was just a desperation attempt.
One shot.
Like they're spawning all up in the base. Looks like C9 is at pink, forcing them to be in their base.
One shot.
C9 is also playing their lives and having some great nades too. One person spawned out, and then they just immediately get the re.
Dude, one bullet or from base. One bullet. He went B-side.
They might be trying to overcompensate because their teamwork is not there right now. But Tommy does look like he's getting frustrated. Just like, you know,
Just
keeping it real. Just the mannerisms.
Trim bridge, and front base with camo. Bottom mid with camo. Their front car wall.
I think that's 2 camos in this game going in the hands of C9.
Car 1 with, nice.
That's a good job, though. They look like they might be able to stop this. Like 4-2, I think. Might stop this.
Car 3.
That person just made a play.
Two dead.
They got it. C9 just has better teamwork.
Low gen.
They just have much better teamwork.
2 dead.
And they're getting their kills. I don't think there's a team that's playing well enough to touch SR. I mean, we haven't seen it just yet, so we can't say that. You can't say that just yet. You can't say that. That's
watching your chase.
Too early of thinking. That's a great shot from Z. Damn.
Going our street right away, I think.
You see what I'm saying? There's 3 dead again. Zane just spawned in the base. One person in gen by himself. There's 2 people pushing pink door. 3 dead. Tommy's down 1 shot. He's probably going to get pushed by somebody jumping in window because there's 1 more person at pink. There he is.
Yep.
That's 4 dead. Right now. K just spawned up. They have him staggered consistently. They might be able to stop this.
Yo, R from base.
Koenig ain't got no damn kids. That's just too early of thinking, Crappy. Way too early of thinking.
1 shot P2. King Nick. Their street somewhere. 2.
What's going on? Gale top of the Mona main.
King Nick's out mid somewhere.
Like he's the real deal. He's been the real deal. I've been saying it. He said, realistically, then, is there a team that you have confidence could actually beat SR? My top picks to beat SR are 4 of a kind, FaZe. Those are my top picks right now. As of right now, from what I've seen, and yes, I said it's very early. So those are my 2 top picks. Just those two. I don't think that. I mean, C9's looking good, but I got to see how they play against Shopify. But this team right here, they're just dying too fast or too often together. They're dying way too often together. He said, I think SSG has a high ceiling, but they need to get there very quickly or it won't work. I agree with you. Fully agree. I think their ceiling is very high, and it's exactly what you said, Epic. Ceiling is very high, but their floor is looking like it's pretty low. Their floor is like around top 6, I'd say. Top 6. And you got to remember, these Pro League matches are coming up very soon. So you don't have too much time to get this shit working. But there is time before you play like the better teams. You know what I'm saying? But it's just it's looking a little rough in the game scores. Because I do want to watch this scrim because the game scores are the scores are. There's too big of a difference in the score. There's not too many close games, and by the scores, it's looking like C9 just has consistent control. The slays are even. The slays are basically even, but C9 is being more objective efficient, and that's another 4 dead. It's just they're trying to do too much.
One guy went our ping jump. I think maybe right to RP.
Trying to do way too much, and I apologize if there's anything I missed.
Yeah,
I don't think FaZe will win shit as long as Legend's playing the French countryside. I mean, there's still land.
1 shot P2.
Online stuff just only matters so much, and Legend knows how to play on the high ping. He knows how to play it. So it's not like it's going to be too big of a factor.
Yep. On camo.
Can't count out 4 of a kind. Can't count out 4 of a kind. As they've been improving too.
One shot, one shot.
I think they're adjusting to be more aggressive as well. Keep working like a big mercenary team. Mercenaries is looking good too. I just haven't seen them burst Shopify. I've not seen them burst Shopify.
Yeah, there's two on me, two on me.
That's the only reason I can't say it. But we've seen like these other teams, just in different iterations of their teams play against Shopify. They have one power up. This is good. He got camo. But even C9's just taking more risks. They're taking more risks. They're just flying in front of their base. They're playing mid a lot more too.
Pinch this guy.
It should be a cap
Might chase you.
if they play it correctly.
Yep. He's one shot. Two shot the street. Two shot the street.
No, they just like they got caught out front of the base. That with camo. K is scrimming on his birthday too. Make sure y'all wish K a happy birthday.
The Django in car too.
I think FaZe has a great chance too. FaZe has a great chance. Very good chance.
Sure.
Yeah. Anything else? I think I caught up.
Gotcha.
Hold on, let me see what you said, Chad.
I think top.
Said, I'm mostly just playing. Lucy can figure it out, but he does really need to cut that shit out where he gets nervous in the Slayer. I asked him, and he said he needs to become one with the brain dead this season, so there's hope for him. I don't think he gets nervous in Slayer. I wouldn't say that because I don't think an MVP and a world champion gets nervous. That's like not even a factor at all. It's just about making the right play and playing for the win. That's the main thing. It's just playing for the win. I wouldn't say that he's getting nervous whatsoever. He's not. He's not getting nervous. It's just about not being the aggressor in the close matches. It's not just Slayer either. It's just in general because I'm looking at this and they need to just say they need to play their lives more. They definitely need to play their lives more. I think they're trying to play into other teams' play styles instead of trying to or trying to come into their own instead of trying to just change their shit completely. But they come from different backgrounds. I think that's what's hurting them because you don't see very many team shots. You don't see them being too aggressive on their side of the map. You don't see them playing their lives too much. That's why I say it's going to take some time. But if they're not showing any signs of promise in the next 2 weeks, then that's when you can start to be much more critical of them, I think. They don't scrim every day. Which team are you talking about, Dad? They've been scrimming. They scrimmed today, too. The only time for them to scrim is this week. They have scrimmed before the last tournament, I think, as well. They've been scrimming, Dad.
Top shields. P2.
But I think I might be undervaluing C9 a little bit.
He's swearing at me.
Like, even though I might not rate King Nick too high,
I couldn't get a touch.
I think that they're still a very good team. And I think I might need to rate King Nick a little bit higher as well. Thinking Trivia's team just had a good scrim against SR. I can see them taking best of 5 personally. I agree with you, Anointed. And they went to Game 7 in the scrim as well, or in the tournament. And they were usually going to Game 7s before the last LAN event. They just kind of, the gap was widening before TreeMac Atlanta and at TreeMac Atlanta. But Forverkind is making those right adjustments, and they're trying to kind of match the current meta of Shopify.
I'm pushing in.
Because the thing is with Shopify, they're so aggressive, but if you're aware of their aggressiveness, you might be able to lay a trap, but their survivability is just the best in the game.
No, one shot there.
Ah, that's some bullshit. I will say that was some bullshit. What's going on, Janelli? What's popping, homegirl? We're talking about Halo. Said, low key, I think Tommy just needs to stop thinking so much and then let someone more up to date on the general flow of the game make decisions. So the guy shooting with gunfights. Now that's always been a criticism of Tommy. Like, I think more so from the community is that he needs to just focus on himself instead of trying to be that IGL or trying to be the just everything, you know what I'm saying? The IGL, the main slayer, and the movement king, all that shit. I think he just needs to focus on him, you know what I'm saying? And let him just roam around, let him do his thing. Let somebody else take that dominant or be that dominant voice in the comms, then he just follows along and then makes his play calls here and there. I think that's I do agree with you. I think that's something that might be holding Tommy back, is just not focusing on his full gameplay himself and just trying to focus on everybody else's at the same time.
Sorry, turns of camo. Look for spawners.
Do you think it's fair to say SSG kind of crumbles if they can't lock down a setup? I wouldn't say that they necessarily crumble. It's just they don't stay alive. They don't stay alive at all. And I noticed this during the qualifier too. Is they go for dead a lot. They're kind of spreading themselves too thin instead of. And this is just the early days of their team. Like I said, in 2 weeks, if they're playing the same way, losing scrims in the same fashion, then that's when you can just be much more critical of them. But they're just not using the map the correct way. I hope that makes sense. They're just kind of always, like, you see this, they spawn 3 at pink, The other enemy team has the flag pulled. Let's see if they even. I don't know if anybody's going
Going up
back.
flank.
They're trying to OE, but this could put them in a bad position. They
One's
could
under
get this
fire, one's
kill,
under
but that
fire.
person's staying alive, and that's going to delay them.
Yeah.
Now they have a flank behind them as well, which is
Yeah,
going
I'm
to split
hiding
the
the bridge.
spawns. The one person died. That's pushed up. There's still somebody bottom mid flanking K. He does get a
Mid
kill,
somewhere,
but
top
he
mid
might
somewhere.
get taken down early
Yo,
or
top,
foul. Excuse me.
Vent, bottom
They
mid.
might get this re though.
On mic,
Yeah.
on mic.
Oh, they don't get the re.
Oh,
They don't
behind
get
me,
the
fridge,
re yet.
fridge
There's
spawn
2
and
people
bottom mid.
one shot fridge or Gen. 3 people one shots. They should hop that re. They should hop that re. Double hop it. They can. Yeah, they should be able to get
There was
this.
a guy top mid. There was a guy top mid.
That's a good stop. That was a good stop.
Behind me their flag. Behind me their flag.
It almost wasn't, but that was a good stop.
Hear that. Yeah, behind me their window, the window.
That's how they need to kind of play. It's risky because I think that person on C9 made a mistake trying to flank them, and then they didn't play their lives properly.
It's 2 dead guys.
If there's anything I missed, always feel free to type it again. Always feel free to type it again. The
Running in
C9
one
team is
shot.
a lot of fun to root for. I think so too. I agree. Let me see what you guys said. You phase SSG, and it also helps to see what you guys say if you put aPG. It does help. I know it might be a little bit nitpicky, but it just helps so it highlights. You phase SSG and C9 actually have a team. I'm confused why it's phase. They're not really phased up. What do you mean not phased up? Nitro, they are phased. What do you mean? They are these teams. They signed up under these team names in the qualifier, so I'm confused what you mean. But they are phased SSG and C9. That's gonna be their teams or their orgs, excuse me. So his macro decision ability isn't good. His micro is probably top 3 though. Not gonna that has macro decision ability. Who are you talking about, Sentence? You talking about Tommy? Is that what you're talking about? I think a lot of teams can beat each other by day for now. I think so as well. They haven't been announced now. They're not going to be announced yet, but they can't sign up in the tournaments unless that they are actually in communication with the org and have the right to use that team name. But I don't know if they're going to be announced because they're not technically getting salaried or anything like that. They're just all these orgs are already part of the Halo ecosystem, and they were still in the partner system. So that's why they had to pick up teams. They had to pick up teams. So they were gonna because these orgs are gonna get 100% get an invite to Halo Fest. So that's why these like the teams that are under these orgs now they're gonna be at Halo Fest for sure. Lucid, I agree with you, Ascendance. I agree. It's just I think that Tommy just gotta focus on him instead of just the everybody else. Everybody else is trying to make sure that everybody else is doing the correct thing because he has to have more confidence in just them making the right play. That they're very heavy on ones right now. Need to switch a lot more. You talking about SSG, Ryan? I agree with you. I agree with you on that 100% because I don't see much many team shots. They do have a good amount of assists in the scrim, but it doesn't seem like they're using team shots to get their kills or to be efficient on the map.
One shot, car one. Two car one. I think
I
that's
know
car
SSG got to work on their chem. I thought they would
Yo,
do
look
better,
for spawner,
especially
look
being
for spawner,
so
look for
more
spawner.
aggressive. Overall, passive
they're
aggressive,
gonna be
balance
top
out
flag or
gel
something.
better. So wouldn't you see?
Yeah, bottom it.
You saying like this team in
behind you.
general, Dom? This team in general, you thought would work better? It's just that they're just a new team. They're just a new team.
Still top flag.
But it's
One
their
shot.
survivability. They're not surviving at all. They're not
Just get
surviving
out,
at
Mike,
all.
just get out. Yo, arc front base. Front base Z.
They have
Three
come
shots.
back
Arc,
in this
P
game
jump,
though.
guys,
3-2. It was
P1. P1 one shot. Nice.
but there's too many openings on the map. There's too many openings for people to fly through. That's why
Hear
you
that?
can
I'm
see them
fighting
getting
that
shot
guy,
in the
fight that
back
guy.
a lot too.
Stay left, stay left, stay left.
The shop's aggression is what everyone aims
These half
for.
shields, they're heady.
The timing as a team allows them to play
One
the way they
shot,
do.
top
No,
gen.
no, you're right, Anointed. Just
Top gen
you have
went
good
out,
takes.
clear
You have
flag.
good takes. The thing is that separates Shopify from the rest of the teams, in my opinion, is not only their aggressiveness, but their survivability. Like I mentioned before, them staying alive for so long, allowing their teammates to spawn up or come and help them when they're in a shitty position. Because even if somebody from Shopify looks like they're scamming and they're just flying through trying to take space, it's still they're able to stay alive long enough for their teammates to come and help them. That's the biggest discrepancy. That's why you see Cycle being called the new age Ola, and that's why you see Last Shot being as aggressive as possible and just creating space every time he spawns out. Then you have Royal 2 always going to be staying, like he's going to be playing his life to the fullest extent, and he's going to be always there to get the cleanup kills and do damage. Yes, I agree with you, Ryan. I agree. Fully agree. Very good takes. Very good takes. I love this combo. Love combos. Why doesn't Optic have a team given they get an invite to Halo Fest as well? They're not in a partner team, Nitro. They're not in the partnered Halo ecosystem. I'll show it to you right now. There's a graphic. There's a graphic about the partner teams that are going to be in the Halo ecosystem. I'll show it real quick. I think this is it. No, not this one. Might be the one at Worlds. No, that's not exactly the same thing. This one is older. It's either this one or the one before. Yeah, it's the one before. I always forget. But these are the orgs: Shopify, SSG, FaZe, Cloud9, and LVT and EHL tournament organizers. Optics not involved in that. SR is always a slide away. For a teammate to absorb damage. Exactly.
Don't. He's still there. He's still there.
They utilize the environment better than any other team. Again, that's why you see them jiggle peeking, whatever it may be. They also get weapons a lot more than other teams. They set up for weapons better.
One shot, two shot P2.
And power ups.
Dude, one shot their fridge. One shot their fridge.
They just don't. This team just doesn't have teamwork right now.
One dead, still their fridge, never died.
They just don't have a lot of teamwork. They have 2 dead. Last person's trying to pull a flag, but that's just not the opportunity to pull a flag. And now Tommy's probably eventually gonna get cleaned up. That's another 4 dead. That's probably been majority time that they've been playing this game. They've been 4 dead. Now this is a game where they just don't look like they have much control. But they've had their moments. They've had their moments, but C9 has been the aggressors 8 out of 10 times, I say, or 80% of the time.
3 and they're from Ace.
I want to see the Origin one too. I want to see the Origin flag because Origin flag is 5-1, and I feel like the same kind of result and gameplay is what we're going to see in that game opposed to this one. It's another flag game.
Dude, one shot our vent.
But they're playing. They have to be aggressive at this point. They don't have any choice besides scam and try and get to the other team's base. But it doesn't look like they're not working together. Wow, that guy didn't die. That's crazy. It's definitely probably Texas server. That's definitely probably Texas server. Did you see Niak's interview with Formal? How you should have been more selfish? What does that mean? He's saying that in COD. He's saying that in COD, and I think maybe just towards the end of his career. But I did see that this morning. I watched his vlog this morning when I was getting ready. But he's talking mainly about just playing more for himself, taking the weapons for himself, not worried about trying to give the spotlight to the rest of his team. But I don't think that really applies to our team. I don't think that applies to our team because I think that was fine for. I think he was playing perfectly fine on our roster, and I think he was playing fine on the new Optic roster too. But I think that's mainly what he was saying. It's just trying to give other people the spotlight, not taking the weapons for himself and things of that nature. And Mikey was fine on this game. I mean, I think he was just getting the cleanup kills a lot, Eli, because in that game it didn't look like they were playing too well together.
Like coming through the mic.
On top of the morning, Eli.
Okay, I'm going elbow.
But that just means that he just needs to play more for himself. That's just all it means. You don't have to think too deep into it, Nitro. It just means that he's trying to play more for himself. If you watch his COD gameplay, then he's the one that's gonna get the spotlight because of how like him and Karma are like Karma's the unselfish player.
Yo, grass.
Like I'd say on our team, like Lucid might be like our old Optic team. Lucid would be the selfish player. Like give him the weapons, let him slay, let him roam around, let him do his thing, and then the rest of the team does the dirty work. Yo, that's just what it means, just being less like I'm an unselfish player. Like me dropping the snipe for a teammate, me wanting to do the objective, giving them the camel snipe, whatever it may be, taking the oddball from them. Like that's like myself, Penguin. Snakebite, just I'm talking about the players that were at the top when I was competing, and then now I think that Legend is in there too. It's just unselfish. You're just doing whatever you can to lift up your teammates and then just get the win.
Cave and Sniper, they're both weak.
Yo, I think that's what he means. Right now. Oh, Dav said 12-1. Eli, he said that FaZe will get fucked by Shopify 12-1, but he won't put a bet on it.
Yep.
Will not put a bet on it. You feel like Lucid's game has changed a lot over the years? I wouldn't say that his game has necessarily changed. I think it's just the meta has changed, so his gameplay has had to change as well or evolve. But I wouldn't say that it's necessarily changed in that manner. It's just the meta has evolved from year 1 to year 4. You know, it's much more faster paced, not as it's not as setup based. It's you have to use teamwork in a different way.
Nice flag guy and then spawner. One guy already up. To help him.
They get the early cap, but this score was 5-1.
I needed it.
That was good patience from whoever that was on C9.
Elbow's walking out. He's one shot the rocket
But it's still
street.
Tommy,
Top
and
rocks,
also
one shot.
there's not as much sandbox.
Still top rocks.
There's not as much sandbox
He's above you, Mike. He knows you're there, right above
utilization.
you.
That was also a big part of
Dude, there.
Tommy's gameplay is sandbox, using different weapons.
Hear that.
He was the king
Our
of the
flag, our
sandbox. Now it's kind of been dumbed down to more
There, elbow.
precision weapons and power weapons,
These are grass.
opposed to Heat Wave, Shoddy, Disruptor, all these other weapons that were in the beginning.
Hear that.
What does that mean,
Trying to get
Matrizi?
through.
What does that mean?
2 shot top cat.
Because you know Verb going to agree with
Our
you,
side,
saying that
our
he's a
side.
brother. He can be
One
playing
shot.
like a brother.
And grass.
Nah,
Grass
'cause
going
he
our
can
base,
make
our
bad
base.
plays.
Our
He
base
can make
versus
bad
two.
plays. That ain't right, Chad. Everybody makes bad plays.
He's got our basement too.
It just depends on if your team is on the same
One
page
shot or elbow?
and they're doing it together. It's better to make the wrong play together
Our
than it is the
elbow's
right play, like a solo. Because if you're making the wrong play together, it can still turn into the right play.
Hear that? It's 2 shot. It's 2 shot. There's also a guy bottom mid.
They just
Here, play
don't
for
they don't
snipe.
have much control, bro. They don't have much control at all. They're just going down too often.
And yep, there be our.
And honestly, like these are things that are easily fixable as long as they put in the time and they
Grass,
actually
grass.
work on them. If they have the right micro goals.
I'm gonna snipe. Try to help me.
They could be their
Definitely
skill,
over.
but they're just consistently on the bottom of the map, spreading themselves too thin and just going down for that. They can't keep their shields for shit either.
Pyramid.
They cannot keep their shields for shit. Look, 3 people go to snipe. King Nick gets a triple. That guy's K in basement. He's gonna go down, and there's already gonna be somebody on C9 in the flag to pull it, basically. But they have to get one more kill. Tommy's getting shot up spawn immediately. I don't think they probably expected this type of aggression from
One shot
C9.
cave.
I don't think they
One
expected
shutter
this.
flag.
But see, even like that person just flying in, not. I think that's Z. He's not even worried about his shields. He knows his teammate's gonna be right there to help him with that. They get the kill. They get the flag out
Grass,
immediately.
grass. Flag is 2. Flag is 1.
Thank you, Pedro. I am.
hear that.
Hope you're having a great day too, homie.
Dude, top cat killed me.
See what? Here, let me pause to see what you guys said. He said, I've been watching old highlights, and was wondering whether Tommy slowed down a lot or the game just sped up. The game just sped up. It's just that's how Halo is. Year 1 is just completely different than year 3 or year 4, and just the teams that have formed, the play styles that have evolved. Like that's just how it is. But it's on Tommy as well, and he has to sped up his gameplay because you have to speed it up. The game has evolved into a meta of just more high risk for high reward, flying around the map, using your teammates, getting damage. Even if you get damage on somebody and you can't get the kill, just focusing on the next target. That's why you see Last Shot having such great target discipline, shooting somebody and then immediately turning to the next person to get damage on them, and then the teammates getting the cleanups. That's just exactly how it works. Legend was on lower ping. They might win a couple more, but yeah, I'm kind of thinking Shopify dominates. But that's not what Dav said. Dav said 12-1. Dav said 12-1. Dav said 12-1. That's completely different. Shopify Dustman, players go play games. His own money too. That doesn't end more dead to cover the games. That is. So did the players agree to? Did the players agree to have him as a observer? If they did, that's a positive. I think it's still just positive in general. A very good observation. So, no, I don't, Retrizi. I don't watch football, so that's why I'm being for real. I don't know what that means. I don't watch football at all, really. I mean, I watched a little bit back in the day, Mike Vick, but the only thing I know about Mike Vick is what we all know. But that's why I don't necessarily know. And score of this scrim, this one was it doesn't show everything on Data Hive. Doesn't show everything. I think it was 7-4 or 7-3 or something like that, but it says 6-3. I'm not entirely sure what the entire score was. Not entirely. I'm not very sure. Not very sure. I wish I could tell you, but I don't know because they had a lot of game crashes. They had a lot of game crashes in this. Players agreed. Okay, that's a W. That's a W. That's a W. So real talk, do you think Lucid has his game set too dark? I don't think it's his game. I think it's his stream settings, Pedro. So I don't think his game is looking like this. I think his stream is just looking like this. But I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think it's too dark though. I don't think it's too dark. I think this is what he's comfortable with. I don't know if it's been like if he adjusted it for a marathon or anything like that, but I'm not entirely sure. Not entirely sure. That's not a bad take at all either. That's not a bad take. That Verb, why you say he's moving too fast? Do you think that he's trying to overcompensate for the lack of teamwork on their team? I think that's what I'm seeing from SSG right now. Because I think they're trying to play too fast into the other team's pace instead of trying to figure out their own pace. even though there is a a common middle ground for just how the game should be played. But I do think they're just trying to overcompensate for lack of teamwork, trying to just play for space in a different way, or like just solo, just not winning their 1v1s entirely. But there's just like you look at three of them are on the bottom of the map right now. Nobody's taking that time to just go up and take a different angle. They're trying to just kind of desperate for this flaggery, and they probably are all going to go go down eventually.
Two dead right now.
There's two. Last guy's K. Yeah, last guy's K. So they're not taking the right space. Like they just go 4 dead again.
Right, take a deep breath. Lock in. Got plenty of time. I hear you. Our elbow now, half shields. It's one shot actually. He's one shot our elbow.
They have somebody flying at elbow. There's one person. They get one, but there's 2 dead immediately off spawn. Foul might be going down in about 3 seconds. There's another 4 dead. They're going 4 dead way too damn much. Way too damn much. Way too damn much. Immediately they dying. Immediately dying. Damn, that was a nasty sprint straight from Z. Oh my goodness. Even though he didn't get the kill, he got enough damage on him to get for his teammate to get the kill. So I know he does put his brightness down, but I don't know how his actual screen looks. It's his brightness in game, then I think he might need to improve it. I think he might need to up it. But it might be like that to see power ups more, like camo. It might be like that. I'm not entirely sure.
It's 2 shot. I think maybe one
that's
shot
gonna be game, bro. That's a decently fast 5 flag game. Now imagine this is 3-1. Yeah, I will, on a scale of 1 to 10, I will say their teamwork right now, maybe like a.
The way we're calming right now is like we're auto tilted. We need to reset. Like we're literally just calming angry.
I'd say like a 3, like a 3 or a 2. They don't have much teamwork at all. It ended 6-3 because Foul kept on lagging out. That's why they didn't play the rest of the games. I thought it was like that because that's exactly what I said, Brad. That's exactly what I said. I thought it was because of Marathon. I didn't know if it was his stream settings and like having it more HD or anything like that. But I think he does need to have it a little bit brighter. Like what is it? You have to have I think you have to have your brightness either higher or lower to see power ups more. I never really adjusted my brightness too much. I did adjust it to be a little bit like higher. I think a little bit higher. I'm not entirely sure. Booba did play well. Verb was telling me to watch it from Booba's point of view, but I wanted to see it from SSG's point of view because it looks like, especially in the game scores, bro. Even though the scrims or the slays are even, if you look at the scores, like this is like C9 having full control. You know what I'm saying? Full control of this series for the most part. Looks like they have a good game on Lattice, but that was their best. Showing by far. But it's looking like Cloud9 is just doing their thing. They do run this game. I want to see. What's it? Live Fire Strongholds. That's what I wanted to see. But this is like game 2. This is game 2, and I will say them just like with Tommy saying that they're calling like angrily in game 2 is not good. That's not a good sign. It might be because K is screaming on his birthday. He don't want to be playing on his birthday. All right, let me try and find Live Fire Strong. Let me see. That's it. No, that is it. I do want to see a game that they win too. I want to see what the difference is when they're winning and when they're losing.
Yeah.
I don't know where everybody on C9 is. I know Keenix on East Coast, Dallas, Boosie's like up north, Michigan, I think, Central, and I think that Z is East Coast. I think it might be Easter actually, Easter Central. What's going on, Wes? What's popping? How are we feeling about the new phase roster? I think the phase roster is great. I think they're great. I think that and Boo Boo has been playing fantastic. He has been playing fantastic, even in the qualifier. I think that the new phase roster is like one of the top picks to beat SR. It's just going to take some time. I think that this is going to be a big scrim for them, to where they can get a feel for SR, even though they've been a team before, like 3/4 of them, both on SSG and on Optic. I still think that SR has been a team for so long that they're still going to have some adjustment periods and some growing pains, an adjustment period and growing pains because they're playing very aggressive, very, very aggressive, but it could be to a fault because of the survivability that SR has. But once they get more of a feel for them, I think they're going to be one of the top picks along with 4 of a kind to try to fight run for their money. But still, it's going to take time. That he's getting stream watched on his whites, try to help him. He's not on Zowie. Wait, what monitor is he on if he's on a Zowie? That's like the typical monitor that everybody's on. I'm pretty sure I'm not on Abu Dhabi right now, but I am in Dallas. What monitor he's on? That's actually very important. That's a good point. Very good point. Good ball. I think a lot of people are also underestimating how good C9 is. Seeing Ibusi are in the prime. Kinnick doesn't miss. Boo Boo, Big Brain, IGL. I think that it's a great chemical makeup of their team, Eli. I fully agree with you. I fully agree with you. I think that the aggression from their team, and you pair that with Boo Boo, and then also Kinnick. I don't know too much about Kinnick, but he's like I don't rate him too highly, but he's doing extremely well in this team, and I probably need to start rating him the right way or stop underestimating him just because he's been on like top six teams usually throughout his career. Was on E United in the beginning and they were doing very well, top two, top three. But I think that Abusi and Sirion are like the X factors on this team. I think that them just flying at you and not missing as well. I think that's what's catching people off guard. And I think that it could be to a fault as well, but they're not afraid to take those risks. They're not afraid to jump out one shot if they know their teammates right there. They're not afraid to do the bait and switch. Like those are things that you have to have. What was the question, Dev? I didn't see it. I didn't see it. You gotta type it again, Dev. Type it again. You said your thoughts and Shy's viewers donating 1,500. That's a good thing, Dev. Is that what you mean? You said and I was confused in the way you asked that right there. That's a great thing. That's a great thing. It makes the scrims more entertaining and it makes it more enticing. I think it's a very big positive thing. I think it's very big positive. I don't think there's anything negative about that at all. It also it helps the players like in either financials or it just gives them more of an incentive to want to win the scrim. I think that's great. It's like similar to the straight ripping cash grabs. I'm surprised straight ripping ain't doing their cash grabs anymore when these are the best scrims that we've had throughout the entire year. I'm surprised they ain't back in. Straight ripping was doing cash grabs in a time period where they did not need to be doing the cash grabs because people were not scrimming like that and there were not even any top teams scrimming. But I think this is a very good thing. Very good thing. It's a very big positive. I don't think there's anything negative at all. I don't think there's anything negative at all about that whatsoever. See if there's anything I missed. But my bad, Dav. I did not see that. I did not see that. I apologize. But if I ever don't see anything, Dav, just always feel free to type it again. Just at me, like you did do that before. But just at me again, and I'll see it. Always feel free. If I miss anything for anybody in the chat, always feel free to type it again. Always shoot on. Kinnick was going insane on complexity at Worlds when they got top six. He had a 50 kill Aqua CTF game, I think. He was doing very well at Worlds, but they were just always. I just didn't think too much of them because they were always in like the top six. You know what I'm saying? They're always in the top six. They weren't like in the top four or giving people the top four a run for their money. Now C9, that's a different story. C9 wasn't in the pro league, and we weren't able to see their full potential because they lost to a mid. Remember, it was fucking garbage from Sparty. But I think that if C9 was able to get in the pro league and get that much more practice, I think that we could have seen them do much better even going throughout the rest of the season. But I think that C9 is probably like C9 and Mercenaries. I think they're my like top two most underrated teams right now. I think so. I'm not entirely sure how like SSG is gonna be like in a couple weeks time because honestly I do expect SSG to be doing better. I do expect them to be doing better. I'm not gonna lie. I do expect them to be doing better than this. Just in terms of their teamwork. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you so much. Thank you. Eli, you better be saying thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ryan. Thank you. Very, very appreciated. Thank you. And yeah, you're right. Like I love being able to, cause I be on in the morning, so I like being able to review the scrims, and I be watching a little bit of them when I'm eating my lunch before the gym. So I'm gonna start going to the gym early in the mornings, and that way I can stay on longer and watch the scrims as well. But I like reviewing them in the mornings. Who's on Mercenaries again? Mercenaries is Sab, Suppressed, Druxel Snipe. Sab, Suppressed, Druxel Snipe. And they are the ones that won the most recent qualifier. They're the 5th seed. He said that y'all gonna dominate, Brad. So you gotta prove him right. You gotta prove that right. That G1 check still ain't come through. G1 check ain't nowhere coming through. G1 is dead. Fuck G1. I'm sorry, I gotta keep it real. Fuck G1. Fuck G1. Them niggas is pieces of shit. To put it lightly, pieces of shit. From fucking over Dean, the range native with the warehouse to all the people. It's just fuck them niggas. Imagine they make their name G1 Reloaded.
Nice, one more. Top mid, white box.
I mean, having the name G1 was just a bad thing in the first. Like, you can't name yourself gamers first and then just be fucking over the gamers. You just can't be doing that.
Stay in T, play for camo, play for camo.
I can talk about them like that, Chad. I can do that. I can do that. Are we hating on Shyway? What do you mean? What did I say? I didn't say it on Shyway.
Trying to look at B real quick.
What are you talking about?
Just 3 shots.
Oh,
back B.
don't do that. What I hate on Shyway? We're talking about G1.
Got him. Still back B.
We're talking about G1. What makes you think that we hating on Shyway? Nobody hating on Shyway. We said we've always been talking positively about the scrim. Blood money comment. Who said that? I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Blood money comment. I didn't see that. I didn't say that. If that's what you're talking about me, I didn't say that. Oh, Chad's just been off the shits today. Chad's just been off the shits today. No shit talk. Let's keep it Halo, y'all. Keep it Halo. Keep it Halo. Fun fact: when I was living in Austin and that crazy ice storm came through, I was out of power. Leezy let me sleep on his floor so I wouldn't freeze to death. He's a real one. That's a W Leezy. W Leezy. Like when Ryan when he was down and out, I let him stay on my couch. You know what I'm saying? And he got to use the touchscreen fridge. You know, I just play it. Key. No, just keep it Halo. That ain't, I don't want to say no shit talk for anybody because what Shyway is doing for the scrims and is a big positive for the community. You got to give him credit because raising, especially to his community as well, for them raising $1,500 for this massive scrim that everybody is going to be tuning into. Like that's a positive, and also giving the players something to play for. As a positive. I'm messing with you, Ryan. I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. Key. What's going on, Reese?
You like big door.
I'm just playing.
Yo, there's 2 back B now.
You want me to be shirtless, Dad? I'll be shirtless
guys,
tomorrow.
Spawn day, they're gonna be behind you guys. I'm trying to come B.
I'll be shirtless tomorrow.
I'm coming.
Wait, Football, you said that this strongholds is rough? Is that what you're saying? This one right here? Or you mean in general?
2 shot on me.
I think they won the recharge one.
One shot
Damn.
One shot light. Nice kill. 2 dead. 3 dead actually. Last guy's there. They're gonna spawn screens. They're gonna get like dummy spawn too.
So Foul was having like PC issues or
Elbows.
there's PC issues, not internet issues, PC issues.
2 dead. One guy just
Now,
won C
also,
again,
we were
that's the guy.
talking about, before I keep playing this, we were talking about Piggy possibly being the best, that his best option was going to be C9. Now, I don't know if Piggy is going to be getting on C9 anytime soon. I think that these teams that are formed, I think, honestly, SSG, I don't know if they would be interested in that, but if SSG is not showing any signs of promise in the future, I think that might be a good destination for Piggy. But beforehand, thought that, King Nick might need to get replaced by Piggy because he just came back. They were a new team. That was his best opportunity, but I don't know if there's going to be a spot for Piggy right now. Sadly, I don't think that's going to be a real option, a realistic option. I think that Piggy might be, unfortunately, he might be left out of these teams unless they want to reach out or they're not showing any progress. But it's going to be a little bit of time. I don't know how long these teams will be waiting until they make a team change or how the LVT roster change periods work. Let me see. Let me see what you said. Lucid might figure out how to play aggro before Shyway has any introspection. You gotta stop, Chad. You've been hating today. And Reese, why do you think that's a bad thing? That's still a positive. It's beneficial to all parties. It's still beneficial to all parties. I mean, it's the same thing with like straight ripping. There's no difference in between straight ripping and the cash grabs. Because if you guys remember the straight ripping cash grabs in the beginning of this year or middle of this year, because straight ripping, that's my only gripe with them. That's my only gripe with them. Is straight ripping be coming in and then they just be like here for a moment, and then they take Eva's memes and then they be gone. Like, we have not seen straight ripping. That, mind you, they were trying to put in like that's a fuck ton of money. I think they were doing like 3K or something like that per scrim. That's too much. You got to spread that spread that out to different scrims. You can't just be throwing 3K in one, 3K in one, or something. However it was, and they're not going to get much. They're not going to get an ROI on that. Not going to get an ROI on that. That's the thing. But still, the straight ripping, I have more of a gripe with straight ripping than I have with Shyway doing the scrims or trying to observe a scrim and help the players as well. It's just beneficial to all parties. It helps the players, gives them incentive. The only thing that shitty is legend on shitty ping, but that would influence them or motivate them to go harder. because I mean the scrims are mainly about just practice, but having a little bit of money on the line, I think is good. I think it makes it more interesting. Just run it down. What do you mean? What do you mean by that, goofball? You saying like the play style? I mean, it's like if you're saying run it down like play style, it goes both ways. It's like you can run it down, but you can't do it in a non-teamwork way. Like Shopify runs it down. Like I could probably bring up the last shot sequence, the Shopify sequence yesterday where I was watching. He's going from tower to nest, recognizing the spawns, immediately going to tower to next, and then getting the kills at green on four of a kind, and then rotating right back to a west. That's just like it's just rinse and repeat. That's how you have to play the game. Same thing in like a three cap. You just want to go back and forth until you go down in numbers or you go two down in damage, and then you gotta back up, and then you have to like reset and then play your lives and just wait for your teammates. So much on production, no way it would be sustainable. Exactly, Farmer. I agree with you. I agree with you. Unless they plan to do that, like they had to plan to do that, I would say now. You know what I'm saying? Like if they were doing that now, it would have been better. But they were doing it. They were doing that shit in the middle off season. You know what I'm saying? They were doing that shit when the only teams they were getting to scrim were like Ascending Baseline and Legion. You know what I'm saying? They were not getting Shopify. They were not getting four of a kind. Like they weren't getting the good shit. You know what I'm saying? It was like I don't want to be rude, but it was like I mean, Ascending Baseline's not a G League roster, but it was like a minor league scrim, which I don't think was good. They could have waited to do that in the future when it was going to be more sustainable, when there was going to be more viewers. They were doing that when a tournament just ended and we were still waiting on the Pro League to be announced. So it just wasn't. It's not sustainable, like you said. And they were trying to come in uh, year four. Year four. I don't know if you guys know that, but they were trying to pick up a team. They were trying to pick up the ITB roster, the Jimbo roster, and before they went to ITB, and then they were trying to offer them like $500 a month, which is you can get more donating plasma, or just Instacart or DoorDash. Like that's very little to be playing professional Halo, especially in HCS sanctioned tournaments. Like that should not be the minimum. But that's what Luminosity was given. There's a few orgs that were just given that bare minimum. You know what I'm saying? I think that's too little. What's my beef? What I say? I don't got no beef. What do you mean? The Epic? No, not me. Not me. Not Eli. I don't have any VIPs, Dab. I don't have any more VIPs to give. I have any more VIPs to give. I have to remove some old ones and then put some more, or add some more. I'm confused on Straight Rippin wants to be. They might also be. I think that they are confused too, Eva. I do agree with you. I think it's like they want to be like an org slash production, like production agency slash stream. Like they want, like when I say like production, I mean like LVT. They want to be like an org, and then they want to be LVT at the same time, like a combo of them. But they got to pick a lane. They got to pick a lane. They got to pick a just pick their strong suit. And I think that the cash grabs were fine, but they were also talking about like the like. Here, I'm gonna do this real quick. If I can find this. Yeah, I'm gonna find this. So like they haven't tweeted since July 31st, and this one they were just doing throwback shit and whatnot. Like just a whole bunch of memes, a whole bunch of memes. And I guess that's just for engagement to make sure that you're not just going dead on social media. But they they were like this. They were doing their articles. Um, they were trying to like see this. They got $1,000 per match. Like they have all this money they're putting in, but they also I don't know if they were paying the casters and whatnot. I know Why Not was working with them. I know that Elamite was working with them. But they also made an article. I don't see it anymore. But they were talking about the cost for everything, and the cost for everything was like $10,000 or some crazy shit, and they're not going to get that money back through just one stream. Like that's in a couple streams. Like you're going to have to work months on end to get that money back if you're just streaming every once in a while, and you're not going to get that through ads and whatnot because you're going to get some bread, but you're not going to get that. You're not going to break even at all. You're not going to break even. But they were not. Like, I want to see the last time they had a cash grab. It was July 7th, and this is Ascending Baseline versus Legion, right? Ascending Baseline versus Legion. Um, they had the Funk Four. This wasn't even a real team. This is like again, this is during the time period we just waiting for a Pro League to be announced. But this isn't. These aren't. This is one team that's just K's filling in. K's filling in. This ain't a real team. Um, But they had like some article. I think they might have deleted it. But they just doing more Halo 3 memes. They taking all your shit, Eva. They taking all your shit. They had the paid roster do it. Like this was a decent one, but this isn't a time period where this like there's a lot of shit going on. So I just don't think it was the right move. I don't think it was the right move at all. I don't. Let me see. She said Dev. Said why? Oh, I saw that. Saw that. Is it saying how much money they were putting in? Yeah, they were putting in unless you just crazy rich have money to burn. Yeah, there's got to be a ROI. There's got to be a ROI, like a good ROI. They're just grasping at relevancy. I think so. That's it too, Eli. I think so. That's too. Oh, you say not me, Epic. Okay, I think that is it. I think they were just trying to get back in the Halo community, and that's not a bad thing to do. But you got to be able to do that for a long period of time if you're gonna start off doing that shit when things are popping again. Because this is the best time of the year by far for Halo. There ain't that. Beginning of the year is straight, but then the middle of the year is dry. But now we have a lot of shit going on. We got scrims happening damn near every day. We got the pro players back. We got the orgs back. Like this is the time period to be doing that. But I don't know why they wouldn't do that before. I have no idea, or why they would do that before. Besides now, what would it take to revive Halo and its esport in general? Um, that's myself. Hope I said it properly. The best thing for Halo to be revived is we need a good game. We just need a good game, a working game, and we do not need we need a good anti-cheat as well and things for people to play for in the game. I have like a document where I have a whole bunch of different suggestions for Halo and what I think the like Halo what Halo Studios needs to listen to from the community, not just competitive community, to have it be successful. But we just need an influx of different things in game and also an anti cheat. Anti cheat's probably one of the biggest things because people are going to play Halo when it comes out. It's just about being able to sustain the population and keep people on the game since there's a plethora of other different games out there nowadays. There's there's Warzone, Call of Duty. There's Gears about to come out. There's Arc Raiders that has kind of died down a little bit. There's Marathons kind of died down a little bit too. But there's just you know what I'm saying. There's just a lot of other games that are out there. Beforehand, like back in Halo's glory days, I'd say there was only Halo, COD, Gears, like for arena shooters. But also Halo Infinite's year one and year two, like numbers were great. Skin sales were great. Viewership was great. Everything. Years one and two. But year three is when it kind of started to take a deep dive. But then year four started to have much of a resurgence. So year four was great. They were also gearing up for year five for Halo Infinite. I don't know if y'all know that, but there was going to be a year five for ATS. But then Microsoft obviously probably felt like there was not a big ROI, and then they just pulled the plug, and that's why we have the grassroots tournaments now. There's a lot of cheaters on Infinite. There's a lot of cheaters. I mean, it's just like any other online game that's on PC. There's going to be a fuck ton of cheaters. That's just how it is nowadays. A lot. It's both mess. It's aimbot, walls, um, just anything. Soft aim, I guess. I might be one. I don't know the exact terminology, but there's a fuck ton of cheaters. And Eli, shut up. Eli's a cheater too by MENA standards. But yeah, there's a cheaters in the beginning of the game were spoofing people's names. Like they would use my name, they would use Lucid's, et cetera, et cetera. Any pro's name, they would go into matchmaking, literally be able to use their exact gamer tag, even though they're not on their account, they would spoof their name and then just go in matchmaking and start cheating, flying around, doing all that shit. And then they would come into the chat, like pros chats, and be like, "Oh, I'm doing this. I have this website. Rah, rah, you can't stop me." Rah, rah. Like it's a whole bunch of just imbeciles and incels that unfortunately played the game in the beginning. And also we had a lot of other different things in the game that kind of fucked it up, like desync and then crashes and then EAC. Like when you would scrim, you would be changing teams every other like after every other game. You know what I'm saying? Have to remake the lobby. Scrims would take like 6 hours because you got to keep on restarting your game, etc. Like we can't have those types of bugs in the future. But we do just need more addition. Like we need more things in Halo, like a zombies flood, like Call of Duty, but with the flood, like Call of Duty Zombies, but with the flood. We need, in my opinion, I think a battle royale or something like that would be good. Even though people say that we don't need it because it might take away from the studio's focus on multiplayer, we still should have some sort of other like extra game mode. That way, if you get bored with multiplayer, you can go play this, and it also brings in a different population to the game. I would say that those are like my main things, and what I would say is what I think that we really need. Like, because there's that's a great question. Great question. A lot of people ask that all the time, but that's why I have the document that up to have like a whole list of things that we need in the future. You know what I'm saying? I think we need a whole list of things. Oh, JJX was a pro, Chad. He was a pro in Halo 2. You can't say that. Don't be hating, Chad. You've been hating today. You gotta chill, man. You gotta chill. You've been hating. If we've got something cooking and then the ingredients are still in the damn I'm gonna fucking plagiarize the shit out of that Eva. That was so fucking good. That was so good. I hate when somebody's saying we got something cooking and the ingredients are still in the damn fridge. That is literally perfect. That is perfect. And of all Richizi was streaming last night, so I wasn't able to speak to him. I didn't want to take away from him streaming, so we were gonna talk today. I feel like the Infinite was great on launch, stopped playing, so I don't know what went wrong. It was like that. That's the main thing: cheaters and just not having things to play for the community. Like we need an in-game leaderboard. We need actual champ rank. The fact that we have gone away from champ rank is asinine, in my opinion. But we need something to reward the people that are number one at the end of the season, like a skin or weapon armor, whatever it may be. But we need something to have people like something for people to play for, because you have all the streamers and all these other different people from different games coming over to Halo trying to play it, but after a little bit, they're just playing matchmaking and not able to progress towards anything. What are they going to be playing for? You know what I'm saying? I should Eli. I probably will. I probably will. That's a great. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Think it's not cheating trying to sell the product. Nah, Cronus is cheating. I don't. And the only people that think that Cronus isn't cheating are just stupid people. I'll be honest with you. That's the only reason. That's the only reason because they're just trying to justify it. But Cronus is cheating. Cronus is definitely cheating. Ain't no questions asked about it. I just saw because it was super exciting when they first came in. Then they got everyone pumped. I mean, I'm surprised they aren't back, Eva, and they haven't said anything about why they're not back. And I think that's the problem. Is because you can't have faith in people if they're just coming in and coming out for just a little bit of money. It was the same thing with Cloud9 back in Halo 5, and Brad or any of the pros that were in Halo 5, they know that Cloud9 would come in just for like an event. They would come in for an event, pick up a team or get their skins in the game, and then they would be gone. And then 3 events later, they would come back, and then 3 events later, they'd be gone. And it was just a cycle. It was a cycle, no precedent. But they would just be in and out all the fucking time, all the time. A lot of MM demons are using Cronus. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it at all. A lot of people are using Cronuses. I'm surprised they never added Champ. I mean, Champ was in H5. That's why it's a regression, which is not good because Champs was in H5. And what's going on, nerdy? It was in H5. It was here. Like we had it. And it was something good that people were trying to grind for Champ 1 rank. But now all you're doing is grinding for fucking unrealistic Onyx numbers to break the game. That's literally it. You don't get anything for being at the top of the leaderboard in Onyx, and there's no way to view it in game. Opposed to if you go to Halo Data Hive or any of these other websites, Halo Tracker, that's the only way you see that somebody's at the top of the leaderboard. But there has to be incentive. In-game leaderboard and champ rank would encourage people to cheat. Well, I think that they gonna cheat anyways, Eli. That's a dumbass reason, respectfully. That's a dumbass reason because people will still. It would be probably both. They would either cheat, but they got to figure out a way to stop having them cheating with a good anti-cheat, and then it would also encourage people to grind. It probably would be both. So I guess I could see that, but the only way to combat that is to have a working anti-cheat to where the people can't just do that shit and it's undetectable for months on end, like Snaky. Because people just cheat in general. They cheat for placements and money in tournaments. You know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna happen regardless, as long as you have something to combat that and to get them banned immediately. That's the only thing. But I hope that that's one of the biggest things that we need is a good anti-cheat because the only thing that's gonna happen in the future is cheats are gonna evolve. They're gonna get better. They're gonna get more undetectable. They're gonna be more like soft, I guess, to where you can toggle it and whatnot, and not be able to see it visibly right off the rip, unless you're just straight up cheating. And like some people are just very very apparent, and that it's just you can obviously tell that people are cheating. If they fucking like Brainstorm, for instance, Brainstorm was clearly fucking cheating, and against his friends, mind you. And some people had the mindset if you can't beat them, you join them. And that's why we see a lot of people start to go that route in Halo Infinite, sadly. And this is one of the first Halo games we've had on PC, which is that's just going to happen. The same thing with COD. Hella people that COD is plagued with cheaters. Warzone, multiplayer, everything is obviously fucking. It's always getting fucked up. C9, how the mighty have fallen. Yes, exactly. That's why I say that C9 just fucking. They came in, they came out all the time. Came in, came out, came in, came out. Pause. I ain't trying to say no sexual reference, but they would just be in for an event, be gone for the next one. Be in for an event, gone for the next one. And also, I think that C9 right now, I think a lot of their money is tied up in Riot Games or Valorant, and that you don't get your money in Valorant if you are a partner team for 14 months. You still have to keep investing, keep paying salaries, housing, etc. But after 14 months, then you get your payout, and that's what you're rightfully owed. But that's not like you made an accusation. I'm gonna go look for proof. What are you talking about? What accusation did I make? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You only see C9 during Worlds. That was in Halo 5. That was in Halo 5. They're back in Halo. They've been in Halo, and they're one of the highest valued organizations, but they just have not been. They haven't been putting money in. Okay, I didn't know, Eva. I didn't know. I've just been ranting. I'll let y'all be. I'm just yapping. Only anti-cheat. I see that even remotely works with Riot Vanguard. That's true. That's true, Ascendance. That's the thing is, Halo's not making their anti-cheat. It is, I believe it's EAC, but I believe it's Apex's anti-cheat too. I'm not sure. I think it's Apex's anti-cheat, and that's why it's not that great. But the only one that is foolproof and has shown results is the Riot anti-cheat. That is the only one. Um, and that the team they have their own anti-cheat, mind you. They have their own anti-cheat opposed to using other people's. That's why if you get caught cheating, it's not Halo Infinite or the Halo Studios tripping you up on the anti-cheat. That's a whole nother system and a whole nother company. And so when you get banned on Leaf app or banned in Halo Infinite, which shows on Leaf app, that's when you're banned from competing. That's when you're banned from competing because it's not handled by them. So it's a shitty part. I don't know. That's why I always ask for the ads. Chad, the ads help me so much when I'm reading because if y'all chat's popping, then ads help me so I know what's for me and what's not. It's kernel level. What's kernel level mean? Like you go deep into your PC, like the actual equipment. The right anti-cheat level is kind of sketch, but it solves the problem. No, it's needed. It's needed. It's needed. The right anti-cheat is good. The right anti-cheat is good. That's what we need. We need that type of anti-cheat because, bro, the the cheaters in Halo Infinite were just bad. It was bad, especially in the beginning, bro. Especially in the beginning, niggas would come into the chat and just literally harass people to go and buy their cheats, and sadly, people would fucking do it. And then you got a Cronus that's available at fucking Best Buy. You can go and literally buy a Cronus at Best Buy and have no problem at all installing it. And if I was working at Best Buy, I would tuck them shits all the way in the back behind TVs, so people can't come and get them. OS and hardware. Um, but that's a good thing though. And I see what you're saying and why it's not like why it's probably not the best if you want like you might get some some hog or what I'm saying porn on your PC, but it's still something that is needed. It's still something that's needed. Like that's yeah, exact. That's what I would do, Eva, because the fact that Chronuses are sold in store is just fucking asinine. That's one of the worst things that we've done in society is allow that shit to be absolutely like just too readily available. I would not allow that shit at all. It's literally stupid. Put them in the glass case, so you have to ask someone to open it. No, that's what they should do, Eli. Fantastic suggestion, Eli. And I know I've seen some TikToks or like Twitter videos of people that are trying to shame the people that are buying them because a lot of people that Best Buy they might be competitive gamers, but there does need to be shame for that. There does need to be shame. We don't need to be allowing people to just freely cheat, and it's not easily detectable unless you know what you're looking for. Other cheats is like if you're a pro player, excuse me, you can tell when somebody is cheating. You can tell when they're just omniscient. They have too much awareness. They're sitting behind walls. They're looking through like the snaky shit. The snaky shit was terrible. Snaky is literally shooting at a nigga behind the wall and then trying to play it off. Brainstorm is just sitting there waiting for people to pass him, just looking at people through the wall and then literally tracking them through the wall. What's going on, Attacker? Yeah, it does. That's the thing. It's mainly present in 2K community. That's mainly present in 2K community. Australia does have a Halo community. It's just not that big. And year one of this game, we had global tournaments. We had uh, what are you saying? What passed, Brad? I think you saying what I think you saying. I can't even finish my thought. You say, could you cheat with the Cronus? That COD used to use on PlayStation. They used to have a bunch of those, but I don't know where they went. Yeah, that's you can't cheat with the Cronus. But it's like if you if you get the prompt, like it's not too prominent in Halo, like the prompts and whatnot, like the scripts, excuse me, the scripts and like it's mainly for COD and 2K. 2K, it's running rampant in 2K. It's running rampant. You know what I'm saying? It's like people use it to, I guess. I don't play 2K, so I'm not entirely sure, but I think they use it so they can just have a good jump shot and they can just drain threes and whatnot. Drain threes and not have to be worried about actually setting up their shot. Greens, is that what it's called? Sentence Greens. Thank you, Attacker. Thank you for the 40 stream streak, homie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love, very appreciate it as always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can tell Frosty doesn't cheat. There's people that you just know that they're not cheating. You know that they're not cheating. Like you know they're not cheating. What I was gonna say is in year one we had tournaments in all regions. We had a Mexico City event, we had a Valencia event in Europe, and we had an ANZ tournament in Melbourne. Unfortunately, after year one, they took away that. I'm assuming due to budget, and they had everything condensed into online matches. They had their own tournaments for their region, and then they would give the winner spots to pool, like they would get in pool play, or they would have top AM seeds, but they would also have travel coverage to all the foreign teams, which is still a positive, because that way like Mind Freak and the LATAM teams and whatnot, the European teams can still go to events and not have to pay a grip to go. There's a lot of privileged access. You can't do stuff on the kernel that can access the OS. The OS can't do anything about it because it relies on the kernel to tell what it's to do, essentially. I mean, is there a way to have that be in Halo? I mean, wouldn't put that in top 10 of the worst things we've done in society. I mean, in gaming society, Rocket, that's probably up there. In gaming society, okay? In gaming society, that's what I'm talking about. In the gamer community, that's one of the worst things that we could do is just put them just make them so readily available for people to just walk in and get them for a cheap price too. Because niggas will just suck. Niggas suck, okay? A lot of people just suck. And they will not think, like, look at Meju. Look at Meju. He was literally playing with a cheater, and then the cheater said, or he couldn't win without the cheater, and then he went to go download the cheats because he's like, oh shit, I can't win without the cheater. So I need to go download the cheats. That shit is sad. That shit is sad. People don't have the mindset to just improve nowadays. That is the thing. People don't want to actually just put in the work and get better. They just want to take the shortcut and just fucking falsify their actual skill. It's a terrible thing. And that's why I say that it's just the mindsets of gamers nowadays and people that are playing competitive games is just shitty. It's real shitty. Just shitty. People don't want to do better. They don't want to do better. If you suck, you can get better. Like there's people that have been gold that have gotten to plat to diamond to onyx because they just put in the work. Like I remember Echidna. Echidna used to be a gold in Halo 5. She's a great player now. But she was not like that in the beginning. But people that might start in gold, they're like, ah, shit, I can't do it. I need to go cheat. I'm getting, like, everybody's cheating. Look at Minas. He thinks that everybody's cheating because he sucks. And he just tries to accuse everybody. This thing is reporting Z and Gators. I've been watching their gameplays closely, especially under BTH. I know them niggas ain't cheating. Nor would I have anybody under a team of Nick and I that's actually cheating. They sell them at Best Buy, a supported game. Anti-cheat should be able to stay ahead of the out curve and recognize it. Cronuses aren't that recognizable, goofball, because it makes your and I'm not too knowledgeable on this, so excuse me if my ignorance shows. But I'm trying to know a little bit. I'm trying to download it or trying to buy Cronus and then make a video of it / stream with it and then test and so we know what to look for because y'all know I'm not fucking cheating. And even if I buy it, y'all know I'm not fucking cheating. It'll just be for research purposes. But it makes it so like your mouse and keyboard act as a controller, and that's when it's like there's a small window when you can tell when people like zoom in and shit like that. But that's the main thing. It's for Halo, and it might just be better for like ARs and pistols. It doesn't have too much to do with your Bandit or your BR, but it's like you don't have any bloom on your AR or the recoil. You don't have any bloom on your pistol, so you can just and not have any issues. That's the main thing that Acronis does in Halo. Now, other games is completely down. It's very, very prominent in other games where you can it just makes too big of a difference. You feel me? Like that's the thing. I used to stat on Command Station back in the day, and I look at her. People can improve over time. I mean, people do improve over time. But people just don't like. That's different though, Eli. That's different. That's like when you go to Cheat Planet back in the day. I don't think it's around anymore, and you getting like GTA cheats and shit like that, and you would print out the cheat sheet. That's what it was back in the day. And thank you, King. I'm on a good rant right now. We on a good rant. But that's different, Eva, as well. That's different. We're not cheating competitively. And thank you, Jacket. Thank you for the 5 stream streak, homie. Thank you. But the cheating is it competitively is one of like I have no like cheaters People that SWAT, people that DDoS, all that shit, bro. Like Wes was talking on stream the other day about Jock and PJ, and if you know about Jock and PJ, you can literally Google Jock and PJ, and the AI summary will come up with that nigga. And I'm pretty sure he's in jail because he swatted somebody in recent times, like the past like 6 or so years, maybe 5 to 10, and somebody got hurt when they swatted them, or when he swatted them. But people like that, I have no fucking remorse for, no sympathy, nothing like that, bro. You like you're just ruining competitive integrity, and at times you could be ruining people's lives. This shit is terrible, and people think it's so common nowadays, or it's too common nowadays that they's like, all right, I can do it too, I can do it too, and I'm not gonna get caught. But you're eventually gonna get caught. Whatever you're doing in the dark will come to light eventually. Like, still run PC cheaters. People got to get better. People don't want to get better though, King. People don't want to get better. Like the Age of Empires by the cheat codes. Like the Age of Empires, like that's like GTA. I had a Game Shark in N64, I think too. I think I had a Game Shark, and I was playing Conquer and GoldenEye. I did have an N64 back in the day in the Dreamcast. I was a gamer back in the day, but then I just tailored towards Halo. But I was a real gamer back in the day. I was a real gamer, but not anymore. Um, but Saints Row 2, low key got the best cheese. I never played Saints Row. I never played that. I always wanted to because it was like a GTA-esque game. There was one game I did play that was kind of GTA-esque, was State of Emergency, but that was just you can't release that game nowadays because all you did was just run around, kill people in game, and just cause chaos. But it was fun back in the day. When I was young. It was very fun. Like, but cheating in GTA and shit like that is fine. So in my opinion, Halo is a hard game to get good at. It's easier to cheat. The new generation of players has no morals. You're not you're not wrong, goofball. You're not wrong. It's just Halo is a more difficult game than others, in my opinion, and it's probably a little bit biased because I've been playing Halo for so damn long that um it is the time to kill. The time to kill is what fucks people up. It's because they just want to stand still. They want to get a kill immediately, and also just the way that people's brains work now, especially young people's brains. They want shit to be very fast paced. Halo's a fast paced game still, but it's just the time to kill, the strategy, the teamwork. People don't want to try and learn those things, and I commend anybody that is trying to improve like vastly over time. It's like it's not the best analogy, but it's kind of similar. It's like using steroids and gear in the gym. You know what I'm saying? People that just start off in the gym, they will not want to put in the time, or they don't want to have the time pass to where they improve, and their muscle mass gets bigger or they get leaner, etc. And they just immediately start going to the gym and taking gear. That's kind of similar. Not the best analogy, but I guess you can see where I'm coming from. As people don't want to take time to improve, and time is gonna pass anyways. And it's not hard to improve. It's not hard, in my opinion. Obviously, it's coming from a pro player, but if you just know what you're looking to do and when you're improving and know what to play, like know how to play and play with a purpose, then you can improve over a short period of time. It just takes time, and people don't want to utilize their time in the correct way. They just want to be doing bullshit. You feel me? It takes more mental skill than people realize. I think that East Coast. I think that just competitive gaming. I think it takes a lot of mental skill. I think, or just mental fortitude. Because I heard Formal talking about it on Nick's vlog today. Make sure you guys check out Optic Maniac on YouTube. But he was talking about that you learn a lot about yourself as you're competing, and your mental has to be there. You have to be ready to go to war. You have to be ready to just get the fucking job done. And people don't have that mindset when they're playing. They just want to go and have fun, and that's fine. But you can have fun while winning. There's both. But if you're trying to win tournaments, you got to be thinking in that mindset. You have to be ready to go to fucking war and do like it's you're going to go to war in game too, but you have to have that kind of battle ready mindset. If you know where I'm coming from. But that's true. It does take a lot of mental fortitude. That's just competitive gaming in general. When I was young, I'm not that young. It feels I'm 32 now. I'm 32. Okay, I'm waiting for the dams. I'm waiting for the dams. Okay, I know. I'm 32 now. I'm 32 now. So I'm talking about when I was like 10 to 12. That's when I was real young. You know what I'm saying? I remember Crackdown 2, King. I remember Crackdown. I never played it, but I remember Crackdown. The GoldenEye Game Shark codes were sick. You could walk through the walls and get to parts of the map you normally couldn't. Yeah, I loved GoldenEye. That's a classic game. That's an absolute classic game. Said, listen, I'm as at Halo. My highest rank is Plat 5. I never thought, damn, I should start cheating because literally, what does that even get you? It gets those people some sort of satisfaction, Mac. It gets those people some sort of satisfaction to feel like they are actually beating people. It's like the same thing with swatting or DDoSing people. They have a sick mind, and they think that doing that is going to help them in the future, and thinking that they're going to actually be that type of player. It doesn't make any sense to me, and it's not going to make any sense to us because we ain't sick. We ain't that type of sick. We might be a little bit sick, you know what I'm saying? But we ain't that type of sick. That's completely different. That's completely different. Renegade going back to COD or Halo, or is he permanent Halo now? I'm not entirely sure. I think that he's going to be on Halo for now, for the time being. I think, but I'm not entirely sure. I think that he's going to be trying to make, or he's going to have to make that decision probably after the Pro League is done, because the Pro League goes until October 11th, I believe. The finals is on November 13th. So Halo Fest is in December. Now December is when the COD season starts. So he's gonna have to make the decision of either continuing to ride out Halo, or if he's going to go back to COD, because there's more sustainability and stability in COD opposed to Halo right now. There's a lot of stuff happening in Halo, which is a good time to come back, but we just don't know what's to be coming in the future, which is the shitty part. But we'll see. We'll see. I think that he might want to stay in Halo if he is able to get, salary, and he has a great team. So I think that his stream and everything is doing incredible. So he might be wanting to stay in Halo because this is his I guess foundation. You know what I'm saying? But not entirely sure because he's been making a name for himself in COD too. But I hope he does stay in Halo, selfishly, because I think it's great to have Renegade back. Ads are bad. Kitty, I do stream on YouTube, so if you don't want the ads, then you can go to YouTube. But I have no choice but to have ads on my stream. I apologize, but if you don't want me to sit here and say I need 5 gifted, I need 5 gifted, I need 5 gifted, can I get a prime? Can I get a 5 gifted? Then ads are a sure way of revenue, and streaming is my livelihood. So I apologize, but that is the way streaming is. I know that ads are annoying, and there's just nothing else that I can do about it. I apologize, but I do multi-stream on different platforms if you want to go and view it on YouTube. I don't stream on Twitter. I don't, at least not right now. X money, and I might actually make some revenue, but I don't think so. I think YouTube and Twitch is gonna be better. So I've been streaming on YouTube consistently for the past like week or so. But YouTube is probably gonna be what I try and focus on, opposed to just streaming on Twitter. But I could just turn it on, but it does, like, since I stream on one PC, it's gonna be more difficult to just run my game if I do play and things like that. But I do stream on YouTube. So youtube.com/opticapg. It's just tough because COD comes out late October. I see COD scrims really start 1 week after the game release. Yeah, that's the thing, Beans. That's the thing. I haven't talked to him about it, but that is a great question, and it's a decision he's going to have to make, because I know that there's going to be teams in COD, especially challengers teams, that are going to want to build around him. But if he gets a league offer, I'm sure he probably will take that, because that's what he's been working for. But we got to wait and see. But I think for the time being, he's going to definitely stay in Halo. And they're going to get an invite to Halo Fest. So that's going to be the biggest thing. It's not the Pro League, because Pro League ends right after the COD release. But Halo Fest is when COD tournaments are going to start back up. So he's going to have to make that decision before then. Said, let me see. Would you become a coach in the future? I would. East Coast. I would. I would be down to be a coach. I would be down to be a coach. I've had a couple coaching opportunities since I've been a content creator, or transition into not competing anymore. But it just depends on if there is the right team and if there's a good opportunity. I'm not going to, excuse me, I'm not doing it just for the money and cash grabbing like the niggas on Reddit say. But I do want to coach because I think that I would be a great coach, considering I've had great coaches behind me, and I do know what it takes to be a top tier coach. It's just going to take the right team and just everything falling in place for me to be able to be a coach. But I do intend to in the future. As fingers crossed, I would love to be a coach. But it's just going to take me some time in like a growing period to just get better at it. You know what I'm saying? Like learning my place in the comms, learning when I can speak and not overpower the rest of the team, making sure that my voice is loud enough, and because I'm soft spoken, making sure my voice is loud enough so people hear me, etc. Just different things that I've thought about, because I was going to coach the FaZe/native team last year, which was suppressed, Valkated, Penguin Trippy, and then I was trying to coach the Lucid Bound Collect Renegade team as well. But then those teams both felt like the budget fell through for the FaZe and native team, and then the Lucid team did not work out. So we'll see what the future holds. But there's just a lot of coaches on or in the scene right now, and they have a long resume. So it's just going to take me getting that first opportunity so I can start building up my own resume. I have a resume as a player, and everything like coaching and like mentoring teams, better yet, rather than coaching. But I think that if I was to get in that position, I would do a great job, and I would aid in any team success. I wanted to coach a team this year just because I think that I've gained a lot of knowledge in Halo, especially with how I talk on stream, watching games and watch parties and the BTH team, all that shit. So I think that I would be able to utilize that same analysis to any pro team. It's just gonna take the right team and it's the right opportunity. You feel me? And let me see what else I miss. I think I have a strong working memory thought process while playing Halo to play smart and make good decisions. But then I watched Legend of Frost and realized there's still a big gap between me and them. It's just the timings, Eli. It's just the timings and understanding when you have that window of opportunity. I think that's the thing that separates most pro players versus the amateur players. It's just understanding when you have your timing and your window to be able to just to make your plays. It's not the skill. It's just going to be like something small like that. And I think that's what separates like the top 12 to the top six, I'd say, and top four and top six and top eight is, I think, like there's a big discrepancy, especially top two. The game is just much faster paced. And you just have to have the right game knowledge and game sense to understand your timings and spawn awareness too. Spawns is something a lot of people might not recognize, and I always relate this, or I've been relating it a lot today to Last Shot's play on that live fire oddball game in the first game of their scrim yesterday, where he was able to read the spawns and like consistently and immediately, and that's just what it takes to be able to play at the top level. And thank you, attacker. I appreciate that. No, tapping is not. That's not for me. I tried that, and tapping does not have the respect for me as a player, which is fine. But Ryan Noob has been doing a better job than I ever have or ever could with tapping. So I give Ryan Noob his flowers, but me and tapping don't work out together like that. But yes, earlier why we can't just do curl and cheat. The answer is that they do. That cheats are great. Hiding them and cheats. Here's the rules. Here's the great links. I involves running. She's loaded up and she comes need to fight dirty to compete. Well, do you think a sentence? Do you think that they or say? Oh, I was about to ask you a question, but you answered it. Coaching phase, Elamite Scaly, but I don't know if they can by law. No, they would have to figure out a way, like a loophole around it, to try and do that. But there's got to be a way that other anti cheats can take from what Valorant did with their anti cheat. There's got to be a way that they do the same thing because there is, that is true that there's that people that the way cheats are just going to improve. They're just going to improve over time and they're just going to get better and better. Sadly, niggas be paying for these sheets. They literally pay for these sheets to do this shit. They pay, I don't know how much they pay, but they literally pay for this shit, and they're just going to evolve because they're going to realize, okay, then this one is detectable. Let's go do this and make the change and whatnot. Because these are niggas that are in their basement just fucking working on this nonstop to just be pieces of shit. And it's a business at the end of the day. If there's a demand, there's going to be a supply. You're an OG now. I am an OG, but I just don't have the resume. I don't have the resume like the other coaches, King. So there's got to be the right opportunity. But we'll see in the future. I hope so. I think that if Optic has a team in the future for the new Halo, then I would be at the top of the list to be a coach. But it just depends on if there's an opportunity. The same way that Karma is the coach of Optic Texas, I think it would be the same thing for me since I'm an Optic content creator. That there was a Halo team and that opportunity presented itself, then I think I'd be first in line. And as long as I'm not doing the watch parties with Nick, we just gotta wait for the future. We just gotta wait for the future. I like the coach. I was a pro coach for MB2K that played competitive Halo for a long time before that, so maybe try to build my pathway back. You would have to start as an AM coach, East Coast. So you have to start by coaching a lower end team, and then you do have a little bit of a resume. It's just not in Halo, but you have to start on a lower end team and then work your way up, or try to find a team that you can build around or build with, and then you guys keep on rising in the ranks. And then people see that your team is doing well. You have more of a resume under your belt in Halo, then you might get an opportunity in the future for other teams. It's just gonna take some time. Everything just takes time. Just takes time. I just need getting reps with higher level players has contributed to my timing, so I still need more reps. Always need more reps. You can never have enough reps, Eli. You can never have enough reps. That is always true. Whether you're a pro player, whether you're a coach, whether you're playing a different game, whether you're playing basketball or in the gym, it's just gonna take reps and just getting more acclimated over time. But you still got it, Eli. I mean, you were on a top AM team this past weekend. I think it was this past weekend, yeah. This past qualifier. And that's a great team. That's the old Lies team, I believe. So you just got it's just taking more time, getting more acclimated with the meta because the AM meta is going to be completely and vastly different than the pro player meta. Vastly different. Very, very fucking different. That having things Ryan should have your ring. No, he does not, Chad. Nobody can get my ring. I earned that along with my team. I would not have been able to do that myself, but nobody can take my ring away from me. Even if niggas try to say that I got carried and I did not deserve it and Lucy carried me and all this other shit because that's what people like to say in chats and on Reddit. But that's not going to be the case at all. You cannot get carried to a ring and you cannot get carried to event wins, especially in Halo Infinite. It's not possible at all. At all. Everybody has to do their part. Everybody has to do their 25%. If you're doing any more and you're shitting, that means you're doing 30%, 25 to 30%. But a lot of people that try to criticize me, they think that, or they just don't know ball. They don't know ball and they don't know what it takes. And again, that goes back to that mental aspect of competing. is that you have to be ready to go to war, and that's why Formula and I work so well together. Is because we were always ready to go to war together. So it's just people just not understand what it really takes, and they think that stats are everything. Stats are a small portion of showing how good a player is, but a lot of times, majority of the time, it's going to be watching what's happening in game and seeing the plays that players are making. Like, say, for instance, in this scrim, we've been watching it. I'm not even concerned about people's stats. I'm watching how the team is playing together and see what moves they're making, seeing if they're playing together on the same, like if they're on the same page, see if they're trying to push together, if they're dying too often, if they're going for dead, and nobody's able to stay alive for a longer period of time. That's just how it works. But people don't have that ball knowledge. Some people do. Some people do. And it's like the same thing when people calling for Hook and COD to get dropped. People don't know what Hook brings to the table, and if they listen to one lesson on Optic Texas, they know how crucial Hook is to Optic Texas's success. It's the same exact thing. People just try to focus on stats so much now because stats are readily available for everybody, opposed to actually focusing on the gameplay and seeing what helps those players have good stats or why they might be going neg or anything like that. Like Bound is in Halo is not going to have the best stats, but he's always trying to create space on the map and be aggressive and be that first person or that initiator for the team so they can do what they do. It's just all about your chemical makeup of your team and making sure that everybody's on the same page to do the right thing and have the right micro goals. What's going on, Connor? What's poppin', Twin? What's poppin', main? What's poppin'? Craziest stats over Chem bias. I mean, that's how it is. That's what it's transitioned into, sadly, and it's just because people will try and people will try and people will try and play for their spot opposed to playing for the win. And regardless, at the end of the weekend, if you're playing the correct way, then you're going to be up there hoisting the trophy as well, like everybody else. Like that's all. I didn't give a fuck about my stats, but I know that when I get that trophy at the end of the weekend, that my teammates are gonna let me hold it up first, or my teammates who got their first event win. That's just how it works because everybody's on your team is gonna be believing in each other. So we might sit together for your AM league. We'll see what happens, Eli. But I'm at least gonna be doing a tournament. I know that. At least that's my goal. Is at the very least do a tournament. And no problem, East Coast. I got you, man. I love questions. I love questions in here. Having Ryan isn't going to carry them world championship. I suppose Ryan knows what he's doing, Chad. You can't be underestimating Ryan. He's got bacon to put on the table. And he's got diapers to pay for. So Ryan's going to be playing for a lot more and have a purpose more than most people. There are things they can do. It just heightens the barrier to entry. If it becomes difficult to run the game, you end up losing customers, then you can't make money to afford your devs. I think that's how games are now. I feel like COD is difficult to run, not difficult to run, but like difficult to get on the game, and that's why they made it like that so they could have like more of a barrier of entry for cheaters. So it's not as easy as just getting on the game and then cheating. You feel me? Then I'm sure why people need cheats. That's when we put in the work and see it pay off. Found out about Infinite. But that's you, Dom. That's you. Other people aren't going to be thinking the same way. That's the shitty thing. And it's other people that nowadays, the young people too, that just think completely different and they think that they have to be cheating to keep up. That's just the nature of the game nowadays. The only thing that we can do is try to combat it with a better anti-cheat and then also getting people off the game that are like just calling them out and shaming them. We need to bring back shame. We can't have any remorse or any sympathy for anybody that cheats. Can't at all. Thank you, BTB, so I can finally get hero, so I can finish Infinite. I would do that, Evo. If that's what gets you hero, then do it. That's not cheating. That's just you finessing the system. But I would do that. I would do that if I was trying to get hero. I don't think I'm anywhere close, but I would do that too. I don't think that you're gonna be able to accomplish it just playing ranked as fast as you would in BTB, because I'm pretty sure you can get more XP and more CSR playing BTB. I think you'd be a great coach when you were doing the melee challenge, telling Davin what he did wrong. I kind of learned a bit without knowing. I was taking notes. I try to have good. Thank you, Loveless. First off, I try to have free lessons in here where I can give you guys tips and also just showing my expertise, because I think that I have a lot of in-game knowledge and just knowledge on how to be a pro player, considering I've been around for so long. But it's just those types of things are um, those types of things are just gained over time, and it's not to say that anybody that's been playing recently doesn't have that awareness or has that knowledge, but those are things that I think that you have to be in many tournaments to understand, many close situations and just shit like that. So I think that I'm one of the most experienced players in Halo that's still around, less than thankfully to you guys. But I think that expertise I could always instill into any new players. Like the best opportunity that I've had for that is the BTH tryouts, and we've seen how well those players have done outside of the BTH tryouts. Not excluding Weeman, but that nigga still made worlds with Gators, along with Sirion making worlds. Like 3/4 of that team made worlds, and they almost made it to pool play, which is the ultimate goal. And I think that if I'm able to do that with another team, then I would still see success, and I have a lot of joy, or I find a lot of joy in passing the torch because I've been playing for longer than some niggas have been alive. But I find joy in helping other people get the spotlight and get the limelight because I'm not a selfish person. I am maybe for little shit, you know. But in terms of Halo, I think I'm very unselfish, and that's the type of player I am and or was, and that's why I think that I would be a great coach for any team that is trying to win a tournament. Let me see what I missed. What I missed. On. Thank you, Zach. Thank you so much for the 3 months, homie. Thank you. Much love, very appreciate it, homie. Thank you, very appreciate it, Zach. Welcome back, homie. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Thank you. A rec for a daily watch. I don't have any recommendations for a $200 watch. I wish I could tell you. But I do not have any recommendations for a $200 watch. I wish I could tell you, but it's not me trying to flex. But I just don't know any watches under 200. The only watches I know is like a Casio or a G-Shock. I think it's Casio, yeah, Casio or G-Shock. That's the only thing I could say. Now I know Toxic. I used to team with him in Halo. He used to be a Halo player before he moved to the 2K world. And I would say if you're gonna hit me up on Twitter, it's probably best to hit me up on Discord because I don't see DMs on my phone, so it's best to hit me up on Discord. That'd be the best place to get in contact with me. But no, I know Brandon for years at this point, years. Thank you, Connor. Thank you very much. But it's just people try to say they always try to talk shit and they always try to say that I got carried to a ring and that's why I got dropped and all these different types of things. But niggas just don't know ball. Niggas don't know ball, and there's not a pro player that has been at the top or has played tournaments and won tournaments that would ever say that somebody's gotten carried. You can't get carried, especially in Halo Infinite. You can't get all. You can't get carried at all. You can't get carried. You have to be doing your part. You have to be doing your part, whether it's in game, whether it's out of game, because the out of game aspect of competing is very, very incredible. It's very incredible, and it takes a lot. And I do love questions, Don. I love yapping on here with you guys. It's my favorite part of streaming. Um, but you have to be able to be the full package. You have to have the mental clarity, the mental fortitude. You have to have the skill set, obviously, but you have to be able to bounce back from a shitty game. You have to be able to perform well the next game in 30 seconds time before they start it back up. You know what I'm saying? All that shit is very, very important, and that's what a lot of people don't realize is that it's not just about who's just shooting the best when they get into the game and that on that day, but it's who's mentally prepared, who's walking to the tournament with their team, who's actually going to team dinners and discussing VOD after the fact. Like, are you going back to your room and just sitting there and then beating off and then just going to sleep and that's it? Or are you going to actually be trying to get better when you get back into the room? Because that is what is most important. That little extra credit and that homework is what's going to help you prepare or propel you to greatness. That's the things that all players that are on the come up should understand is that it's not just about what you show in on stream and whatnot. It's about the work that you do off stream. You know, you're not going to get ready for your tests just by being in class and doing the work in class. You got to go home and do your homework and do the extra credit, study the outline, do as much as you can to actually understand the game that's being played and also understand the mental aspect. It's just little shit like that that separates the pros, the top pros, and winners. I say that winners from losers. Like if you want to you want to go from second to first, you got to do as much as you possibly can to emulate that first place team and study what they do. So if you get into the finals again, you know what to do better and know what to do in the different, like the second time or third time, whatever it may be. I do love questions, Don. I love questions. That's my favorite thing about my favorite thing about streaming, because you guys can ask me great questions and the chat's popping like this, and they can get me to yapping. I wish casters would focus more on why plays we see as spectators are good and why players made the plays or why it was the wrong play. I think they do, but it's mainly on the analyst desk. I think the analyst desk is what what shows that and what like they showcase that and put a spotlight on that, because it's not just going to be the casters. The casters could, but the casters got to be knowledgeable in the game too. They have to understand why a play is good or why a play is bad. It's very apparent to me or just any pro player when somebody's making a bad play or anybody's making an average play or a play that's trying to do it for the betterment of their team or trying to die for the rest of the team. Those are all very apparent things for any pro player because you can visibly see it. Like when I'm watching these scrims, I'm like, all right, there's somebody they're not able to stay alive as a team. They're just going 4 down consistently. That's something they have to work on. Is if they're getting outslayed, they have to try and buy time for the rest of their team to spawn up and actually make a play. It can't just be them running around consistently trying to get one-on-one wins, and then that's going to help them win the game. It's not going to be the case. Auntie Micah say you met Tommy and Joy. Early sandbox is so cringe. I mean, we were the kings of the sandbox, mainly Tommy. But that's what you talking about, Arlington. Like year one, I think the optic major. That's what you're talking about. I think that's what you're talking about. Take sliding formal stiggies during breaks. No, Matt and I would smoke cigs together. We smoke cigs together, and that would help us. I always smoke cigs with Matt. That's my twin. That's my twin. We would always have the same mindset, even when I wasn't on optic. Matt and I would be hanging out nonstop. It's one of my best friends. They love a game, but you cheat while playing it. That's because they don't love it. They don't love it, attacker. If they're cheating while playing it, they don't love it. They don't love it. They don't love it at all. They just love cheating, and they think that that's going to help them get better, or that's their standard. Is they think that they're actually playing well when they're cheating, and it's not the case at all. Toxic in Halo 2, yeah. Eli, he teamed with Anxiety, Enable. That's what my team was. It was Toxic, Anxiety, Enable back in Halo 2. I forgot who the fourth was though, or when I wasn't on the team. But that was one of my teams back in the day in Halo 2. I'm taking a 10.74 aPG over 1.2 nated every day is all I'm gonna say. Well, a lot of people think that the 1.2 is gonna help them be event winners, opposed to that point 0.7. That point 0.7 is probably the best point 0.7 that you'll ever see. I don't even know what my fucking stats are in Halo Infinite. I've never known. I've never known. I've never looked at them. I never cared. Only time I've ever seen my stats is when like Optic would make a graphic and I might get MVP for a series because of my stats. But that shit has never been a factor to me. I don't give a fuck if I go neg 10 if I'm winning the game and if I know I'm making the correct plays rather and I'm going neg 10. That's the most important thing. If you're going neg 10 and you're making the right plays, that's all that fucking matters. Because if I have a teammates or two teammates that are going pos 10 or going pos 8, that's a positive. That's a positive. Not everybody's going to be always able to go positive. Not everybody's always going to be the superstar of the team and have the limelight with the weapons and the power-ups and everything. I'll pass that shit off to my teammate, let them do that, and I'll go grab the ball and I'll rotate that ball better than you ever seen a nigga rotate the ball. Pause. Okay? That's what I'm good at, is the objective efficiency and also just doing anything that the team needs to win. But people don't have that mindset. They might just be playing for their stat card. They might be playing for Halo Data Hive because Halo Data Hive is very apparent to everybody nowadays. It's a great website. Don't get me wrong. It's an incredible website, and it's a necessity in Halo nowadays. But people will be thinking that that is what they should be playing for instead of playing for the win. Nobody gives a fuck who's going neg if you're winning the game. And they shouldn't care. They should not care. Why are you saying that? Shut up, Eva. Y'all are stupid. That's why I said pause. I knew y'all would say some bullshit like that. Y'all are nummy nuts. I knew that y'all would say some shit like that. How often guys ignore holding angles or understanding good peaks or bad peaks? Maybe it's a newer gen of Halo. Well, the age of Halo right now is just mainly being aggressive. It's being aggressive, and then trying to take high risk, high reward plays, opposed to just staying still or holding setups. It's not too setup based. It's just mainly spawn based and understanding the spawn rotations or the order of spawns. Like for instance, on the Origin, if you are pushing in the base, you have somebody on cave, you have somebody pushing up elbow, you get those kills, and you kill somebody in cave, and you kill them back flag, then they're gonna be bottom mid. But you have to be able to recognize that instantly. That's the main thing. Let me see what else I missed. You got to do work before you beat off. Exactly. Well, you should not beat off in general. That's what I'm saying too. Ultimate glue player like a Draymond Green. Is Draymond a glue player? I don't know if he'd be a glue player. But Draymond he's just a little bit dirty of a player. That's the only thing. I don't say that because that's what fucking Nick and people would say last year on the watch parties. They say I'm Draymond Green. I don't think that. I don't know who my NBA comparison would be, honestly, but that's not bad. I don't think Draymond's a bad player at all. He went up the last series with Snipe on Pit. Are you talking about Arlington or the like DreamHack tournament? I think you're talking about Arlington. I don't remember Arlington because we had a bad showing at that event. I don't remember it. Or you're talking about Fort Worth. You talking about Fort Worth? Fort Worth is different. Fort Worth's different. When you start streaming, it's my first time I've seen you stream. Shut up, sheet. Yeah, that's why you princing on me. That's why you princing on me because you saying shit like that. You don't know what you're saying. You said claim to be the biggest Halo fanboy, yet you can't take your stompings like a man. I mean, other people don't. Other people just don't care. They don't care, and that's why they do that. Attacker. He need all stats, but he does. But everything he does impacts. Exactly. You don't need all stats, but everything he does impacts. I like that. That's a low bar. That's a low bar. I got more offense. That's what I'm saying. I got more offense. I ain't just defense. I got more offense. I got more. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But I do think that I think I'm like when I was competing, obviously that I was one of the best glue players. I think that people don't understand that it's not like, and what I was saying earlier, and it goes into that. It's not just about your in-game shit. Like I would help start those tough conversations on the team and like that dialogue that we needed to either improve in game or improve out of game. All those types of things is what I think I would bring to the table and being able to bring everybody else together. And those are things you would not be able to see in game, or you only see them like on the process and in interviews and whatnot. But that's what my team knew I brought to the table, and that's why I was able to be on that team and stayed on that team when Ola got let go and Formal came on. There's a reason why Matt wanted to team with me, and it wasn't just because we're friends. It's because Matt knows what I do in game. We have teamed together in previous Halos. We've won in previous Halos. He knows how well I play, and I really appreciate Matt for that. And he even said recently, like past couple years recent, that I know how to win, and I do believe I know how to win. There's a difference between being a veteran and being around for a long period of time, because niggas can be around for fucking years and years and years, but if they don't win, then they're not getting across that finish line. And that's one of the hardest things to do in competitive gaming is win a fucking tournament, because you have to have the stamina to last on all weekend and on Sundays and long matches, going to game sevens, second series, all that shit is very, very important. Some niggas will be just gassed out after the first series and just leave it at that because they don't have the mental fortitude to keep going. But all that shit is very, very important. That's why. What's going on, Spencer? No, I'm not watching that scaling. I'm not watching that. I don't know who EDP is like that, and I don't give a fuck about him at all. I have locker room aura. I have locker room aura. Just making sure, like, even just little shit like going to the bathroom together, like not going to the bathroom together, to pause, but just like when somebody has to go to the bathroom, you all get up, not just staying on stage like two people just sitting there in silence, but you go in the back, you wait for that person, then you talk about what you got to do in the next game or the next series. Those are little things. Or going to the tournament together, walking down, not just walking to the event solo, and then sitting down at a warm up station and being by yourself. Those are all important things, because if you see a whole team walking into the venue laughing, having a good time, you're going to be thinking that that team is moving as a unit opposed to just walking and just being by yourself. If I see a nigga walking by himself to the venue and sitting there warm by himself, I'm going to be like, oh, well, his team didn't wake up, or he's upset at his team, or anything like that. Those things are all very important. Very, very important. It does transfer into gameplay. All those things transfer into gameplay. If you don't want to help get your teammate a coffee in the morning or help him get some breakfast, are you going to try and go die for that teammate in game? Probably not. Probably not. Those things are all things. It's very taxing. It's very taxing, Eli. It's very taxing. Trust me. I've had some very long fucking series, just talking about Halo Infinite specifically. Very, very long series where I've been going to game 7 second series. Like my last event win was game 7 second series. That's a 14 game series on a Sunday night. It's going as long as fucking possible. That you have to have the mental fortitude and also the stamina to keep on going. And that's what things that you practice for. You might not get them in the first time you make it to the finals, but that's what things like Formal said in Maniac's vlog. You improve on those things over time. You learn a lot about yourself. I know what the type of player I am and the mentality I have, and that's because I've matured, and that's what other players have seen in me, and that's why I was able to get picked up. But it's not something that you just have at the start of your career. It takes time. That's why I say there's a difference. Like, I think Formal is a winner. There's a difference between a winner and a veteran. Niggas can be around for many years, but to be a fucking veteran or be a winner is a whole different story. To be able to win multiple years or multiple events and whatnot, that's not fucking easy, bro. That's not easy at all. People underestimate. Like, look at Shopify. What Shopify is doing is not easy at all, but they are continuously building on their team chemistry and always building that team chem to always be better for each other. Going to the Shopify Summit together, doing a campaign Evolve Remaster with Moist Critical, doing a video together, laughing and having, like, going to dinner, whatever it may be, bro. Going to a team dinner before a tournament. It's all fucking important, bro. All these things factor into a team, like team chemistry and team cohesion. And you have to actually like each other. I do, Puma. I do. If you're interested, then just message me on Discord. That's probably the best way to get in contact with me. You either message me on Discord or Twitter. Twitter is just gonna probably take a little bit longer because I don't see my messages unless I'm on my PC. But either or. But Discord's the best way to get in contact with me. I'd say if you do exclamation Discord, you'll see the Discord there. Those are the most important. Like that's the best way to get in contact with me. I'd say. Let me do this so I can see. It's really the only way to win today. I've had coworkers that'll take care of their own. They have respect. What do you mean by that's the only way to win today? That's the only way. It's not even today. It's the only way to win. Period. That's literally the only way to win. Period. If you don't actually care to be with your team or don't fuck with your team, you're not going to do well. You're not going to do well, and you're not going to beat those teams that are consistently with each other and also building that chemistry outside of game. The outside of game chemistry is damn near just as important as the in-game chemistry. That's how it works, and that's how it's always been. If you're a team that does not like each other, then honestly, it's gonna take you just being an incredible fucking team and having incredible skill to override that, and that's very, very rare, very rare, very rare. But people don't factor that in. Like, if you don't want to sit next to your teammate, if you think they smell like shit or anything like that, you're not gonna win that match against a team that loves each other and that wants to win for each other. You can't just be trying to do it for yourself. Do it for the people to your left and right. If you don't want to win for your teammates, or like say, like I relate to Tommy and Joey, Like I didn't want to win those events just for me. I want to win it for them. I want them to get their first event wins. I want them to experience that feeling since I've won events before. But getting them their first event wins is like more joyous than just me winning because we all did it together. And also the journey. The journey is going to be you're not gonna know what it takes to win until you're up there holding the trophy and you're like, damn, it took all that fucking shit to win, but then you're gonna be ready to do it all over again because after that first one, you're gonna be wanting to get that second one immediately. Not immediately, but you know what I'm saying. Like you're gonna be wanting you don't want to go back to top 12 like I did in the last year of Halo Infinite. You don't want that shit. You don't want that shit. It's like it's terrible. It's terrible. Winning an event is one of the greatest highs of your life. There's only a few others that I think are comparable. Like graduating, marriage, certain things, having a kid. There's only a few things like when you're a competitive gamer, there's certain things that just bring you just too much happiness, way too much happiness, and everything else that follows suit afterwards. So what was the best Halo team of all time that hated each other? I don't know any Halo teams that hated each other. I couldn't say that. I'm just saying that in general. Thank you, Loomis Face App, for the 20 past stream streak, homegirl. Said Shopify's relationship reminds me of the boys at the lunch table in high school. Just hella vibey. Yes, that's how it has to be. That's how it has to be for any team. Any team, period. Is you have to be able. You want to sit with your team. You want to go out to dinner. You want to go to lunch. You want to go to breakfast. Whatever it may be. If almost going to smoke a cig outside, I'm going to smoke a cig outside. And Tommy and Joey will be right there too, even though they don't smoke. But they'll still be there getting that second hand. But there's no Halo teams that know that have hated each other and then they were they were winning. No Halo teams I know of that nature, like to my knowledge. What's going on, Moist? Team chemistry makes it so much better. You said Halo strategy is so open ended. At the battle, just getting your team to shoot in the same direction and all be pushing forward the same goal, giving them out. I'd say it's a part of that. It's not just shooting in the same direction. Team shots are important, but it's not just that. It's not just that. It's just mainly about knowing spawns and also rotating around the map correctly. It is about team shot, but that's like the minimal, the foundation of it. But there it goes. It goes much more in depth, in my opinion. Schedule frees up a bit. Just let me know, Shapeless. Let me know. My schedule is usually free, just always at night. At night, because after the stream is usually when I go to the gym. But at night is when I'm usually available. And I agree with that. Your tenure doesn't make you a veteran. You just happen to be around for a while. True vets have impact on all levels. Chris Paul, Richard Jefferson. I do follow basketball. I know what you're talking about. I do follow basketball. As the one sport I follow outside of esports and UFC. I know more basketball. I know basketball much more. When playoffs and stuff is happening, we'd be watching NBA highlights and talking about, like, especially the transfer period. We've been talking about all the team changes or org changes in basketball, like LeBron to the Sixers and Jalen Brown and shit like that. We will always be talking about basketball in here. This is a versatile stream. Let's see. Yak ain't ever getting another team. I mean, he's on a team right now. Well, the main thing I'd say, or the better question is, will Piggy get a team, and what team can Piggy join? Um, especially since Cloud9, which was Piggy's best opportunity, I think is not going to be able to happen, especially since Cloud9 showing a lot of signs of promise. My best dream team is that meaning. Shut up. You just pissing me off, playlist playing. That's why you used to be talking that nonsense. That's why you ain't getting me to play no clan raids. No, 2023 phase champs did not hate each other. What makes you think they... Yeah, Chad used to be chatting shit today. What makes you think that they hated each other? That's not the case at all. They did not hate each other. They did not hate each other. They would not be on that team and win tournaments if they hated each other. That ain't the case. Are we on Tommy's point of view? We were watching the scrim and we stuck it, and then we just got on the yapping tangent. Got a yapping tangent, but we were watching the scrim back because I did not see it last night, and this was an interesting scrim because SSG did not perform too well, IMO in this scrim, and this is like a I guess the start of their team and just like a evaluation period of how, or evaluation report of how they've been doing. I think I make 5 of teams better, but I don't think there's an opportunity for you now, Spencer. Not to say I don't think you can make any team better. I think now, like in a couple weeks, if SSG is not performing well, then that's your best option. But Cloud9 look like they're actually showing a lot of signs of promise, and that's the team I suggested that you get on before. But now I just don't know if there's any opportunities, because I don't think ascending baseline. Now I wouldn't be opposed to ascending baseline making a change if they're not doing well. That's the thing. I would be opposed to them making a change, but I just don't know how likely it is. That's the thing. I think that a lot of people might just be stuck or be sticking with their teams, not stuck. But I think they might be sticking with their teams. He said the team pool hot tub trip is highly underrated. Now I ain't never done that. I don't think I ever been to the pool or the hot tub with my team. I ain't been in Airbnbs. I don't know about that. Because if I'm going to the pool or going to the hot tub, they gotta be some fine shits around. Either my girl or something. They gotta be some fine shits around if I'm going to the pool. That's something different. If you in an Airbnb and shit like that, Jalen Brown and Tatum hate each other and win a chip. That's basketball. That's basketball, and that also, caffeine. That goes into what I said about their performance. Like those are two superstar generational players. That's why they could probably you get over your differences as soon as that game starts, as soon as that whistle blows. It's the same thing if you don't dislike if you dislike your teammates as soon as that game starts and you hear the caster say Slayer or capture the flag or some shit like that, all that shit other shit goes out the window and you're gonna be gassing up your teammate to make sure that you guys all perform the best way. Mid Halo, I'm gonna give it 2 weeks. That's why I said 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Spencer. I mean, this is the only one that I think is gonna be realistic is gonna be SSG or Ascending Baseline now. Cloud9 that look like they want to stick together, and it just depends on the roster change period in Halo or for the LVT Pro League. That's the main thing. Said final boss actually bickered. Hold on, said actually bickered each other a lot. The ogres fought with each other a lot. I mean, that's to be expected though, Eli. That's brothers. That's brothers. If you're talking about the brothers, that's like look at Jason and Justin. Look at Jason and Justin. Them niggas have bickered at each other nonstop, nonstop. But they still lunchbox and Roy, and that shit didn't factor into their performance. It's different if you brothers, okay? It's different. You can't use the brothers. You can't say that. That's different. Imagine Ola and aPGS in the hot tub together. Shut up, Gerald. Shut up with that nonsense. Shut up. Sirion was banned. He got mass reported by Meanest, and that's why his account was banned, and that's why he's on a secondary account. He's playing on a secondary account in the qualifier too, because his account's just banned. Or con ban or something like that. Something like that. When it bans Smileys, they gotta let Mac do it. Smiley's always be doing some bullshit. He's just that's just playlist plant. Said Ryan Noob's team best opportunity. I think Ryan Noob's team is the best opportunity. I think so. Said perhaps you could get away with it back in the day, but maybe not anymore. You talking about like team chemistry, testify, and actually disliking your team? Is that what you mean? What makes you think that they hated each other? They didn't hate each other. They did not hate each other. Hating each other is literally like hating each other's guts and not wanting to even see that person or even hang out at all. They did not hate each other in that aspect, and they did not hate each other in my eyes. I can tell you that now. That's not the case. That's not the case at all. We do love Hoops Attacker. That's why I love y'all. I love y'all because we can be able to talk about any different type of thing. This ain't just Yak doesn't seem like a get a coffee for the team kind of guy. I think he would if I think he would. You know what I'm saying? Goofball, I think he would. I think it just depends on the right team. I think he would, but they like him and Descendant have that kind of brother relationship where they can get over their differences and still still perform. That's why they're still on the same team. I think. Imagine me means for the first time as a teammate at an event. What do? Get a mask because you're gonna be breathing in some disgusting things that can be fucking up your lungs for life. But that's what you do. Or you tell your teammate to take a shower. It's mad. I said that Tapping and Brad hated each other. That explains those scrims. I mean that I wouldn't say it's me hating him. I think that was vice versa. But he didn't think I was a good player or respected me as a player, which is fine. That's fine. It's just that's not gonna help work on a team. That's why I wanted to take that pure roster. Like if I wish I could have taken that roster team with Last Shot, Talik, and Druck over teaming with Tapping. But that's just because I don't have a good relationship with Tapping. Not to say I don't think he's a great player, because Tapping is an incredible player. I just don't. I'm not fond of his attitude or whatnot towards me. But that's just for me. That's for me. But for other people, he's gonna be a great teammate. That's why he's been seeing success with Ryan. I just wasn't the person for him. That's why. But he's still, I still get, I just keep it real. I keep it real. He's still an incredible player. Incredible player. Didn't the Suds make the first gaming house? Nah, they would make no first gaming house. They were not the first. They just lived with each other, and that's when their uncle would yell at them to get off the game. But they didn't have the first gaming house. I don't think so. Not at all. They were not the first one. Yak gives me drunk vibes. No, Yak is not drunk. Yak is not drunk. He just does what's best for him, and he stands on what he believes or how he thinks he should move. And you gotta respect that type of player. Because at the end of the day, you only have yourself in this shit. You don't have anybody else. You don't have literally anybody else. You gotta do what's best for you. Like it's the same way that Formal was in COD. Formal did what he moved up in the ranks because he did not give a fuck about anybody else or what they thought of him. And look at Formal now. That's it. What's going on, Tony? Wait, we said truth here on what? What did I say? On stream fights were legendary. I wish those things were on YouTube. I really wish they were on YouTube. I wish they were. But Yak is a sweetie. You just gotta know him. Yak ain't a bad person or anything like that. Yak ain't a bad person. He just has very bad PR throughout the community now because of how he has done his team changes. Like the fact that like that team would have qualified without a doubt. That team would have qualified, but he just he he left, and then that team that he left for broke up and got shit on that weekend. That's the only thing that was bad. And then he rekindled the fire with, or rekindled the flame or whatever with Descendant, and then Piggy got dropped because Piggy wanted to stand 10 toes on him not trying to get fucked over for the fourth or third time. Team Chem, the competition is so high today. You need the vibes. I agree. Tetrafine. I think it's always been like that though. The competition is always high. It just depends on the time period and the meta. But the competition is always high. You just can't dislike your teammates. That's always been a thing. Even from 2010 till now, it's always been a thing of making sure that you're on the same page. Always, always. Paid Def top three right now. That you guys probably would have been in top three, even with these new teams. I agree. Are you anymore? I understand that. I understand that because that's going to take away from the team vibes. I completely understand that. But that's why they probably are going to agree to not have that happen anymore because of like the team that they have now and understanding that that's the best opportunity. I think that Yak has come to his senses and not trying to go for names or go for on team or on paper teams instead of going for the actual team that has the best chem and actually has the best capability of winning. Because you guys were definitely going to qualify, and the fact that you guys didn't even play in the first qualifier is shitty because that was the easier qualifier than the second one. You guys definitely would have qualified, without a doubt. I appreciate you, Tony. I appreciate you listening to the yaps. The yaps. Yak type of guy to switch teams, add an event just for free. No, he wouldn't. He's not switching for the money. That's different. He's not switching for the money or for the the fame or anything like that. He's trying to make the best team for him and where he feels like he can win. Like Yak is a new player. He's a new pro player. No matter like even if he's been playing for a few years, he did not become a pro until last year. That was the only time he became a pro. The first team, like the very first tournament, was Yak, Abusi, Piggy, Mortally, and they got top 16 or top 12 when they were top six online. They should have did better under Luminosity, but that's after that is when he got on the MV roster, and that's when they started to perform. When they all got on the MV roster. Eco will help out with that more than I can. That'll be good. Yeah, because Eco, I'm not saying you ain't gonna do this, but Eco is not gonna have no bullshit under his watch. I know that just knowing Kevin, he's not gonna allow people to just be bitching in game or bickering in game or in between games because it's just gonna be a detriment to your team. You're just gonna fuck up the whole entire team vibes. You're gonna fuck up the flow of everything. Like the fact that you guys were showing so many signs of promise, especially with Sab. It's surprising that they just wanted to not even keep you on the roster, uh, not keep you guys on the roster, because I think that you guys still would have been successful. It's just unfortunate that you have shown a lot. See the word luminosity around here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They are back though. They are back. I've been on LG before. That luminosity gaming. But I have been on that team before. I got old merch. If you want it, you know what I'm saying. Anybody wants it? It's upstairs. Why are you guys talking about Mello? Why are you guys talking about Mello? Mello is completely different. Mello is completely different. Melo needs to work on what's going on, Brad. Melo needs to work on his mental. I've told Melo that Melo definitely needs to work on his mental. Same with like Melo has the same type of mental as Dav, where they just get frustrated and they might have too much. Might have too much confidence over overconfidence. Now that's speaking about Melo specifically. Melo, Melo's gameplay isn't bad at all. It's just his mental when he is playing. Like there's a clip on YouTube of me playing with Melo and him literally just running and dying at a 49-49 game, and I'm just like, I'm sitting there yelling like, why did you just do that? Like, you go look it up on Halo HQ or whatever. But that's just Melo's mental. Melo's mental is awful. That's the problem. That G1 PR, both poverty orgs. I mean, they were only offering you guys 500, and I know that Gen G was offering nothing, but they were gonna offer players something in the future. But they were not gonna offer anything at the time. I don't know why. If they want to actually retain a team, they would have been able. They would have offered more than just tracksuits and plasma money. But if you can make more donating plasma, then you have no reason to stay on that team. Flag run on Origin will forever live in my mind. What did he do, Goofball? He did something where he was like bottom mid or like with it and then went maze and then like it was just going everywhere. It's coming back to me now. It's coming back to me now. I know exactly. I remember what you're talking about. They both fuck over their contracted content creators, players. I mean that old Luminosity. I think that Luminosity they paid all their players. They paid all their players or content creators now. I think that's what they did now. They couldn't come back if they did not have that shit situated. The same thing with like Denial. Denial's another piece of shit org. That was with Money Matches. If y'all know who Money Matches is, Money Matches was a piece of shit. Absolute piece of shit. Absolute piece of shit. G1 was worse. Yeah, G1's the worst of them all. I think that I didn't what 4 hour interview. What 4 hour interview did I listen to? I ain't gonna listen to no 4 hour interview of G1 talking bullshit. Come on now. I ain't do that. Had to crowdfund to keep her PC because they never paid her. Who was that? Was it it was Homegirl, Love Abilities? Is that her? Is that what you talking about? Love Abilities? But G1 was the worst org, I think, along with Denial. I think those are the worst orgs ever in the history of gaming organizations. Denial was all like Amex credit card money and not actually not um not actually what's the word I'm looking for? Not being like truthful with their funds and just trying to make it all like it. They tried to do like G1, where G1 was trying to be like Optic and 100 Thieves, be the cool org. You know what I'm saying? Hosting parties with the fine shits, the celebrities, the football players, but nobody knew that that money was just not going to. The players were not being paid for months on end when they were at those parties and just upset at the org. But they're still trying to do things to make it look like the org is all big and bad. But you have to work before you are a G1 or before you're an Optic, excuse me, or you're a Thunder Thieves. You have to work your way up. You can't just start off like that and just be trying to throw that money in to an organization because you're not going to be in the green at all for the first few years when you started a gaming org. That's why I will never probably start a gaming org. I have no intentions of ever wanting to do that because you're just funneling money unless you have the money to spend. But you're funneling money in, and you're hoping that you can eventually get a great team, and that you can make some money back from that team, whether in merch, videos, events, etc., etc. They just blew through it. Yeah, exactly, Eli. They had crazy salaries. They were paying players that they did deserve salaries. Don't get me wrong, but the money they were putting in was just too fucking much. You can't be paying players like that are in top 12, top 8, because that's what that team was getting. That are getting like around the same amount as the top 2 slash top 3. It don't even work. Like, yeah, pre-Debonair was on Denial, but we've seen what pre-Dev is now. Eli, we've seen how his mental now. We've seen his mental. He did come back to Halo for a little bit, I think. I think he came back to Halo for a little bit. But G1 was just a piece of shit. They were just a piece of shit. Like, not even just the salaries, just like the whole thing with Dean and fucking over Dean for the warehouse and not paying him and having him like have that be under his name. Like, that wasn't even his warehouse. That was Dean's technically. Like, the Range Natives when I talk about Dean, that was his establishment under his name. But they were just doing all that bullshit. You gotta Eva. You just go to his Twitter. Just go to his Twitter, Eva. That's all I can tell you. Just go to his Twitter, and at this point, he like when people say that people be schizo and whatnot. Like he has gone down that line. And I'm not trying to hate on anybody with schizophrenia, but he's the type that the government's been on my PC for years. They've been watching me. That type of shit. Okay, the cliche crazy man shit. That's what I'll say. But he was not like that before, and he's been a great player beforehand. Like great player, one of the best shots. Like he was a great player. Him and Contra, incredible shots. But he just went off the deep end. I'm assuming he just smoked some K2 or some shit like that, a bad trip, and that's why like it went down that line, or he went down that road. But that's what happened with him. But you have to just go to his like you know what I'm talking about, or no you don't. In the community that I think was struggling with the same, but he it just came out of nowhere. Rather, it came out of nowhere. Like nobody was thinking that. Like he was he was okay. He was okay. You know what I'm saying? He was okay. He was a great player. That's when the G1 team got top 2 in the online tournament in the Super. He was okay, but then I don't know what happened. I'm just assuming a bad trip or some bad like he got spiked or some shit. That's what makes me think that is when people just go off the deep end completely. I'm assuming something went wrong or it's just some sort of psychedelic or something like that and they just did too much or something like that. Something like that. The G1 treated me good, but that was definitely fucking ticking time bomb. Why do you say that, Tony? Why did you say that with when you guys were under G1? What made you think that? I'm being for real. K2, don't ever smoke no K2 in y'all. In here, y'all. Don't ever smoke no K2. Don't ever smoke no K2. Don't ever smoke that bullshit. Don't ever smoke that bullshit. Don't smoke no K2. Don't smoke no Fent. Don't do any of that bullshit. But Cozy, I know. I think I know her. She be in the gym, Eva. That girl that be in the gym. I think I know who Cozy is. I think I've seen her on social media. Does she be in the gym, posting gym photos? I think I might know who she's talking. Or no, I think I might know who you're talking about. I think it was going on. Ghost was popping on me. No, don't do that, Crips. Don't do that. I'm trying to influence you, and this is coming from the high idiot in the community with weed brain and fried brain. Mac is good friends with her. I think I've seen her. I think I've seen her. I think I've seen her. I ain't trying to say nothing disrespectful, but I think I've seen her on social media, like on my For You page and whatnot. But she's mixed. Okay, go follow. Kiki. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. You don't need to know, Loveless. You don't need to know. You don't need to know. That shit is. It's just some bad shit. Bad shit that used to be sold in gas stations and whatnot. That shit has been around since I was in high school. I think I smoked that one time, and this is when I was like in high school, like 15, 16 years old. I went outside of my garage and smoked it on the side of my house, and I remember I walked back in and I was fucking hearing like a theme song in my head about me, like a fucking scary movie theme song, like rah, 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 like while I was walking towards in my house. It was just that shit is just not where that ain't the type of high I want. Never smoked that shit. Never smoked that shit. Never, never, never. Better arm the back of West Jersey while playing college football. That's why I say that shit is bad. That shit is bad, and I can only imagine it's gotten worse as time has gone on to now. There were signs. I didn't know that, Eli. I did not know that. The only sign I guess I could say is and Stellar's not schizo, Vala. Stellar is not schizo at all. Stellar is very, very coherent. Okay. I know Braden. I've known Braden for years. He ain't schizo. Don't say that. Don't say that. But I did not know that that was gonna happen after World's Year One. I don't know. He knew about it all. But you talking about G1? Is that what you're saying, Tony? And what was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? There's something about them. I think I was reading something. There's signs. Oh yeah, Eli. What was the signs? What were the signs that you saw? I did not know that. So we got another community member that I think was struggling with the same. But we started contacting people. I'm not. It's not. Are you talking about that nigga that was like weird? The nigga with the like, you know what I'm talking about? The one nigga that was sent me a PowerPoint. If you know what I'm talking about, is that who you're talking about? That bucket bitch was friends with. Is that what you're talking about? He said can't afford food. Got fine shits though. You can't have the fine shits without the food. I'll tell you that. You can't have the fine shits without the food. I'll tell you that much. You can't like if you're an org and you're trying to be like Optic and 100 Thieves, you cannot be doing that. You cannot be doing that. They were just trying to be too cool. They were trying to be too cool. And that's how I was when the beginning of like Halo 5, as I was just trying to be cool and not trying to focus on what was most important, but just trying to be too cool, trying to be e-boy, trying to get the fine shits and all the cute tweets and whatnot. And you know what I'm saying? But that's just not like as you mature and as you realize things are just that's not the way to go. Everything else will fall in place. So you want the fine shit to get the tournament wins and the everything else is there. The money, the power, the fame, the fucking the women, everything. But that's why you got to focus on what's important. If you want to just focus on gaming, if they focus on gaming and just um, being financially frugal in the right ways, and they'd be good. They'd be good. That's a girl. She's not super popular or anything, but she's crazy pussy. Oh, okay. I thought it was about that one nigga that was crazy. I thought that was about that one nigga. You renting a crib in Texas? I'm in the process of thinking about it or trying to do it if it's possible. But my mortgage still paid and it's just chilling there. Baby mama be checking on the crib every once in a while. So everything's still good. I'm very blessed to have my bills still paid. That's all that matters to me right now. Is my bills paid? That's why I don't need to be trying to do no fashion nigga shit. Just as long as I stay afloat and keep paying my bills. That's the most important. Most important. Gunny seems like he could be a cop. I think that could be. Shut up, Chad. I ain't saying that. I ain't saying that. I ain't saying that. Well, there was gonna be a total solar eclipse. There's a total solar eclipse in a meteor shower today, Chad. You didn't think I knew that, huh? You didn't think I knew that. You didn't think I knew that. Kiki, you didn't think I knew that. You didn't think I knew that. Yeah, it is scary, Loveless. That shit is very, very, very scary. Just that's why I say don't ever indulge in that shit. Don't ever do anything like that. That shit is the scariest thing that you could possibly do, in my opinion. Obviously, there's psychedelics and that things that are out there that are scary. I've done DMT and shrooms and acid and whatnot, and K2 is the most scary thing I've ever seen, along with fentanyl. Fuck fentanyl and fuck K2. Fuck fentanyl the long way. But I've done psychedelics that I don't think would ever put me in that type of mindset. Like even DMT, that shit's never gonna put me in the mindset of people that are just completely off the rails. You know what I'm saying? At all. That's why you're one of the greats. See, I did. I saw that on a little TikTok this morning when I woke up. Geeky. But yeah, there's a total solar eclipse and a meteor shower that's gonna happen today, for the first time in 27 years. Hey, that's a good thing, Loveless. Don't do drugs unless you know how to handle them. Don't do drugs. That's my advice to anybody. Even then, don't do 'em. If you straight edge, don't be doing that. Don't be doing that at all. Don't at all. Bought that shit at the gas station once. Oh, oops, I fucked up. 2 hours of thinking I pissed my pants. I could smell it, but it wasn't there. Yeah, that's why I say that you can buy it at a gas station. If you can buy some shit at a gas station, that's when you know it's bad for you. That's when you know. That's when you truly know that that shit's not good for you. Hold on. I gotta take this real quick. I gotta take a piss. Great fucking yaps today. Great fucking stream this far. Be right back. Why you say undercover, brother? Tetrafy. Is that a thing? Do they drug test pro gamers? It depends. In a franchise league, they do, but in Halo they do not. Halo they do not. But franchise league, yeah, because they have certain restrictions and whatnot. But it's not anything to get a prescription. If you're talking about Adderall, it's nothing to get a prescription at all. So most people have scripts. But like saying COD, Overwatch, other franchise leagues, that they do drug tests. But Halo, no. Halo, no. I can tell you that. Franchise league is when you see like Optic Texas or LA Thieves, like city based. So that's when it's franchise, like how you see in sports. If it's like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, like that's the same thing. If that's if you understand what I'm saying. Also, more money in there, more restrictions, more boundaries, stricter rules. It's just because it's a bigger league. So a lot, and there's no open tournaments usually in a franchise league. So they don't have franchise leagues, or Halo's not a franchise league. So we have obviously open tournaments and whatnot, but franchise league is like a certain amount of teams, and that's from the city-based teams or home teams. So they have like a home event, like Optic Texas home event, or they're hosting champs or Toronto champs or stuff like that. That's what it is. Not sure if they still do. I think they do. I think they do. Eli, they have to. They have to. If it's as big as game as Counter Strike, then yeah, they definitely still do. Definitely still do. What's going on, K? Make sure you guys wish K a happy birthday. His birthday was yesterday, but y'all make sure you wish him a happy birthday. He the birthday. He the birthday. It's his birthday week. He the birthday. He the bad bitch with the birthday week. If y'all wish K a happy birthday. Can you change scenery? I've been looking at a K hole for 3 hours. I'm sorry, Scaly. I just been on a yap. I just been on a yap sesh. I've been on a yap sesh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I still want to watch this game, but we've been yapping. That's why I love y'all, because we've been getting on tangents. Like, y'all can get me to yap with y'all's questions. That's a good thing. It makes it for a great fucking stream. It makes it for a great stream. Yeah, it's your birthday for the whole week. It's your whole week. It's you the birthday. You the birthday. Make sure y'all wish Collect a happy birthday. He is 17 years old. He is 17 years old today. Barcode is drug free. I think he did a little edible one time or smoked one time. I'm sorry to expose you, Alex, but that was because we got top 6 and we had a good tournament. I think that's why. I think so. Being drug free is so fun. I mean, that ain't for me. Ain't for me. I like to get high. I like to get high. They shouldn't drug test pro gamers. Let them tweak out of their socks. I want to see some insane clips. There's already been some insane clips, and that's why they do drug tests. That's why. Like that's why they do need to have drug tested. If FaZe drug tested, would they have a team? Yes. Less people, less pros do Addy than you're thinking. Okay, what's going on, President? Less pros do Addy than you're thinking. The Addy like craze is mainly within AM players because they might be thinking that pro player, like every pro player is on it. But no, Gators, I'm telling you, I know. I would know. Trust me, I would know. I would know. I would know more than most people. I would probably know more than every single person. I would know more than every single person in the pro player community. And that's not to say that there aren't pros that take it, but AM players, it is much more rampant. It is much more rampant. Okay? No, Gators, you would not know as much as me. Trust. As a fact. This is coming from King High. This is from King High, as the community likes to say. No, goofball, it's not 50%. It's not 50%. That's not. That's like saying 4 out of the 8 pro teams are on Addy. Okay, it's like saying here. That's like saying all these teams are on Addy. All these pro teams are on Addy. Okay, every single pro team, like 4 of the pro teams. That ain't gonna be the case. That ain't gonna be the case. There's some pro players that take it. I ain't gonna tell you who, but that's like in any esport. But it is not as common as people think. As common as people think. Like I ain't gonna tell you either, Eli. I'll let you think about that. Cause I teamed with TJ in 2011, but TJ is prescribed. Acid lives in Mexico. I don't know. You can go to the pharmacy and get majority of drugs in Mexico. So I don't know if he's on that either. I don't know. I don't know acid like that, so I can't say that. But um, but there's less than you think. I think I'd say that. I ain't gonna say 50% or nothing like that. I ain't gonna say a percentage, but it is less than people think. It is much less, especially in the pro community. Pro community now, and players is much more rampant. It's much more rampant. Okay, that's not to say there isn't pros, but it is much more rampant. Now, TJ does have ADD or ADHD, excuse me. No, Z. People think that. See, that's what I'm saying, Kate. That's why I say that. That's why I say that. And I know who is taking it, but it is less than people think. It is much less than people are thinking. People are thinking it's like 50 to 60%. It ain't like that. It ain't like that. And there's obviously some people uh that um that are taking it, and there's some people that are prescribed. A lot of people are prescribed nowadays. A lot of people are prescribed. But if you're a pro like Kay or Spencer, then you know who on this list is taking it. But it is less than you think. I can tell you. at least looking at the top four, because we're talking about 50%. I'm gonna tell you in the top four, it is much less than you fucking think. Much less. Much less than you think. Just looking at the top four. Just looking at the top four. And since we said 50%, I'm looking at the top four. And players is different. And players, them niggas be taking. The thing is about Addy, Tony, is people think that it's gonna take you from a C player to being an A player or a C minus player to an A player. What peptides are pro players on? I don't know if niggas be taking peptides like that. That's not cap it on. Thank you, Kate, for the 10 stream streak. Thank you very much. Thank you. But this there is and players they're gonna take it and think that they're gonna be fucking last shot. Okay? And that's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. And some people do need it, Tony. Some people do need it. Like you can't say that some people don't need it. Some people need it. If you look at all 8, I would bet it 50%. No, goofball. It's not 50%. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. I'm telling you this. And this is coming from somebody that would fucking know. Okay? I know. I know more than probably every single other pro player if who is going to be taking it or not. Trust me. Trust me. Okay? I'm not going to tell you how I know. I'm just a dare representative. But it is not as many as you were thinking. It's not as many as you're thinking. People think that just because World 2 be like this, when he plays, that he's on Addy. He ain't. World 2 don't be taking no drugs. But people think that just because he be like that in tournaments that he be on Addy. World 2 don't be taking no drugs. But that's why people think that they just got their eyes wide and they're just gonna be they're on it. That's not the case. It might be the case sometimes, but it's not on it. What are the guaranteed signs? There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. All right. There you go. There's your guaranteed sign. Here's your sign. There's your sign. Because there's who was that back in the day, bro? If I like, please try and find this for me. Is Dubay or something like that at a tournament? Please try and find me that video. Please try and find me that video because you know what I'm talking about. When Dubay is up there and he's just like he's just licking his lips nonstop. Please try and find me that video. No, I need that video. I need Dubay at a combine. I need Dubay at a combine. But that's the jaw movement. That's coke. That's coke. Like if you, I don't know if you've seen these clips. Okay, Austin McBroom. Here. All right.
Hey, no disrespect. I don't know who your boy is, but he's
Watch his mouth.
on y'all ingest. Who? Him.
You see it? Yeah.
I know. But
Watch his mouth.
I let you guys do it.
Yeah.
I
Watch his
really
mouth.
know him. I told Didi to cut it. I told Leon to cut it. He just got to cut it.
He alright, but he with me though.
I know he's with you. But again, I didn't give him right. I gave y'all.
This is coke.
I know. I'm just saying. So again, my crib, my rules.
That's sticky though. That's
See?
sticky. I get it. That's sticky.
You know what I'm saying? I let you guys rock. Yeah. If you want to be on your camera, that's cool. But he just got to cut it.
They all that's the same. When they the same ingest, it's the same camera.
That right there. That's coke. That's coke. That's coke. I ain't trying to hate on him, but that's coke. That's coke. All right. That's coke. That's coke. Okay. There's another video. I don't know what this is all. I don't know what I'm about to find. Hold on. There's another clip. 2. But let me see. I can't find it. But I just know what I was about to find. And I see find shit, and I don't know what I'm about to find. But there's another clip. Let's see if I can find it. There's another one. But that is coke. And I'm telling you this now because I would know. All right, that's coke. Now that's not me. That's just me searching something. You know me nuts. I don't be doing that shit. I don't do that shit. I don't be using my left hand. Why you have an old ass phone on the desk? Why I'm in my parents' office right now, my parents' crib. I'm at my parents' crib. I think it's at 4 Eastern, Cali. I'm not entirely sure. I think 4 Eastern. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think it's 4 Eastern. I'm not entirely sure. But it's my parents' office. That's why I got this phone. Now, COD players don't do coke, nitro. They are drug tested. They are drug tested. Okay? And that is Molly too. Molly be having your jaw like that as well. It's both. It's the teeth grinding and whatnot. That is both. APG League will need Addy drug tests. No, it's a free for all. Everybody can tweak. Just like that enhanced league in the Olympics or whatnot, or enhanced something. There's like an enhanced league where people just let you do gear and everything. It'd be just like that. So you can do whatever you want. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I can't drug test niggas. I don't got no doctorate to be able to do that. Went to a party in the coke, and it was the first time I could lock in for long enough to finally answer my text messages. That's because coke be making some people be normal. It makes some people be normal. It makes some people be normal. What are you saying? 45% of the players goofball? No, it's less than that. It's probably like 20 to 30. It's like 20 to 30. That's why. It's like it's not as much as you think. It's not as many as you think. I'm telling you this right now. Okay? I'm telling you this. I'm keeping it all the way real with you. It's not as many as you think. At least pro player community, pro player stuff, or pro player community. It said, what did you say? Meditation and other mindfulness training. But let me see what I said. I think that's a mix of meth and coke. No, that's just coke. They ain't doing no meth. They're doing coke. They in Cali and they got money. They doing coke. If you talking about Austin McBroom, he's doing coke. That's a LA thing. That's a LA thing. That ain't that. And pro level Halo then? It's yeah, probably. Yeah, I think so, Nitro. But it's also they have prescriptions. They have prescriptions. So it's different. I'm not lying, Z. You would not know more than me. You would not know more than me. You just thinking that everybody's on Eddie because you want to think that, but that ain't the case. Same way that meanest think that you cheating. You don't know more than me. You don't. You don't. Nobody's going to know more than me. Nobody's going to know more than me. Trust. Oh, nobody's going to know more than me. That's just me keeping it all the way real. Wait, Shyway talking about gooning and brushing his teeth at the same time? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Z? What are you talking about? Yes, and exactly, Jason. That's why he was feeling good. He was feeling real good. He was feeling real good. But that's why it was. I could easily give you an example of somebody on coke, and then if I could find the Dubay clip, like, let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, it's Dubay. It's Dubay. Um, no, I can't find it. It's old. It's old. It's during a combine. It's during a combine, but I can't find it. I can't find it. It's old. It's old. If you know what I'm talking about, he's doing the lick lipping. He's doing the lick lipping. That's why. But it's not saying he had two phones. No, I'm not. I said it's my parents' phone. Are you saying I had two phones? One for the. Shut up, Eva. Shut up. I ain't saying that. Okay. I just saying that I know. Okay. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I had to fucking think about that for a second. But no, it's not that. Z, you do not know. You have not even been to a LAN tournament, but you've been to two LAN tournaments, two ATS tournaments. You don't. You would not know more than me. You would not know more than me. Trust. You would not know more. I just tell Minas I'm cheating at this point. I mean, I would do too. I would do the same just to see him tweak. That's another person that smoked too much K2. That's a person that smoked too much K2. Shaway was saying that mid scrim. You're lying. You're lying. Shaway didn't talk about no fucking gooning and brushing his teeth. That's just sick. That's sick. You got to focus on one or the other. And hold on, let me see what you said, Eli. I didn't see what you said. You said you're talking to a guy. Let me see. What did you say? You said something else. I can't find it. Can't find it. Let me see. Can't find the other message. Let me see. But wait, talking to a guy. What did your message say, Eli? You said you're talking to a guy. What? I couldn't see. I couldn't find it. You said some would agree with that, but there's other ways, like you said, to teach and there are some kids just prescribe that immediately instead of being tested for talents. It could be so bad, but people need it. I guess it means to get some of the point. Stop amphetamine. I mean, it is an amphetamine. It's one chemical away from meth, so it is an amphetamine. It is. It is 100. It is an amphetamine. It is overprescribed. Like I don't think that kids like 5 years old and whatnot need to be taking it because they just fidgety because they 5 years old. You know what I'm saying? You can't diagnose a kid, in my opinion. But I'm not a doctor, so who knows? Who knows? But people, it is overprescribed. It is overprescribed. Don't get me wrong, but people still need to take it. Some people need to take it. It's necessary for them to just function or be able to focus on certain things throughout their days. That's why I say that. But it all depends. It all depends. Not saying everybody does. Not saying everybody does. Said LVT Pro League land. No spectators, chef. No spectators, my man. No spectators, just production and players. And then I think any close friends and family. That's it. Close friends and family. Invisible, not in the normal spectrum. I understand that even. That's why I say it's all dependent. It's all dependent on the person. All dependent on the person. I think that as you get older, then you realize like, oh shit, I might need it, but not everybody. Not everybody. Congratulations, Flowers. Keep it up, man. But it's just not for everybody. It is not for everybody. But some people they just get it prescribed because they think they might need it and they don't really need it. Some people, like the majority of people that take it, I'll say like pro players, they don't take it to make them a C minus to an A player. They will take it to not even just in Halo in any esport, but they will take it so they have more stamina throughout the weekend so they can play longer. Since it's very long days, they're training very draining days. But there's also a proper way to take it. Like you can't just take it and then um not try and sleep or not nourish your body the right way. Like if you guys probably don't know this person, but Eli would. Max Pro, back in like 2009, he was taking a shitload of Addy, and then he would take NyQuil to sleep at night. Wouldn't sleep well, and then would wake up, take more Addy, and he had to go to the hospital mid tournament. I don't know if he was Canadian. He was from Seattle or Washington. He was from Washington, but that is not the way to do it. He would just take Addy, and on Sunday or something like that, he had to literally stop playing. Like, um, can't find it. Can't find it. This is too back in the day. This is too back in the day. This is, um, this is like 2009. This is way back in the day. Way back in the day before shit was like social medias and shit was like that was prominent. But this is way back in the day. Way back in the day. Yeah, he was mixing uppers and downers. This is before Twitter was really a thing and social media was really a thing. But that's why I say that there's a proper way to do it. There's a proper way to do it. He was addicted to Adderall and Xanax, Triplex. But shout out to Nick. He is Cali sober, I think now. Cali sober. Cali sober. He just smokes every once in a while to like to go to sleep, but he don't be doing no drugs at all. No drugs at all. But it's sorry to have a panic attack on land and shit the bed. That was for a different reason. That wasn't for Adderall usage. I know the reason, and you're talking about at Arlington last year, I think. No, it was 2024. It was 2024, year three. Year three, Arlington, when he was on Sentinels, and there was a different reason. That was a different reason. That was Max. That was Max Pro. That's what I'm talking about, Eli. That's what I'm talking about. Max Pro. Max Pro back in 2009. It was a Dallas tournament. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. But that's why I couldn't find anything online about it. But that's the person I was saying that was taking uppers and downers at the same time, not getting any proper rest, not nourishing his body, not anything like that. There's a way to do it. There's a way to do it. But no, not Destin, not Destin, not Destin, not Necessity as well. That was the Necessity had a panic attack, yes, but that was for a different reason. Because I remember I had a conversation with Necessity about that during the BTH tryouts. I did little player interviews before picking the team. That was so much fun. I got to do that shit again with Nick. Dude, that was so much fucking fun. That was so much fun. But there is a proper way. A lot of people don't do it the right way. They don't do it the right way. Is there a reason for the Sparty ink attack? Private knowledge. It you gotta talk to somebody else. I'm not gonna say it. I don't think it's something that can't be said publicly, but it's just not gonna be beneficial to his career and his PR. So, but I will say that there's like if you are like if you are if you're in a place where it's a feasible reason to your teammates, then he would not have gotten dropped. You know what I'm saying? I think that's like they knew the reason, they heard about it, and then that's why he just they let him go because they did not think that was a reason for them to be getting top 16 in the tournament. But he's a real life person. He's a real life person. He's a real life person. Like he graduated college. He has a real life job. And that's like what he mainly focuses on. But that's it. But he's just grinding Valorant right now and going to work. That's it. That's it. That's it. So, but Sparty be grinding. He do be grinding Valorant. He said he wanted to play in the past qualifier, but wasn't wanting to do it. I guess I don't think they would get a team. But Max Pro is the person. That's why I say it's before the internet, really, before the internet. There's a difference between taking it as prescribed and abusing it. Exactly, Perplexity. There's definitely a different way. There's a different way. Yes, that's exactly it, Eli. That's exactly it. You think we're going to see a lot of new AMs come up and become pro just like at the end of Halo 3 or Halo 5? We will see. Like we already have like top AMs, but it's going to take those AMs to make the jump from being an AM to a pro. Like it's going to be a big leap, and they have to be able to be in the type of mindset that Last Shot had when he became a pro, and also doing whatever it takes. Like a lot of AMs nowadays, they don't do that, or they don't have that mindset because they just might be in it for the wrong reasons. They just want to get paid, and they don't want to work to get paid. Like I always relate this to Envor tweeting that he's not going to play on a team unless he's salaried, and that nigga got salaried for 2 events under Fnatic. But then he was thinking that he has to get salary to continue playing, and that's not the way to be thinking. So I think that they just have to have the mindset of a pro instead of wanting to be the king of the AMs. A lot of them just want to be able to be better than their friends and to tell their friends like, "Hey, I got full play, I outplaced you. Remember, I got more points." But they don't actually want to be a professional and win tournaments. There's a difference between wanting to be a pro and actually wanting to be a winner. And people don't have that mindset nowadays. So I don't know if we're going to see an influx of players like that. We have one that I'd see right now, which is Sirion, and the other one I'd say is like the other ones I'd say is like the Twins, Suzy, Uzi, and Gators. But the Twins still have a lot of work to do before they actually become the pro players. They technically were pros last year, but that was just like top 16. But they were just made out of AM one time. But it's gonna take a lot of work. People don't want to put in that work. They don't want to do the extra credit. They don't want to do their homework. They don't want to change their mindset. They don't want to change their attitude. They don't want to drop their ego so they can be molded and be coached. It's just that's the issue. Is there's a big ego problem, and I think that's what's plaguing the AM community right now. Is because people don't want to be a top pro. They just want to be a top AM, and I hope that we do see I do hope we do see more people trying to be pro players, and I do because that's one of the best parts about esports is seeing the pro players that have come up and make a name for themselves. But the best one that we've seen right now is just Sirion. I would expect more to be in that spot, but they aren't doing that. Why breaking shots straight? What I say? I didn't say Dylan. Oh, you said that, Yak. I didn't say Dylan. But that's a great question, Doctor. That's a great question. And it's just all those things that I said, and they have to be able to apply those things, like I said. The biggest problem is people abusing idols. They take too much. 5 MG goes a long way, and these motherfuckers take 30 MGs and fucking up their heart. They be taking more than 30. They be taking more than 30. Eli, I can tell you that. It's some niggas be taking more than 30. Okay, but 5 to 10 goes a long way. A long way. You're right. But that is very true. That is very true. What's the usual MG prescribed? You start off usually with 5 to 10. Start off with 5 to 10, and that might be like 2 times a day if it's instance, and then that way it's like 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. But usually the max that you prescribed is 60 a day, which is 30 in the morning, 30 in the evening. One of my teammates told me he wasn't a pro, even though he was. Wait, who the fuck told you that, Spencer? Who the fuck told you that they ain't a pro and they were a pro? What the fuck is that? Who the fuck told you that? That's stupid as hell. Who the fuck? What the fuck? What's going on, man? Who the fuck said? That just pissed me the fuck off. Who the fuck said they aren't a pro? Who the fuck said that? Yeah, I need to know. Who the fuck said that they ain't a pro and they were the pro? You're next up. You got a lot of responsibility. What's going on, Bullseye? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing, John? Why are you laughing? About which part I say? Which part I say? But who the fuck said that they're not a pro? If you say that you're not a pro and you're a pro, then you just having no confidence in yourself. Because you can have you don't need to think that you're the best. Like you do need to excuse me, you do need to be thinking that you're the best when you step onto the field. You know what I'm saying? But you like that way you don't respect too many other people and you have confidence in yourself to actually make the right plays. But you cannot be undervaluing yourself as soon as you are actually getting some recognition. Imagine Sirion saying that he's not a pro. Like imagine Sirion saying he's not a pro right now and he just made it to being the pro player. Like he just made it to being a pro. That wouldn't make no damn sense. Yes, define shit's like they're men confident and teammates. Define niggas too. Define niggas like their teammates confident as well. It goes both ways. But you can't be undervaluing yourself. Like even me, I think I'm handsome as shit. I have a 10 out of 10 face. 10 out of 10. Physique 10 out of 10. I think I'm way too fucking pretty for my own liking. Okay? But that's just my confidence now, especially with my weight loss. But I think I'm pretty as fuck. It might hold me back a little bit. Might be overconfident, but I know that confidence will get me somewhere. But you cannot be thinking that you not like you. That's like going in the gym and thinking that you can't lift this weight. You might not be able to do it, but you gotta at least try as long as you're not hurting yourself. But it's certain things like that. Since 07, I've done the profile like his presidency. Yeah, but that's because people used to think like that, like back in the day, like semi-pro and whatnot. That's why they put it in there. People get top 16 and they be saying semi-pro and they're saying pro player and shit like that. How handsome am I? On a scale of 1 to 10, how handsome is shit? What do you mean? What do you mean shit? What do you mean? What do you mean by shit, Max? What do you mean by that? Are you talking about poop? Why not handsome? It's both. I'm handsome as shit. Like with my new style, I'm handsome as fuck. Jawline chiseled, everything. Lymphatic drainage in the mornings and in the sauna. I'm way too confident for my own liking right now. I just stare at myself every time I pass a mirror. I stare. Every time I go to the bathroom, it's at least 10 seconds of me and that bitch is looking at myself. Every time. Every time. You said or handsome as shit? 10. I think I'm extremely handsome. Especially with my new look. Extremely handsome. Extremely handsome. Like, unnecessarily handsome. Unnecessarily handsome. But I'm a pretty boy, so that's why I say that. That it's funny because people get top 16 once in pro Halo player appears in that bio, Twitter bio immediately. Well, also, Spencer, it's because there's no semi-pro nowadays like there was back in the day. It's just pro or amateur. It's just pro amateur, pro amateur. There's no semi-pro, so that's why there was a feeling of accomplishment being a semi-pro in Halo 2, and Eli knows this. Like if you were top, like if you made pro bracket, you felt like you were like you got semi-pro. You could put that in your bio in the MLG forums, but that you got points and whatnot. People were proud of that. Now it's just either a pro or semi or pro or amateur, and that's like I think that's the reason. But I think like semi-pro is like right over there before pro players. You're getting a stipend? No. You had to be top 16 to get a stipend even. You had to be top 16. I say semi-pro is like 17 through 32. You had to be top 16 to get a stipend. I got mine taken away for like a tournament or two because I talked too much shit and had too many technicals. You gotta walk into the lobby thinking you're about to run the other team. There can't be no doubt. Exactly, Spencer. Exactly. That's why I say you have to have that confidence in yourself. Like if I see somebody that's not confident in themselves, I'm gonna see somebody and know they're not confident in themselves. I always talk about this. Like Sparty at Orlando, I think we had to play them on Sunday morning or something like that. He tweeted and said, about to go against the juggernauts of the green wall and Optic. Wish us luck. And I'm like, we shitting on that nigga. We shitting on him. We about to shit on him. I'm informal and I have that conversation outside smoking cig. Like we about to smack these niggas. And we did. 3 of them. 3 of them, no problem. But you have to have that mindset. You have to have the mindset that you are going to beat that team. Even if you feel like you can't. You got to be thinking that team. But if I see a nigga say that you calling us juggernauts, I'm thinking we're going to run you. Run you. Because you giving us too much damn respect. I appreciate it. It's very kind. It's very kind. I appreciate that. Not talking shit. But if I see that and I'm about to play you, I'm walking you down. I'm walking you down. Like that's how you have to think. But you can't show any signs of weakness as a competitor. You cannot show any signs of weakness as a massive factor in competitive gaming. Just not even Halo, but just competitive gaming. You cannot be talking or saying like you can't be telling to a team before you about to play and be like, yo, you're fucking god, man. You're fucking god, bro. How do you do that? You're fucking like that nigga's just gonna be thinking he's about to shit on you. You know what I'm saying? You can't be having that mindset. It's little shit like that, and this goes back into the conversation we were talking about before. And that's true, Mac. That's true. But that's another thing is that niggas be putting shit in their bio and they be calling themselves pro when they are clearly not a pro. And the only people that are going to know they're not a pro are the people that are actually in the scene. But if it like somebody else sees that, they be like, oh, they're a pro. If you go check the resume, they're going to know that they ain't that. That's just like some people will be trying to fake the funk. They be trying to fake the funk. But you're right, Spencer. You're exactly right. You cannot have any doubt. You got to be waking up ready to actually run down people that you are the best player in the game. You can't give people too much respect in or out of game, or like out of game's fine. But you can't be giving them too much respect because they're going to take that and use it against you as a weakness. You can't. You're not going to, if you respect them too much, you're going to be thinking like when you look at their names in game, like, oh, I can't challenge this person because they're going to about to shit on me and they're about to not miss a bullet and all this other shit. They're going to hit the snipe. You can't be thinking that. When you play in last shot, you can't be thinking that last shot's about to fucking run you down. You got to be thinking that you're going to run him down. Even though last shot ain't going to miss a bullet, you can't be thinking that when you're playing. You can't be afraid to challenge. You can't be afraid to play into your strengths. ATS defined pro and semi-pro. Year one is top 50 in the region for ATS points. Have you know I was semi-pro at FFA at one point? I didn't know that. I did not know Trebexy. I did not know that they actually brought semi-pro back. I did not know that. But top 16, exactly, Eli. Top 16 was pro. Top 32, semi-pro. That's how it worked. That's exactly how it worked. That Halo Pro, what a legend. What do you mean? What do you mean by that, Petrified? Mental game is so much. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. Mental is 60% of the battle. Mental is 60% of the battle. If you aren't mentally ready to go into like war and you're not mentally ready to play at your full potential or confidence, then you're going to get beat. If I'm playing against you, you fucking suck in the end. Exactly. Like when I'm playing, I'm thinking that everybody else sucks. Like I'm thinking that you're absolutely fucking ass. The worst players in the fucking game. But that's how I'm supposed to be thinking. That's how everybody should be thinking. Everybody should be thinking that. Yak should be thinking that. Piggy should be thinking that. Renegade should be thinking that. Sirion. Everybody should be in the mindset of you guys are fucking terrible. We're going to shit on you. No matter if you get shit on by one battle, no matter what, you should always be thinking that you are the better player and you are the better team. There is no in between. How do you try to teach people how to be competitive like that? Some people just cannot lock in. They don't understand the mindset. Some people got it and they don't, Chad. That's the best way I can put it. People won't tell you that. It's like there's a lot of people that want to go pro and they want to put in the work, but some people just aren't. They don't have it in them. That's some shit that you have to like. It's gained over time, but you got to have the foundation. Some people ain't gonna have it. Not everybody's gonna make it, and those are qualities of people that aren't going to make it. It's not some shit that you can teach. You can't teach the confidence. That's something you have to instill in yourself from a young age, or as you get older and you mature and you learn more about yourself. But you cannot be taught confidence. You cannot hold your teammates' head up like in that meme of like the basketball player. You can't do that. You have to have your teammates that are all on the same page, ready to fucking win. That's it. That's a great fucking question, Chad. Fantastic question. But you can't teach everything. Some shit's just in you. Some shit's just in you. Not on you. It's in you. Okay? That's just how it works. You can't just fucking instill certain confidence in people. You can't tell them, like, you can't lift some niggas up and be like, you're a great player, bro. Don't be down on yourself. Like Piggy's teammate that said he's not a pro, that's a player that might not ever win a tournament. Because why the fuck are you ever saying that you're not a pro and you are a pro player? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Definitely helps when you play long enough to have beaten everyone. First year I competed when an optic level team pulled up. I was like, fuck, these guys are beasts. But yeah, it's just something, it's you learn. You learn. But you do, like when you beat everybody, that does help you. That does help you. Sorry, that's spam call. But that's true. That's true. It's just some things you learn over time and you get that confidence instilled in you. Some things. But you have to have a base level and a foundation. Okay, you have to have a base level and foundation. Just like when people ask, like, can I go pro? You know, if you're playing, if you have the foundation to be able to go pro, like it's your skill set. You know if you're good enough, like if you're outshining your peers or if you have a different perspective on the game, you know if you can go pro or if you have the foundation. But some people, they just don't have it. That's just the case. Some people can learn over time, yes, but some people just don't have it, and that's okay. That's okay. Just like some people can't be a bodybuilder or they're not going to make progress in the gym because they just don't have the foundation or don't have the mindset to want to go hard in the gym. You might learn it over time, but you're not going to have the foundation and the base level of the shit that you need. How many people were pro back in the day but weren't making any money, just enough to get to the next tourney? nowadays pro is defined as doing it for a living. That is true, Eli. That is true. But in my eyes, like the Suds were calling themselves pro, okay? But in my eyes, you have to be in a certain ranking to be pro. That's difficult nowadays because it was pool play. It was pool play. Like in my opinion, it was starting in pool play. Okay, it was starting in pool play, but then it transitioned into like top 8 with the pro league and whatnot. But like that's now. But that's why it's like the AM league is going to be outside of that top 8. But it, in my opinion, and the HCS sanctioned tournaments, if you are starting in pool play, then that means you're a pro. IMO. If you're starting in pro, you're starting in pool play because you're playing in the pro bracket. Takedown has his earnings in his bio. Well, Takedown's a different person. Takedown's a different person. I mean, you know that. You know that. Who puts Halo Pro in their bio? We want names. Gerald, there's a fuck ton of niggas out there. A fuck ton. A fuck ton. A fuck ton of people that do that. A fuck ton of people put pro in their bio and they're not a pro or never played against pro players in a tournament. A lot of people. A lot of people. That some players deep down still think video games is a joke because of what people not knowing about video games think about video games. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, you know nothing about video games, think about video games? I mean, people nowadays value video games is a part of everybody's life. Video games is a part of everybody's life, and everybody knows like that you can make majority of people now. They know you can make money. Back in the day, video games were like it was like an embarrassing thing. Like I didn't even tell people I was a pro Halo player or even playing competitively when I was young because I was afraid that people were gonna look at me as a nerd. Now I'm glad to fucking tell people because I'm blessed to have the success I've had, and it's all off a damn toy and a controller. You know what I'm saying? Take down Lemon Zester, Mechanic, and V-Roy to make a team. Lemon Zester is a hater, so I don't fuck with him anymore. I don't fuck with that nigga anymore. He literally tried to message people in the chat and tell them that I'm cringe and nobody wants to watch me. This is an exact quote. Nobody wants to watch me with my shirt off like it's a 1990s Mark Wahlberg commercial. And I was like, you just hater because you ain't got no good physique. You just a hater. And trying to say that I'm cringe and ATS doesn't need to give me drops and all sorts of different types of things. And that's all because he be weird. He be weird. And that's what I tell him. I'd be like, you be on some weird shit. Like, and I'm just going to keep it real with you. If you on some weird shit, I'm going to tell you on some weird shit. Like, I ain't going to ban you or nothing, but I'm going to tell you that you be on some weird shit. Like, it's just the case. And hopefully they change that mindset and they improve in the future. Like, he just be weird as hell. Lemon Zester is a lame. He's a lame. He made like 6 different Twitter or Reddit accounts to get to say the same damn post that was getting deleted. Mike, you said who's the best no-name AM in your opinion? When you say no-name, what exactly do you mean? I mean, I'd say like the Clutch Academy team, probably. Like Whisper on Bittersweet, like probably the Clutch Academy team. If you're saying no-name, they have some names, but and then you got the team that Eli had this past weekend, Lies or not Lies, but Leaderness. They're the old Lies team, Leaderness, Agency Collective. Like those are some like good AMs, but they still got a ways to go before they're pro. If that's what you mean. But I'd say Clutch Academy, those players, those are probably my top picks. Or like no name, but they got like names, but they just haven't been like in pool play and made it up to the top rankings. But I would say probably Clutch Academy. The Clutch Academy team is Stefano, Biscuit, Chills, Kruru. And who's the last person I'm thinking of? Stefano, Biscuit, Kruru, Chills. There's one other person. One other person I always forget. Who's the last person? Oh, those are the people I'd probably say. Those people I'd probably say. Why someone named Zester gonna hate on a handsome man shirtless? I mean, if you hate on me having my shirt off, then you just got no sex appeal. Because everybody in the chat enjoys it and the women enjoy it, so they just be haters. They just be absolute haters. That's just how it works. And I'm gonna put pro streamer in bio. Do not do that. Do not do that. Do not do that. Because you gotta actually be a great streamer to be appointed that role. I think I'm a pro streamer. I could do better, but I think I'm a pro streamer. I think so. I think so at this point because I just be doing this shit every day, every damn day. Just shut up, Chad. Is Stellar really streaming? Stellar really don't be streaming. I've never not been good with Retreezy Gerald. That's just like a brotherly nigga fight. I've never not been good with Retreezy. I just was upset with the way he came in, but that ain't neither here nor there. That we've rectified that, so I don't want to go back and talk about old shit. Are Stellar and Ace in the same in terms of their interest in spirituality? I think Ace is a little bit too like he's a little bit further. Ace is like true hippie, but I don't think that I don't think sellers like that, but Ace is like true hippie, like 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 tree hugging trippy. Like he really be hugging trees and stuff like that. Um, let's see. Now see, I'm glad you understood, Gerald. But there's no issues with trees. He was in here earlier. I don't know if he's still in here, but he was in here. There ain't no issues there at all, at all. You should join one of these top AM teams. That'd be fun to watch. I don't have any motivation to compete, and I'm not a competitor anymore, doctor. I stopped playing when my mom was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer, and I was taking her to and from her chemo appointments. So I don't have any motivation to play. I don't want to really. I don't like if somebody offers me a bag in the new Halo, then I would be down. But I just don't. I don't have any motivation to. I would rather try and coach or try and like mentor a team. I think that's like more of my lane nowadays because I'm 32 now. I don't want to keep chasing that dragon of being a competitor, and I've done everything there is to do as a competitor, and also I have my own little lane in Halo, and I enjoy my lane in Halo. I really enjoy it because I think that what I bring to the community is beneficial and good content, good team conversations and things of that nature. So I don't really care to be a competitor anymore nowadays. I'm blessed to be back in Optic as a content creator, so I don't really want to. But I would play like I would play like for fun. I would play for fun, like how Eli played on a team. I would do that, but I would not want to actually like what I'm saying, go hard and grind and go through the whole process of scrimming because I've been playing for 18 years, bro. That's a long ass time to be doing some shit. And I think that's 18 years of team changes, scrims, and a whole bunch of different things. That's so I just don't think that's where I want to be nowadays. You know what I'm saying? I think that that's just I think that's past. That's in the past. It would be different. I did not want to compete with my mindset, with being on my with my family and everything, where my mental was at. So I've done a lot in my career. I've done a fuck ton. I've done a fuck ton in my career. I've had a blessed, very fruitful career, and I would rather just keep doing what I'm doing now and keep on building on top of the foundation I have with you guys in the community. Because I know when the new Halo comes out, that there will be a much more opportunity, not just for me, but for everybody. There'll be much more opportunity for everybody. And with the baby oil and glisten in 4K, you gotta donate for that. Donate for that. If you give me a certain amount of gifted, I'll do that. I can get some baby oil. And then baby oil gel. I prefer baby oil gel, not baby oil. You know what I'm saying? But we can do that. But you gotta pay me for that. You gotta pay me for that because that's too much sex appeal. You gotta pay for that. That's on the OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? That's too much. That's too much. That's too hot for TV. That's too hot for TV. Too hot for TV. And thank you, Ascendants, and thank you, Spuds. I appreciate that. I also won Best DMR in Halo Reach. I did win Best DMR. So, you know what I'm saying? I did have a good little run. I had a good little run. And I won, like, in H3, I won best close combat player, like with beatdowns and whatnot. That's what I won in H3. Thank you, Gerald. Thank you for the 3 months, homie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love, Eddie. Appreciate it as always. Thank you so much, Gerald. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back, homie. Welcome back, welcome back. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anybody appreciate it. Welcome back to aPGville. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see. I second that. Oh, thank you. I saw that. I saw that. Subs are on sale, are they? I have like sub discounts. I probably put one on this weekend or something like that. I just never use them. But you can make it like 35% off subs for a certain amount of time. But you have to use them by a certain time, so they might not be there anymore. I haven't checked in a long ass time. I did that for the race last year, but that's a good idea. Maybe I'll do that this weekend for the pro league. Maybe I'll do that for this weekend for the pro league. What photo? Fuck, I haven't changed it. What photo do you use, Eva? What ace photo do you use? I would love to see that. I would love to see that. But Ace is doing well. I ain't saying that in a negative way. Ace is doing well. What's going on, mate? Soda? What's popping? That look good this weekend. Eli did look really good this weekend. Spencer, he looked really, really fucking good. He looked really good. Eli had a nice little triple too. I just made a team of players who I instantly mute in MM. Why do you mute them in MM? They were on the last team that I was like kind of mentoring last year, but they almost made it to Worlds. They were in the LCQ, almost made it. They were close. They were close. The forehead on the tree. Yeah, that's why I say he is an actual tree hugger. Not saying that in a bad way, but he do be hugging trees, and was one with the earth. I'm saying one thing that I ain't gonna do that nigga be doing is walking around barefoot in the street. That's some shit I can't do, especially downtown. That's just shit. That's some shit I can't do. I can't do. I ain't gonna walk down on the road and have syringes and shit in my feet. That's just something I can't do. Walking barefoot in the street and whatnot, it's beneficial to you and like helps you with grounding, but it's just not for me. That's not for me. I'm good with being the pretty boy in the gym, lifting and looking pretty. That's my benefit. But all that shit, I don't know if that's for me. I don't know if that's for me. I try my best to just stick to what I'm doing. I try my best. Leaderness is underrated, Eli, but do you think that they have potential to go pro? That's the main thing. Do you think they have the potential to go pro? Because like I said earlier, it's all about that transition into actually being a top pro opposed to just being a top am. Because that's going to take a mental hurdle, like getting over that hurdle, and then also that's just grinding and putting in the work. I will be Spuds. I will be 100%. 100%. I was waiting until um I don't know if that's meta, Mellow. I don't know if that's meta. That might be your meta, but it's a good meta, but it ain't for me. It depends on who you ask. I ain't hating on it, but it's just not for me. So, but I will be recording my gym session soon enough, Spuds. I just have to have my homies there with me because I can't like set up a tripod. I think in my gym I might be able to because they know me. Um, but and they know like what I do in streaming and content creation, so I might be able to. But I do intend to start a series on YouTube, which is high and healthy. I just haven't been smoking. I just been doing good with not smoking, so that's why I've been just keeping it going. But I want to start this YouTube series, High and Healthy, where I'm just going over what I'm eating throughout the day to maintain single digit body fat, and then also going through my workouts and my diet. So that is going to be something that I will do. And then I will definitely lean into more long form and short form content on YouTube and TikTok. That's something I definitely will be doing soon enough. I just wanted to make sure that I had enough results and a good physique to where you could actually want to watch what I'm saying or listen to what I'm saying and watch what I'm doing. I think I'm at that point now since I just tested my body fat and I'm at 9%. So my next goal is going to be 7% and trying to cut down another 10 pounds. So that's what I'm really trying to do. My diet's just been shit the past like week or so. Not too shit, but just not up to my liking. I just need to get some groceries and then I'll be right back to regular schedule programming. But in due time, I just need an editor too. I need an editor and I can do all the recording because editing and recording would be too much for me just with how long I stream. And then when I get off here is when I get ready for the gym. After I get back from the gym, it's late and I just watch a little bit of movie and then I go to sleep. I'd be falling asleep on the couch just immediately as soon as I get back from the gym. I'd be tired as hell because I haven't been getting too much sleep recently. I got good sleep last night, but past few days were as sleep. Like I was just falling asleep on the couch and then having to migrate back to my bed. But in due time, I've been making a lot of progress in the gym, and I know a lot of people are interested in that. And I not necessarily stopped. I just haven't been smoking, Jason. I haven't smoked in like 3 or 4 weeks. I think all of July, basically, I did not smoke, and I have not smoked this month. So I have not smoked. I have not smoked. Just a little tweaker me on the Zins and the caffeine. That's it. No smoking, no smoking. But it's difficult in the first like few days just with sleep. But my sleep has been getting normal now or back to normal now. I just need magnesium because I have teeth grinding at night. But I don't think I've been grinding my teeth too much. But I just need magnesium. But I have not been smoking. No, Eric, I'm not running 3 miles. I'm not running 3 miles. Not running that. That's for you. That's for you. Do I dream? I have been having insane dreams now, Jason. Insane fucking dreams. Insane dreams. Every night it's like watching TV when I go to sleep. I had another insane dream last night. I forgot what it was, but it's something like with a car and shit like that. It's an insane dreams. I love it. I love it because when I smoked, I did not dream like that because it does suppress your dreams. But since I have not smoked in a while, I've been having some insane fucking dreams. Very vivid dreams. I think they could. I just don't know if they're that committed to playing Halo. Collective was competing in COD and play Halo in like 4 months until the day before the tournament. Yeah, that's true, Eli. I think if they really put in the work, they could. I think they put in the work, they could. I think so. I think so. I think they could. I think it's very possible. Very possible. But it's just gonna take that, like I said, that hurdle of getting over just being amateur players into being like full blown pro players. You feel me? Because I think they have the potential. They almost were at Worlds last year. But it's just going to take a little bit more work, And I would like to see more AM players if they're able to. You know what I'm saying? If they're able to put in that work and just keep moving forward, I would like to see that. I would, because we need more AM players that are making the rise to the pro ranks. We don't really have that too much. I think that's something that's like a little bit missing. I think it's a little bit missing. Auto up to everyone to saying that allows. That's not something you're saying. I would go into your settings and opt out of it. Is that like the little AI summaries I've been seeing, Mac? And you're good, homegirl. You're good. Is that like the AI summaries? Is that what you're talking about? That I've been seeing when I go to streams? Especially, it's not something you're interested in. I think it'd be okay. I think it'd be okay because at least when it comes, like if that's the same thing that I'm seeing, then I would see that. Or that's okay with me. It's just like having a little summary so people know what I'm doing when I get on the stream, even though the title does skip that. But we'll still, we'll see. I've been seeing it on Last Shot stream and other people's streams. When I go in, it's just like a little update on what's going on, and it just say generated by AI, kind of like when you Google something and it said AI, like at the top, like you see like AI overview, just like that. That's exactly what I've been seeing. Said the only thing that makes a pro is making the right playoff spawn every time. I mean, there's pros that still don't play correct. I wouldn't say that. That's not that yak. That's just in-game stuff. That's in-game stuff, but that's not it. How that's not that's a portion. That's a portion of it, but I wouldn't say that's everything. I wouldn't do that. I think that if that's a part of it. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. I just think that there's a little bit more that goes into being a full pro, and it's just like a lot of it's a mindset. A lot of it's a mindset, and it is just like there's pros that don't play correctly. There's pros that don't play correctly and they just play a little bit too free and not actually playing aggressive in the right manner. But you are correct. You are correct. But an AM player would need to be molded or be doing his homework to actually see what pros do and being able to replicate that or emulate that in the correct way. Oh, I did not know that, Mac. I did not know that. You in chat, someone stream has opted out. They can he shut. I did not know that, Mac. I did not know that. Then I would opt out of that. I thought it was just like the little summaries I've been seeing. I would see that. I didn't see that. Everything calms, composure. But gameplay wise, I agree with you. I agree with you, Yak. I agree with you. But that's true. But it's also going into knowing what to do off spawn, knowing what to do off spawn, and also controlling spawns the correct way. Because a lot of people don't do that, or they're not thinking about how they dictate the spawns, how they flip the spawns, how they can funnel the spawns into one area, how they can utilize their teammates, how when they need to hold a position, they need to be aggressive, when they need to be the initiator, they need to be the anchor. There's a whole fucking. It sounds like a lot when I'm saying it, but it's just like when you're playing, it's just like it's just steps 1 through 4, PEMDAS. It's very easy when you're playing and if you have the knowledge. But I do fully agree with you. If you're talking about gameplay wise, I do fully agree with you because there's a lot of pros that don't play the correct way or they just play too lackadaisical. Did you see on YouTube? Shall we posted on my screen? Yeah, I did see that. I did see that. Halo. It's going to be happening at 4 Eastern today. I probably will not be on for that because I'm going to get ready to go to the gym very soon, and that's why I want to start going to the gym in the morning so I can have some longer streams in the evenings. But I think that the little shorter streams that we've been doing have been very filled with great content and everything. So that's why I think we've had some great yaps lately and great Halo talks and everything. Very good talks. Very good talks. But I will be rewatching that. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow. I don't know because I do gotta go get groceries. I got some other errands to run. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow. But I should be live on Friday. Same shit, different day. So I will be rewatching it. If I'm not live tomorrow, then I'll be rewatching it tomorrow or rewatching it Friday. Excuse me, because tomorrow's Thursday. But I will be watching it like on my phone while I get ready for the gym. Because I usually when I get off this bitch, I usually just immediately um turn my PC off. I usually turn on my PC and then start playing again, and then or turn my PC on, stream, and then when I get done, I like if I raid somebody, I immediately turn my shit off. All I'd be doing is streaming, and then sometimes when I'm eating, I might watch a scrim. Like when I'm gonna go get a Chipotle protein cup today, and then I'm gonna put that in some ground beef and then black beans, and then that's what I'm gonna have for lunch. Maybe make some eggs too. I got some eggs in the fridge. But I do that. That's be my pre-gym meal. That'll probably be it. No carbs. No, I got to go back to low carbs. On top of that, all people will still not do it on land. Pros are made on land. That is true, Yak. That is true. Pros are made on land. That is a fact. But because you got to know how to do those plays that you're doing online in an uncomfortable environment if you're not like experienced, but also knowing when to do them at the right time, or knowing when to like do them under the lights. Because that is true. A lot of people will be. There's a lot of online warriors, so to speak, that people say. Not saying like the pro players and top 8 or anything like that, but there's a lot of people that perform online and don't perform on land. That's just in the history of Halo, genuinely in the history of Halo. It depends if I allow the clips to be in the documentary Mailman, and that's just me keeping it real because they are intending on using my clips to talk about the like me mending the relationship between Gunny and the twins, and also the transition of BTH, like him being on BTH. So I don't know if I'm going to allow that unless he's speaking positively about me and apologizing. So if I say that they can't use my content, then they will not be able to use all the clips and whatnot from the BTH tryouts and for the second half of his year last year. I'm not saying Gators. I'm not saying anybody who. It's just people that don't perform on land. There ain't no names. It's just people that don't perform on land. It's just that simple. Apparently, Slimy Lies make it accurate. Yeah, Eli, that's why I am 80% of the trailer. If you see it, I'm 80% of the trailer, but um, I am not going to allow it unless he is going to apologize and he speaks positively about me. So if they use my clips for that, then I will immediately just copyright it because I've already said that's why I posted that on Twitter is so they don't use my shit because I'm not gonna let somebody that says I support pedophiles go and use my shit for their benefit. That ain't gonna be the case. But they've said that they would let me watch it early to see how it is, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to allow it unless he apologizes because there's no reason. It is only about me wanting to leave for lies omit, according to Nard. That's not what he said to me, Z. It's about the entire thing about me. That's why the clips are me of doing the interview with him and then the BTH and whatnot. I mean, they don't have many clips or much documentation before then. You know what I'm saying? They don't have much documentation, but I'm not going to allow them to just use my name and my image and whatnot brand for their benefit after somebody has tried to defame me and trying to tarnish my image. I'm not going to benefit you in any way, shape, or form unless you give me a public apology. That's it. And I think that's very okay for me to say. What are the biggest changes when playing on LAN versus online, Spuds? The environment, the pressure, um, your communication as well, because there's a lot more noise, and just your attitude. Like that's like the main thing. Like you can't be thinking about these things when you're playing though. You just have to literally just be sitting down as if you're at home and trying to play the same exact way as you would in your office or your desk. But that's just the main thing is just the pressure in the environment. That's what gets people tripped up because a lot of people will be performing online. Like I like the best example I can use right now is like Monsker. Monsker would perform online, and then when he got to LAN, he would get, in my opinion, um, some was it performance anxiety. Performance anxiety, and that's when he was not performing well at all when it came to tournaments, like LAN tournaments. So we're getting shit talked. Did not lie to me. I can tell you exactly what he said to me, Z. I gotta change my or charge my phone. Um, he said the main reason why you're even in the video is because after DreamHack, I was not directly involved or around him to be documenting stuff in the arena, and I was invested in what was going on with lives. Your pieces serve as bridging the gap until after SLC, and then the reaction to making pools, the full circle moment with half of BTH low gators and him accomplishing the goal that was the purpose of BTH. He also did this with two people who you facilitated him in mending relationships with, talking about the twins. And to be honest, each clip is on task with what's going on during matches. There isn't any overlaid commentary, APG, PDF, defender, or slander in any parts. Your commentary and parts are all positive and kept that way. The bigger fish to fry is the communication on the ban itself, the accountability, and the cause of it, and etc. Revisiting a beef or talking about finances doesn't move any needle. It doesn't move any needle towards a lift or a cause. On top of that, personal business like BTH finances, IRL relationships, BTH slander, or even tossing out the word PDF in relation to you is not something I'm crafting. I stated during the conception and the process that it will not be a hit piece on anyone. I'm trying to be Switzerland and focus on, or like a Swiss Army knife, I think, and focus on the story, telling a piece that genuinely focuses on sitting in the pits to making it in the limelight and what happens after. Pit stops in between with you and him, or him and anyone or anyone is unnecessary, and it would cause the vid to not be a revisable piece of content. On top of that, it's already documented on the internet and would waste time on the vid. Whoever ends up watching it from ATS would be turned off by watching a slam piece documentary. Creating a hit piece would also harm lives. That's exactly what he said to me. Let me chat back up. But that's what he said to me. He said to me, tell them they gotta get on their knees and apologize. I wouldn't do that, but I think that I do deserve an apology if somebody's trying to say that I support PDFs. I'm not gonna lie, that's like not something that. Yeah, I appreciate that, Eva. I mean, Nard is a real nigga. I know him, and I've worked with him before. I just don't want me to be used for his benefit, not Nard, but Wee Man's, because Wee Man has tried to literally publicly ruin my image. He's called for me to be dropped from Optic and said that I'm too fried, I smoke too much weed, and all these other different things. But you can't just use my shit if you're going to if you're going to have that person in him. I think that's just me standing on my 10 toes about what I believe in, and that's why I tweeted at him in just very a lawyer-esque way. Because if I do have to go to the case of cease and desist, and he wants to try and publicly defame me any further, then yeah, that doesn't make it seem like that, Mac. That doesn't make it seem like it. But everything that was documented from his like that tournament or like Arlington, I think or DreamHack Dallas also is going forward is from me, whether it's online videos, whether it's my stream and whatnot. That's where a lot of the pieces have come from because it's coming from my stream because I documented all of it. But I'm not gonna allow somebody to just tarnish my name, try to tarnish my name, attempt. And I ain't gonna say tarnish shit, but attempt to do that and then use me to help him get his shit back. That ain't gonna be the case at all. I think that's like the main thing is that you can't just be trying to defame me and then use me for your benefits so you get unbanned. That's just be like that's just me staying on my 10 toes. And I feel like that's gonna be understood by anybody in the community if they know the things that he said about me. Because he hasn't said anything that's just like, oh, APG is a piece of shit. No, he's tried to say that I support a criminal offender and somebody that's absolutely disgusting when that's not the case. To the point where people that thought about that or thought that I do that, and they haven't even come in my stream to hear me out or anything like that. Like that's why I give a lot of credit to Ghost for hearing me out and what I have to say because he was thinking that that was the case after what all that shit happened. But I condemn that nigga for that. Everybody knows that I condemn that nigga for that shit. That's why I do not stand for any of that shit. That's true. That's true, Mac. That's true. That's why I gotta put my foot down and I'm not gonna allow that. I'm not gonna allow that unless I get an apology. And that's not me trying to be petty, because I am a petty nigga at the end of the day. I am grown, but I am petty. But I'm not, it's not me being petty. But you need to apologize for what you have said about me when I did not do anything to warrant that shit. And I also, if you're able to document and show how I have helped his career, then why would he try and defame me and ruin my career? Like especially as a content creator, and try to call for my job and saying that Optic needs to fire me or Optic doesn't need to have me on board anymore because of who I am and what content I do. I don't talk shit about people on this bitch. I don't talk shit. I don't just come on here and talk shit about people. I literally watch Halo games and we talk about random topics. Only people I talk shit about is Wee Man, Nated, and Bucket Bitch. Only people. Ain't nobody else. And even when Nate, I didn't even start talking shit about Nate until he tried to cancel me as well. Like these people, like it's a genuine cancel attempt. I ain't never had that shit happen before. It's like exciting though. It's like exciting. But I ain't never had that shit happen before. You know what I'm saying? I've already done that, Born. That's my point. I've already done that with him. And I'm not gonna have a talk with somebody that says I support pedophiles. That ain't no conversation to be had. That's some shit that you smack niggas over. You know what I'm saying? That's some shit you smack niggas over. But I did talk with him, and then he was upset that I did not want to work with him after the fact of him talking shit behind my back. Because he was talking shit behind my back. I said, I just don't want to put myself in that position again. Because why would I want to stick my neck out for somebody just for them to try and shit talk me behind my back when I've only tried to help them? Do you think Faker could ever go pro? No, not right now, Doctor. Faker don't play serious. Faker don't play serious. He just be running around trolling. Faker's a big troll. He be living in my city too. He lives in Tampa. But Faker's just a big ass troll. Faker gotta actually take some shit serious. He's not a bad player. Not a bad player at all. What's going on, Quake? He's not a bad. What's going on, Cyber? He's not a bad player, but he gotta actually lock in. Faker's been a troll for years, bro. I've known Faker since Halo 3 MCC days in 2019. That nigga's been a massive troll for years, years and years and years and years. And you will get them soon, LVT and Gators. Release the files. That's the files that he's trying to say, I think, and that's why they could be telling me that this is gonna be nice and whatnot, and then I could approve of it, and then it just comes out and it's just shit talking me. But then they could use a loophole of me approving of it. That's the thing. I need to see a fully done video and fully done file for me to want to approve of that. But even then, I need an apology, and I need a public apology saying that I am not that type of person. Because he's trying to spread these lies and sow doubt into the community that I am a horrible human being. And I'm not perfect, but I do not support, I have morals. I have morals. And you guys know this because I'm very outspoken about the things that I believe in and what I think is right and what's wrong. I'm very outspoken, regardless if I get heat for it, regardless of if I get hate. I'm very, very outspoken about the things that I believe are true and are things that should be true. Because they could have two different things made. That's true. That's true, Mac. That's true. Because if they upload that video and I can just copyright it immediately, it's not fair use. It's not fair use if they're saying anything negative, or if there's no commentary or there's no transformative changes or anything like that. That's why I don't think I'm gonna allow that. And they're gonna have to. If they don't have my clips, then could that thing even be done? It would just be him talking. It would not have any actual video evidence, unless he's giving me credit. And then if you want to try and give me credit, then have him give me credit. Don't try and have them do all that bullshit. Exactly, Quake. Exactly. That's exactly how I feel. Exactly how I feel. Everybody know I feel like that. I don't feel like that. I don't feel the opposite way at all. At all. There's some people that are just absolutely despicable scums of the world, like of the earth, or the earth. Despicable scums. And y'all know I do not support that nonsense. And I appreciate y'all for being in here with me, obviously, and not know, and knowing I don't support that shit and supporting me. Because that type of shit, if I wasn't me, then that shit could ruin somebody's life, not just their careers. They could ruin their life by saying that they support that nonsense. And clearly, I fucking don't. Clearly, clearly, that's the thing. But it's the worst, Melly. That's an up there with just being a, you know, you know. There's certain things like that just ain't. Yeah, that just is not. I don't even want to think about it. But those people are just pieces of shit, bro. We had a long conversation. I don't know if you were here, Melly, when that shit happened, and the nigga was trying to just straight up lie, saying he didn't know a girl was 13. How the fuck you not know you talking to somebody that's 13 years old? That's you just slow as shit. Then you slow as shit if you don't know if you're talking to a 13-year-old. You got cousins or brothers or sisters, and they text you. You know if you texting somebody that's young, you know it. You know it. Yes, it was 13-year-old, a 13-year-old. But you know if you're talking to a 13-year-old, bro, you can tell by the way they text. You can tell by the way they talk. It's very apparent. My cousins and whatnot, very, very apparent. Because I got young cousins that are around that age. When they text me, it's a young kid verbiage. You know what I'm saying? And you can just tell. Exactly, Melly. That shit. We condemned him for that. We condemned him for that shit. We condemned him. Shut up, John. Shut up. We condemned him. We condemned him. Like when Dad says something. Dad is a 31-year-old man, though. That's the thing. That's 31. He just be a little bit slow, and Dad understands that he's a little bit slow. That's why I be trying to help him. I'm one of the people in the community that will try and help Dad, but he just be a little bit slow and doesn't understand some things that he says sometimes. But he'd be okay. He'll be okay. But he knows he's a little bit slow. Right, Dev? He said that. I'm getting off here soon, Dev. I'm getting off here soon. It's almost gym time. I got started a little bit late. I started a little bit late. I thought I was gonna be on at like 8:30. I was up, but I fucking started late. But I got a short gym session, a short gym session today. I got shoulders. I've been able to get in and out the gym pretty fast, and I still got to talk with Treasy tonight. So I'm gonna be watching the scrim while I get ready. The stream's been popping lately, bro. We have had some incredible conversations, bro. Incredible conversations. Like you said, talking about Roblox or some shit at that point. Like, yeah, exactly. That's a great fucking point. That's a great fucking point. That you don't like. It's very important. Like, very obvious. Very obvious. Like, what the fuck you gonna be talking to them about? So for you, you're a pro, Dad. If it's okay, man. It's okay. It's okay. Cause you know, Dad, that I'm one of your homies. What'd you say? What'd you say? You said something. Not you didn't say nigga, but you said something. You said you're my real G. You're my real G. That's why I appreciate you, Dad, for the conversations that you start in here and the topics that we can go on tangents on, because there's nobody else in Halo like you, and that's why we've been able to have incredible talks in here lately, whether it's about Halo or anything like that. We've had incredible talks. That's how you should feel, Mac. That's how you should feel. And do you think Monster could go pro again? Yeah. Monster's not a bad player, bro. He's not a bad player. He was a pro before. Like all the Halo Infinite shit, he was a pro in Halo 5. Monster's a great player. It's just sad that he had all the other shit that plagued him and whatnot, and his mindset and his livelihood and all this other stuff were at jeopardy, and that's why he felt like he had to do some crazy shit and outlandish shit to try and get back in the pro rankings. But Monster's not a bad player at all, bro. He's not a bad player whatsoever. Monster's a good fucking player. Monster's a good player. Yeah, this is John. That's what, because we were talking about Weedman's documentary. But Evan, you're funny. You're funny for that. You're funny like for that. But that's just Dav's PR. I'm not talking shit about you, Dav. I'm not talking shit. I didn't talk shit. I just gave you credit. I don't talk shit about nobody unless it's the three people I mentioned. Yeah, Moscow's just a dumbass, but he's a actual good player. He's a really good player. But he just had like he was down and out. So I feel like he just was trying to do whatever it took to try and get out of that position he was in. That's why. I don't be talking shit about you, Dev. I just gave you a nice sentiment. And you trying to say I'm talking shit. I just gave you a nice sentiment. And who's streaming? Who's streaming? Who do we rate today? Who do we rate today? Because we have had a lot of people in here. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for the follows, everything. That's some incredible fucking streams lately. Incredible streams, man. I appreciate y'all. Great fucking yaps. Everything, everything. Who do we raid today? Who do we raid today? I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna raid because I'm gonna head out of here in the next 5 minutes. Next 5 minutes, so I gotta get off by 3, so I can get ready for the gym and be in there by like 4ish, 5ish. So I'm gonna be back. I gotta use the restroom quick. Yes. I don't think Seller's gonna be on a minute. I don't think Seller's gonna be on for a minute. I think he's gonna be on for a short period of time. That's the thing. I don't think Seller's gonna be streaming the scrim. I don't think he's gonna be streaming the scrim. Let's go on immaculately. It's popping on me. I'm sorry. I'm just about to head out. I'm just about to head out. Thank you, Melly. I hope you have a great day too, girl. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very appreciate it. Very appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for the love and her. Just snake bite. We'll do snake bite. We'll do snake bite. We'll just snake bite because they got the scrim. They got a scrim coming up against SSG at 4. 4 of a kind versus SSG at 4, and then we got the money scrim. Shout out to Shyway and his community for raising the money. We got Shyway observing the Shopify and Face scrim. So 2 great scrims. 2 great scrims. That ain't gonna hurt me. I'm a real nigga. That ain't gonna hurt me. I'll just put on my mask and I'll be okay. I won't hurt. I'll what's the word? I'll hide it. I'll hide it. I'll hide it. But I don't think Stellar's gonna stream. I don't think he's gonna stream the scrim. You guys didn't notice the nose ring. Kiki, you guys didn't even notice. You guys didn't even notice. Okay. New nose ring. I'm back. I'm back. New nose ring. Kiki. Pretty boy, Kiki. New look. New look. New look. All right. So we got a 5.5 hour stream. Damn near 6. We're gonna round it up. You didn't mention it, Z. You guys gotta mention how great I look. You gotta mention how great I look. You gotta mention how great I look. Thank you, Melly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I found it and I lost it for a while, but I found one. I found it. I found it. I found it. So we're gonna raid Snakebite, y'all. Go show PJ some love. Go show him some love. I hope you guys have a fantastic day. A fantastic day. Stay safe. Stay blessed. Don't drink and drive. Don't smoke cigarettes. Thank you guys for the subs, the follows, the bits, everything. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our matey. I'm a pirate. I hope you guys have a great day. Might not be live tomorrow. Might not be live tomorrow. We'll see, but we'll be live Friday, and then we got the weekend and everything. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you guys for everything, for real. A lot of people have been in here lately. We've had some great yaps, great Halo talks, everything. I really appreciate y'all because the stream is nothing without you guys and you guys' love in here. It's nothing without y'all. So thank you guys so much for fucking with me. Thank you guys for being in here. I hope you guys have a great day, great rest of your weeks if I don't see you. And that's I just so happy, so joyous, so happy with all of you guys. So thank you so much, man. Thank you so fucking much. I'm appreciative of every single one of you guys. The stream, again, is not a single thing without all of you guys giving me things to yap about and giving me tangents to go on. So again, have a great day. Go show PJ some love. Scrims later. I'll be watching on my phone while I eat and get ready for the gym. Shoulders today. So I'll see you guys later. Peace out, y'all. Peace out, peace out, peace out. Have a great fucking day, for real. Love y'all. Thank you so much. Great fucking stream, man.